Chapter 1201 A Cosmic Banquet. 3. The entire propitious cosmos was glimmering bright gold in color within its void of space, and within it was the universe termed the Golden Citadel. As fantastically, a citadel occupied 1/4 of this entire universe. To put this into perspective, a universe was on average 100 billion light years, and this Golden Citadel occupied more than 1/4 of this universe. With its sheer size and grandness alone, as for existences to walk within it, they were required to be capable of expanding their bodies to the proportionate sizes to fit the citadel. The minimum requirement was to be capable of expanding your body to the size of a galaxy, which was on average about 300,000 light years. It was the citadel where, when others looked from a distance, it was akin to them seeing ancient giants walking atop a fantastical city, giants larger than galaxies adorned with golden garments and power to match their status. This Golden Citadel was the location of a banquet to welcome a new power into the primordial empire, this Osmont. Why would Foremother Halcyon make such a big deal about him? He might be more powerful than some Downlords, but isn't that all? Where there was a spotlight, there would be others questioning. A set of antiquities from the House of Havenbreaker adorned in golden garments were talking amongst each other, their voices low as they looked towards the primordial scaffolding above them that led straight into the Golden Citadel. The rainbow-colored bridge released a multicolored glow that just so happened to brighten up the Golden Citadel. Anyone entering this universe managing to see this vast city floating in the chaotic void occupying a significant portion of the entire universe. There were exquisite structures ranging from grand castles one could see from Noah's past world in the Middle Ages, all the way to futuristic skyscrapers that shone with colors of gold and purple to portray utter royalty and power. Trillions of vessels and ships could be seen floating all across this vast golden citadel. As if one didn't have a powerful consciousness to take all of it in with its small details, they might just find themselves fainting from the sheer exhaustion of seeing everything. At the very center of the citadel, there was the highest castle that stretched up to be taller than any skyscraper, its golden peak piercing the void and released waves of golden essence that washed over the entire citadel and even leaked down its edges. As if one were to take everything in, they would be presented with a vast floating city that dripped rivers of gold essence onto the void of space and nothingness around them. This centerpiece of exquisite architecture was known as the Primal Haven Tower, and one of its unique features was a majestic purple bridge that stretched from the entrance of this cast castle all the way to the primordial scaffolding that was one of the entrances into this universe. This was known as the Haven Tower Bridge, and it was seldom in use for common people, even those hegemonies and lower-ranked beings from the House of Havenbreaker themselves not being able to step upon this bridge unless under certain circumstances. Only those at the level of antiquities and above could step upon this bridge directly from the primordial scaffolding and walk upon it to enter the very heart of the Golden Citadel, the Primal Haven Tower, currently a myriad of hegemonies, antiquities, and Downlords from the House of Havenbreaker were lined up this bridge, on top of millions of paragons and monarchs adorned in black and white outfits that defined them as mere butlers to serve the guests of this banquet today. The ones currently talking were a group of antiquities with sizes larger than most galaxies, as the rules of being in the Golden Citadel stated, these antiquities talking amongst each other because on top of this grand reception where millions of paragons were moved to serve, and hegemonies, antiquities, and even Downlords were lined up to merely welcome a certain someone. There was also Princess Halcyon herself that had now been floating in front of the Haven Tower Bridge for the past half an hour, the princess herself being there to welcome the precious new Downlord Osmont that had appeared. This was the reason for the green eyes of envy and non-understanding that many antiquities currently shared. What those above us deem important isn't something for us to question, much less if it stems from Princess Halcyon herself. A deep voice behind the antiquities spoke at this time, a male Downlord lined up with a golden suit appearing behind them as a female Downlord with his face exactly also appeared behind him, their eyes filled with difficulty. These were the twin-like Downlords that had first associated with Noah during his entrance in the primordial empire, and they were currently moved to stand beside antiquities because of how they handled things and not being able to discover the uniqueness of Downlord Osmont early. Even though their hearts were unresigned, they did as they were told for the sake of their house. As with their entrance, any nearby antiquities shut up respectfully, their gazes all turned up towards the entrance of the primordial scaffolding leading into their universe, and the Haven Tower Bridge that Princess Halcyon stood in front of with a beautiful golden dress and a deep smile stretched across her face. Her eyes were shining with utmost confidence and might as pure power radiated from her. The approaching time nearing as she gazed upon the primordial scaffolding with a sharp gaze, and there, as if on cue, figures the size of galaxies began to materialize, the unforgettable face of the new Downlord that had etched itself onto the minds of many. The one and only Lord Osmond appeared as his head was full of glimmering hair that seemed entirely dark and yet filled with a myriad of colors at the same time. His eyes currently tinged gold as he held the features of a sagely young king, with a sharp jawline and a devilishly handsome appearance. He was adorned on a sleek white suit that couldn't have laid upon him any more comfortably, the white of the suit inlaid with gold as the mixture of white and gold dress shirt was unbuckled at the very top to release a free and wild aura. What was more shocking apart from his looks and demeanor of a grandiose emperor. Were those around him as to his left and right, a selection of drop-dead gorgeous women adorned with dresses that would cause the envy of all were standing there proudly. Behind the rows of women he had to his left and right, other sets of beings appeared behind him as at the forefront. A proud penguin with a bow tie fit into his own golden suit, this flashy existence being bounded left and right by antiquities that had been seen in the recent writ of challenges. Over a dozen of them could be seen behind Noah and the row of women he had beside him. The eyes of Princess Halcyon took everything in as a smile danced on her lips, watching as Lord Osmond came into the cosmic banquet in style, and those he brought were not few. The unseen waves of destiny churned as. Even amidst this grand occasion, forces unseen to many were moving in the dark. Simply waiting to rear their heads as within this cosmic banquet, a grand show would unfold. Chapter 1202, A Cosmic Banquet. 4. They arrived with enough presents to cause all the eyes to linger on them and nobody else. Noah with his white and gold suit as his eyes released a wild light of power, and to his right and left were multiple women that would be considered beautiful under any measures. The first one to his right had vibrant blue hair dancing to her shoulders, a blue and white dress that matched her hair hugging her body tightly as the Ice Queen gazed at everything with a calm gaze. Beside Adelaide, a figure shorter than her by a few inches adorned a black dress, the expression on Barbados sharp as this dress looked more gothic than formal, with a portion of it being open to reveal her fair stomach. Besides Barbados was the regal and poised figure of Athena, this war princess adorned in a golden dress that seemed to constantly weave into different colors if looked under a different light. Then we came to Noah's left side, where the queenly figure of Valentina could be seen wrapped in a beautiful white dress, her eyes seemingly holding years of wisdom. Valentina was accompanied by Elena, Anna, and Tiamat, as Elena had a glimmering crimson dress the color of blood and Anna wore a vibrant green dress, the queen dowager adorning a fiery dress that seemed to burn with flames even now. These were just those that stood beside Noah, behind him being over a dozen beings also dressed in sleek suits. The figure of the Emperor Penguin with his bow tie and sleek golden suit being accompanied with a bobbing slime beside it, and other subordinates from Noah's group being especially prominent. Aside from Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail, one's worthy of noting was the Oathkeeper, who was dressed in a light gold suit, his figure looking like a past advisor of a king, as beside him were the figures of King Augustus and his daughter, Lexus Marcus Tiberius, whose eyes were constantly looking at the women around Noah with envy. This was the party Noah had brought to the banquet after he finished acclimating and collecting information in the past hours, his feet stepping off of the primordial scaffolding and moving towards the Haven Tower Bridge as all those around him moved in conjunction. The figure of Princess Halcyon shone just as bright as the gorgeous women around Noah, and this was shown even more so in her demeanor as she gave a light nod of recognition to all of them before her eyes settled on Noah. Lord Osmond. We welcome you to our humble abode. Please, let me escort you to the core of the festivities. Her dress glimmered in the light as when everyone was on the Haven Tower Bridge guiding to the Golden Citadel. Princess Halcyon overtook the conversation while talking about everything to do with this universe and the propitious cosmos it was in, the figures of Noah and his people walking on the middle of the Grand Haven Tower Bridge as antiquities, and a few Dowlords bowed their heads to them on the side. It was a show of respect very few had received, and it showed the attitude of the prideful house of Havenbreaker as it seemed to rope in Noah. They were prepared for many things, but before the procession could continue any further, the powerful auras of numerous other beings flashed from the primordial scaffolding, Princess Halcyon and the others stopping on their tracks as when they turned their heads to see the figures of Forefather Isaac from the house of Springforge, accompanied by Dowlord Azazel and a few others had made their appearance. Along with them, multiple Dowlords and antiquities from the house of Stormdust adorned in a variety of red garments appeared, their gazes that of false smiles as they were led by someone at the level of a forefather. But it was a female who released billowing waves of power and not Forefather Julius. Princess Halcyon's gaze turned sharp as her voice echoed out at their intrusion. It is always great to welcome more guests, even if it is those uninvited. Her words were biting as Forefather Isaac laughed brightly while waving them off, the female foremother smiling beautifully as she spoke in a sonorous voice. I hope Sis Halcyon won't mind. As the protectors of the bastion of reality, we hoped we could all be here to welcome Dowlord Osmond. With eyes full of smiles and schemes, the woman known as Foremother Rose spoke as Halcyon only returned her words with a light smile. Her gaze, as it had been this whole time, remained on Noah as they continued to move. Please, let me introduce you to the Golden Citadel. The procession continued as with a treatment meant for kings. Noah was led through one of the core locations of a house within the primordial empire. A banquet of this level was something grand that very few would have a chance of experiencing, Noah and the others not letting their awe show on their faces as they stepped off from the Haven Tower bridge and entered the castle that was known as the Primal Haven Tower itself. This structure was light years large as the figures of Noah and all others that were the size of galaxies created for a fantastical scene when looked at a distance. A scene of ancient giants the size of galaxies walking within the golden halls of exquisite structures. Everything within had to fit the proportions of sizes, going from the plates to the exquisite golden cups that carried glistening drinks and meats that only few could enjoy. All of them were currently ushered into a vast banquet hall lined with thousands of tables and seats, a portion of it empty as it served as the ballroom where exquisite dances would occasionally be carried out. There was a harmonious tune playing throughout the Primal Heaven Tower as an antiquity was playing on an enormous piano. Multiple hegemonies all around him carrying a myriad of instruments as the calming tune they played echoed throughout. With lavish golden cups in hand, Noah and the others were talking amongst themselves as the antiquities and downlords of the three houses surrounded them, occasionally grabbing the glistening foods carried on huge platters that hegemonies were carrying to the guests within the banquet. Princess Halcyon remained near Noah's group the whole time, playing the host as she allowed and created a smooth atmosphere, the music within the banquet hall picking up to a different and faster tune as some antiquities from the House of Havenbreaker lit up and formed pairs, beginning to stroll towards the empty ballroom. The eyes of Princess Halcyon lit up brightly at this time as her fair hand reached towards Noah, giving an apologetic glance towards the women beside him as she spoke out. If I may have you for a dance, Lord Osmond. With eyes flashing with unknown power and thoughts, Noah looked at the raised brows of the women around him as with a light nod from Adelaide, he took the hand of the powerful Princess Halcyon and went towards the glimmering ballroom in the distance. Chapter 1203, A Game of Trust. Within the golden shining Primal Haven Tower, in the vast banquet hall, colorfully dressed beings brimming with power could be seen mingling throughout, those from the houses of Stormdust and Springforge talking amongst each other while gathering their attention on the guests of honor that were being occupied by the House of Havenbreaker. Amongst the lavish food and conversations between downlords and antiquities adorned in sleek suits, robes, and dresses, the most stunning sight was currently the scene of Princess Halcyon pulling Lord Osmond to the center of the ballroom as a melodious sound began to resound throughout. Azazel and others watched this scene with sharp eyes as they felt a thin but powerful barrier slowly envelope their two figures, and it was a barrier that would prevent any prying eyes from having their auras listen in on any conversation the two beings were about to have. With light steps, Noah was pulled into the very center of the ballroom as the woman before him could seemingly pull all of one's attention onto her. Her glimmering golden hair and eyes not allowing one to look anywhere but her face as with a confident smile, she put one of Noah's hands on her waist while holding onto the other and leading him on a dance. I hoped Lord Osmond would excuse all of these formalities, but I had to have a private audience with you even if it had to be under prying eyes. Her voice rang in Noah's mind as her lips didn't even move, but her eyes were locked with his as in close proximity, she could smell the enticing aura Noah released as Noah could also get a whiff of the exquisite aroma that this Princess Halcyon gave off, but Noah was seemingly immune to such deadly looks as he smiled lightly. Waves of mana that formed into a message resounding towards Princess Halcyon as the two fully began a slow dance. And why would someone of such esteemed status want a private audience? I can still remember the scorn on everyone's faces just a few days ago. His words were cold, but Halcyon simply pulled their bodies even closer as the two of them spun mesmerizingly on the dance floor. A few days ago, many didn't know that you were not merely a downlord, but someone that has achieved a glimpse of edicts. Such a thing is enough to change how anyone is received and treated in the primordial empire. Noah's eyes turned sharp as Halcyon spoke out straightforwardly, her face gaining an even deeper smile as her words continued to resound in his mind. Many have been wondering how an existence that hasn't been living in the primordial empire could achieve such a stage on their own, without the resources or guidance that we are given since young. Many are wondering a great deal of things about you, Lord Osmond, but none of that matters to me. Rumble. The air around them became thicker as the sweet smile that was always seen became somewhat chilling to Noah's eyes, the words of Halcyon continuing to ring in his mind. What matters to me, Lord Osmond, is what do you want? Amidst the many existences moving within the primordial empire, what does someone like you wish to do? What is it that you wish to accomplish? Straightforward. Beautiful. Powerful. Noah spun her figure amidst their dance as her body was pulled to him a second later, sticking even tighter that her face was mere inches away from his, her eyes serene as they waited for an answer. Noah's eyes remained unfazed as far in the distance, his universal body gazed up to see his vast fortune and destiny churning chaotically above him, constantly expanding and contracting as it seemed there was a somewhat important juncture occurring at this moment, on the ballroom filled with peering eyes of antiquities and dowlords. They watched the figures of Halcyon and Osmont dance gracefully as devilish smile appeared on Noah's face at this moment, a smile that caused all peering eyes to turn careful even though they didn't know the content of the talk between the two beings. What I want is not something complex. It is what any antiquity or dowlord desires, just power and influence. Is that not what moves everything in the primordial empire? Noah's words were filled with calm as he replied, the dance continuing naturally as Halcyon's eyes brightened. Power and influence, an admirable goal. It is sad that this is a shared goal amongst nearly all the dowlords that move within the primordial empire, all the way to even the heads of the family that everyone looks at with awe. But this is not a goal I share with you all, nor is it something that I want the most. Her golden eyes shone with luster as they could draw any weak man in to be lost within them. But Noah continued to stare at her impassively as she continued. She had the charm and even an enticing atmosphere, Noah admitted, but he was more interested in this existence for what she stood for, and why she had been something that caused his fortune and destiny to churn. The last time something similar happened was with, the other Noah from another dimension? He recalled the existence with the same name that swore off all primordials, his thoughts being brought to a stop soon after as Halcyon's voice continued to echo in his mind. When other people have contrasting goals, it is much more likely for them to get along, isn't it? For the power and influence you seek. Dowlord Osmont, how do you wish to get it? Will you choose one of the three houses to expand your influence and power, or will you be taking such a task on your shoulders? Foregoing the established flow of power of the primordial empire as you make yourself an enemy of all those seeking the same goal as you. Noah's eyes turned sharp as he replied quickly. That is a dangerous thought, princess, a dangerous thought. Outwardly making oneself an enemy of all the terrifying powerhouses within the primordial empire was the last thing anyone would wish for, yet Princess Halcyon spoke of such possibilities with ease as at this moment, she pulled herself ever closer to Noah, to the point that her red lips came to his ear as she whispered the next set of words to enter his mind. A dangerous thought, but a possibility nonetheless. Her words were enticing, her golden eyes unblinking as she pulled back to lock her gaze with Noah before she continued. But even with such a thought, I feel like I cannot talk freely to you about such things, as there is little trust between us. That is why I propose a game of trust, Dowlord Osmont. With her eyes glimmering intensely with light, she began to look around the ballroom that felt like it was only the two of them dancing and all others gawking, her voice stretching to Noah once more. In this game, I will provide to you information. In the next minute or two, this peaceful banquet will be disrupted, and an attack will be made on your life. The weakest of those attacking you will be dowlords as the strongest, are monstrosities that have yet to appear in the primordial empire. Rumble, with eyes shining of confidence and serenity, her gaze returned to Noah as their hands were still intertwined, but she seemed utterly serious as she stared wordlessly towards Noah's increasingly sharp eyes. Chapter 1204, An Assassination. From their current positions, Halcyon could feel the gazes of all those around them as her mind was calm and serene for what was to come. She had seen much and done even more, her mind being forged over the years as when she understood what she must do, she did it. The moment that information was passed to their house about the appearance of a dowlord that was wiping out others of similar rank like mere weeds. She appeared in the cosmic battlefield. Before she even saw for herself this being utilize a rough mixture of laws and chaos to produce devastating attacks? She knew that the time she had been waiting for had come, so she told her own mother, the woman that presided over the entire house of Havenbreaker as the family head, that she would take care of this newly appearing dowlord, and even draw him into their house if need be. Of course, all were words said for her to achieve her own goals, mother. The word felt foreign to her, even if the woman gave birth to her millions of years ago. After such a long period of time passed and seeing so many things, it just never remained the same over the years. The brutality she had seen over the years. The plots and schemes. All of it was just laughable, yes. Before her eyes and what she had seen, it was truly laughable, but the man before her eyes, this was not something that she could ignore. It was one of the possible points in time where she could dip in her hands and possibly, just possibly, in this game, I will provide to you information. In the next minute or two, this peaceful banquet will be disrupted, and an attack will be made on your life. The weakest of those attacking you will be downlords, as the strongest are monstrosities that have yet to appear in the primordial empire. Even as she said the words, she found them ridiculous herself. But she couldn't deny them, as she had seen it now, and in the past, she had seen it, and it came to be true. This, she knew, and this was what she used to move. She studied the eyes of the man before her curiously to see how he would react, but he remained as closed off as ever, the golden glow of his eyes just becoming more condensed as he seemed like he could shoot off golden beams of light at any second. Is that so? His words were not a mental message, but spoken from his lips as they continued a hint of curiosity. Yes. She continued to study his expression as she brought her body closer to his while speaking slowly. I may know who is behind it, I think. But for now, I can only tell you about this coming attack and have you prepare. That is my game of trust. Afterwards, I hope you and I will be able to talk on equal terms. I hope we can talk on even closer terms as the repercussions of what is to come are dealt with, yes. Of what was to come. Such words and thoughts should have been terrifying for anyone to hear, but the man before her seemed unfazed as while holding onto her right hand, he spun her thrice before he brought their bodies close once more. Are we not already talking on close terms, Princess Halcyon, Princess? There was that word again. She didn't necessarily hate it, but she didn't like it nonetheless as she spoke up about it while unceasing her hand from the man before her and gazing at him with sharp eyes. Halcyon. Just call me Halcyon. Are you ready? She asked the man who seemed free and unfettered. She asked such a man if he was ready for an assassination on his life. To her wonder and surprise, he truly nodded with a smile as he cracked his neck side to side, his white and gold suit shimmering brightly as he replied effortlessly, I am ready. With a deep voice filled with power, his reply came. Halcyon nearly felt her heart flutter at such a scene, but this flutter didn't even come close before she laughed at herself and shut it down. No. You cannot get close to him. Never him. Her thoughts were her own as her golden eyes glimmered brightly, leaving the awe-inspiring figure of Lord Osmond as she glanced at the many women he brought with him that were currently staring daggers at her. Only the blue-haired woman that seemed like an icy queen staring at her with a calm smile. Halcyon then gazed at the green-colored figures from the House of Springforge and the red-colored ones from the House of Stormdust, bringing all of these beings and etching them into her mind as her gaze finally came back to rest on Lord Osmond, below his tight-fitting suit. She could already feel his dow lines surging as she nodded and took a few steps away from him. Then, we will talk again once. This ordeal is finished. Her words only lingered in the ears of the man before her whose smile had turned into a grin, his eyes blazing with battle intent as they truly did release beams of golden light at this moment. Then, their surroundings shattered. Halcyon's eyes took everything in slowly, watching as the void around them shattered as from it, multiple figures leaked out powerfully. It was what she saw millions of years ago. If she saw it, then more than likely it would come to pass, yet she still could not help but be shaken when it truly occurred. From the void, the pulsing hands from three unknown Dowlords stretched out towards Lord Osmond. The hands stemmed from figures that were clothed in black robes and veils throughout, a unique item that hid one's identity as even the brightening Dow lines beneath these garments couldn't be seen. Yet on top of these three Dowlords, there was also the aura of a being that looked like a blazing sun appearing right above Osmond from the void. This being held a different aura than the others, his outstretched hands already releasing a terrible skill, as this aura alone was something that Halcyon recognized. A glimpse of edicts. A being of such a level was leading the assassination of Lord Osmond, as his appearance was just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 1205 An Assassination. 2. A glimpse of edicts. Someone at such a level was leading the assassination of a single Dowlord. Halcyon looking at this dark-clothed figure closely to see if she could make out who he was, but she got nothing in return. She shook her head in frustration as in the slowed time, her gaze returned to the single Dowlord being targeted as there. She could see a man that was smiling so brightly as if he was receiving the biggest present of his life, a man without an ounce of worries, as even while surrounded by three Dowlords and a fourth one at her own level or the level of forefather Julius and Isaac, this being was facing it all with a smile and bright eyes that released beams of light. Halcyon being able to etch this scene to the depths of her mind before all five figures disappeared. Then, another set of resounding explosions echoed out as after the disappearance of Lord Osmond and his attackers. Even more terrifying things bloomed from the void. Tonight's terrifying attack was far from over. After the disappearance of Osmond and the four Dowlords that surrounded him, the void was seemingly not done with everyone as it spat out multiple figures that looked humanoid, but they were too overly plump in some places, as they also had three pairs of wings erupting from their backs. Their bodies released terrifying waves of essence. As this wasn't all, their coming was closed by one last entrant from the void, roar, with a body glimmering white and gold and seeming like a mixture of the most ancient animals. A beast stepped out of the void as its roar alone seemingly devoured its surroundings. The essence of ruination and the primordial das leaked dangerously from it as shockingly, such a combination of essences meant not lesser, but a grand primordial beast. Those at the level of lesser only held either ruination or primordial das, with those at the grand level holding both. Such a creature appeared from the void of the shattered ballroom within the primal haven tower as its gaze actually came to lock on Halcyon. The other figures of humanoid existences with 3 pairs of wings on their backs all rushed out powerfully in multiple directions as they targeted anything within the banquet hall, no matter what colors of what house they wore. Vile things. Halcyon couldn't help but show her distaste. Too many questions appearing on others' minds if they were the ones watching what she saw. Dowlords popping out to assassinate another? And then weird humanoid creatures along with a grand primordial beast following them. It raised too many questions and possibilities as Halcyon could only shake her head with a sigh, seeing the gaze of the terrifying grand primordial beast locked onto her with purpose and its myriad of wings behind its back flapping towards her. Halcyon sighed some more as her body had already been lit up with a myriad of essences. Even with everything aside, I have reached it as well, you know? A glimpse of edicts. What granted her the title of Foremother? It would definitely not be enough to handle a grand primordial beast, but it would be enough to hold it off for some time. What she could do would be enough, but she knew she wasn't alone. Forefather Isaac was here, and even the distasteful Foremother Rose that came with those from the House of Stormdust. With them and all the Dowlords within the Primal Haven Tower, it should be enough, before the terrifying grand primordial beast could smash into her. She also looked into the group of beings that Dowlord Osmond had brought with him, her gaze particularly locking with a certain Queen Dowager and a blue slime among others. With such a cluster of beings around her, even in all the chaos, she knew that she would survive. The question remained for the disappeared Dowlord Osmond, and exactly where he was taken by the attackers. What exactly was this being facing at this moment? Darkness. This was all that Noah could see, or what he should have been able to see. But under his eyes, everything was as clear as day. The very air around him felt viscous, as if the surroundings themselves were trying to weigh him down with the weight of universes. Essence that wasn't ruination or primordial surrounded everything as it was utterly black and devouring all light, the essence bringing a sense of repulsion to Noah as he saw everything around him. The 3 Dowlords that had been reaching out towards him to attack had been nothing but a diversion. The main culprit being the existence that had reached out above him, the existence with the same level of power as Princess Halcyon and the forefathers he had seen before that could make his danger bells ring. It was this dark-clothed being that had released an ability that covered all of them and took them to another location. As for where this location was, rumble. Noah wouldn't be given a chance to find out as the 3 Dowlords near him pulled back. Only the being that should have achieved the stage of a glimpse of edicts, similar to what Princess Halcyon mentioned, remaining above Noah as his hands were materializing a crimson spear that was being formed by the coagulation of multiple das and laws. It was someone similar to Noah that had been trying to put together laws and Daos, but his coalescence felt rough and unstable, as he didn't have the Samsara universal Dao origin trait nor the cosmic Dao of fusion that Noah had, but he was dangerous nonetheless, and Noah found to his awe that this wasn't the only dangerous aura around him. Apart from this existence and the 3 Dowlord that had pulled back, there were 3 pristine and colorful primordial beasts making his way over in this dark space, each of these terrifying beasts holding a figure on top of them that looked like a bulky humanoid with 3 pairs of wings erupting from their backs. It was a cluster of terrifying enemies, with many of them releasing an aura at the same level as Noah if not vassal above it, and all of these were prepared for Noah's assassination. But even in such a dangerous predicament, Noah only found himself marveling at the shocking reality before his eyes. Primordial beasts and Dowlords working together. He only marveled at such a fact briefly before his glimmering eyes took in everything around him, and then his body exploded with overbearing might and power. Chapter 1206, Tainted Ones. An attack had bloomed right in the heart of the Primordial Empire, one that involved Dowlords and primordial beasts as the culprits, as it would make one think how it was all possible. The gaze of the great conqueror was vast as he was the bane of any primordial beasts, being the one whose hands were stained the most with their golden blood. But even as this attack bloomed in one of the cosmos at the heart of the Primordial Empire, outside of it, everything seemed to be silent as if nothing had occurred. Not many would have answers for such a thing, but the glimmering gold figure of Halcyon took everything in while fantastical thoughts swam in her mind. It is easy to turn away the gazes of others when there is a snake on the inside. Her clear eyes glimmered at the sight of the primordial beast as she thought so, a snake. Deep within the primordial empire is for them to be capable of orchestrating this event while keeping away the gaze of the great conqueror. They were someone of great status and power. A big sigh left Halcyon's mouth as her body brimmed with essence while preparing for the incoming primordial beast. To think that someone like that would do such a thing is baffling. For what reason would one betray their very existence? A resounding question, and it was one that currently had no answers. The primordial empire was vast and with a myriad of moving pieces. With Halcyon simply being one of the many as just in her house alone, there were multiple existences that claimed the title of forefathers and foremothers, existences that had begun to touch upon the uniqueness of fusing DAOs and laws instead of burning them for runic DAO lines. Just how many have stopped their advance forward by burning all of their DAOs? As if she had all the time in the world and the dangerous existences moving around her didn't exist, Halcyon was lost in her own thoughts. The strongest existences below the head of her family were beings such as this who half studied the fusion of laws and DAOs and had already burned multiple of their DAOs into DAO lines at the same time. Only her mother and the family head of the House of Springforge had placed more focus on fusing DAOs and laws, as one would find very little runic DAO lines on their bodies, if any at all. The family head of the House of Stormdust was different as from her mother. Halcyon knew this being had already burned every single DAO he had collected, as the only things he had left were ruination and the primordial DAOs. The identity of all the family heads was somewhat special, this secret being. Something that very few knew in the primordial empire as it involved the great conqueror. These beings that stood at the top of the three factions of the primordial empire were actually those that had been with the great conqueror the longest, existences that could even be called his companions that rose with him in power. With a myriad of DAO lords and antiquities below them overseeing cosmos and their influence stretching over all the regions that their house influences, these beings were the strongest below the great conqueror, as the number of universes they had forged were simply astounding. In the secretive circles of the most powerful DAO lords within the primordial empire, many wondered about the relationship of these beings that seemingly came up together, and why at this moment three of them were fractured into different houses fighting for influence over each other, as the great conqueror stayed above all of them untouched and unbothered by their skirmishes. Were they friends, or were they enemies? There was too much history for an answer to be given for such a question. With the movements of the family heads barely being discernible over the years as they continued to collect the bounty of the lands they influenced, as they continued to collect countless marks of antiquity and forged an unknown number of universes to head towards a goal that only Aegon had reached, the cosmic realm. Halcyon played these words over and over again in her mind as she smiled, her thoughts moving to the entrant that had barely just begun to disrupt a closely kept balance. The appearance of DAO Lord Osmond, who had taken a single cosmos from the House of Stormdust, caused waves and ripples, but it should have been something that died with time, as now that everyone knew of his strength, winning the coming writs of challenge would be very hard for this newcomer. Well, that is what many would think. A golden glint flashed in Halcyon's eyes as she still watched the approaching primordial beast in slow motion, her thoughts moving faster than the speed of light as she could weave an entire book in less than a second. The newly appearing DAO Lord Osmond would not be so easily contained, with his path becoming barred after obtaining his first cosmos. Halcyon had her own special means, as she knew this, and it seemed that another party knew this as well. This was why they wouldn't give him the time to absorb the powers he had amassed and enjoy the marks of antiquity from his current boons. This was why they moved even under the nose of the great conqueror and took the risk to eliminate Osmond before he could sprout any further. An enemy is best plucked off before he blooms, but the question is just how far he has bloomed for them to be able to contain him. There were still many questions and mysteries that even Halcyon did not know, but she knew very well about herself and the things she had seen. The things she had seen coming could not be wrong, even though her thoughts moved faster than the speed of light. The charge of the primordial beast was not far behind, as after what seemed like forever, and yet as if no time had passed, the claws of the beast arrived before her with terrifying malice and power. Boom, Chapter 1207, Tainted Ones. 2. A bobbling blue slime was observing the scene before its eyes with utter excitement and interest, never having expected the boring affair of a banquet that his father had to attend to turn into such a fantastical reality. From the knowledge that its father shared with it and all the others, the blue slime knew the terrifying beast before them, that was double the current size of everyone, making it double the size of a galaxy, was a primordial beast that should have been even more powerful than the one that he faced alone days ago. Aside from this terrifying beast, there were also multiple dark-clothed existences that were like the DAO Lords they had been coming across. But the blue slime could smell a whiff of this scent off of them, even if they didn't look like humans or those of any other race, with their grotesque bodies and 3 pairs of wings erupting from their back, glancing at these glimmering wings that shone with a myriad of colors, the blue slime noticed an extremely odd similarity to the 5 pairs of wings atop the primordial beast that was currently moving towards the little princess that his father had been mingling with. Such a thing couldn't be a coincidence now, could it? The clothed monstrosities with 3 pairs of wings spread out with bodies brimming with bloodlust to rip apart anything they came across, while the primordial beast had already reached the small figure of Princess Halcyon. Her body moving in a calm manner, she raised her hand up and brought it down, its descent bridging with it an intense golden light that even caused the eyes of the blue slime to constrict. Strong, this was the thought that appeared through its simple mind when the slime watched the golden princess, who actually managed to withstand the charge of a terrifying beast, her voice echoing out soon after for all to hear. For Mother Rose. For Father Isaac. To me, let us tend to this beast that is defiling the primordial empire with its mere presence. Rumble. Her words held not even an ounce of disagreement, as her words caused the 2 powerful downlords to move, whether willingly or unwillingly, as they all went to stand against the primordial beast. But this was not what the blue slime was most interested in. What it truly focused on were the winged monstrosities that had begun to rip apart antiquities as if they were nothing, and they were matching the downlords nearby and winning, as they seemed like unstoppable creatures just a level below those called forefathers and foremothers. Under their dark layers of cloth, the blue slime could still feel their vibrantly rotating runic dowlines, as it couldn't help but feel its lips salivating. It always wondered what its universal devouring ability could do when he devoured existences past the level of antiquities, existences that had assimilated ruination and the primordial das, as they had deconstructed a myriad of their das and branded them onto their origins and souls as runic dowlines. I have absolutely devoured everything fully thus far. Would my ability really fail now? The thoughts of the blue slime were simple as it thought so. Even though the higher stages of power had their own set of rules, it still felt like the ability of universal devouring would continue to do what it defined itself to be able to do, completely and utterly assimilate everything devoured as they were its own. But aside from all the theorizing and possibilities, what else was there to do except actually devour and see the results? Father. The blue slime called out lightly towards the existence that was always there for it, even though his figure was whisked away by powerful combatants. None of them knew that he had a myriad of clones that he could utilize. You're ready? The calm voice of Noah rang out in the mind of the blue slime, the wiggly viscous body not being able to contain its excitement as it rose up and down. It wanted to devour, and it wanted to devour now. THRUM. The merging between an animus summon and a summoner was carried out silently as one of Noah's universal clones appeared in the form of light and quickly sunk into the figure of the blue slime. This wasn't the only light to do so, as next to the Queen Dowager, the same scene replicated, as her body erupted to take the form of a 10-headed dragon, and the figures of the colossal Helios Leviathan, Calamity Bear, Oculothorax. All of Noah's summons began to materialize in the chaotic space, as all of them already had one of Noah's clones merged with them, the clones of a being at the level of a downlord who could also utilize skills that elevated him to a stage of someone that had achieved a glimpse of edicts. The power they began to release raised eyebrows even in the chaotic space, but each of them were moving as if they were on the same wavelength, and they truly were, as Noah controlled all of the animus summons to move towards a single location, a space where one of the grotesque beings with 3 pairs of wings was ripping apart an antiquity, or much to its surprise and shock. It lifted its head to find existences with auras more powerful than any downlords had already surrounded it on all sides, as every part of its origin screamed danger. SKAAA. It let out a horrendous screech that released waves of assimilated essence of ruination and the primordial Tao. The current situation truly bring overkill for this creature, but Noah didn't care. He had already designated it as a meal for the blue slime, as the sheer ridiculousness of the universal devouring of the blue slime had to be tested. Bloom. He called out lightly, as within the enclosed space that his clones had formed around the screeching creature, the glorious color of cerulean blue stretched out as the body of the blue slime instantly came to cover the locked space. The creature screeching out, feeling impending doom at this moment, as in the next instant, a set of words echoed out: universal devouring. Whap, a flash of light, and an existence exhibiting strength above many downlords perished. Chapter 1208. Tainted Ones. 3. When it came to the uniqueness of the blue slime, Noah had many questions for its future growth, as much of them revolved around the path of runic dowlines and edicts, and exactly what happened when the blue slime devoured downlords. Would the branded daos that were already consumed to become runic dowlines be locked to the slime as well? Would he be capable of doing what Noah had to do after he made an entirely new trait and race, as he obtained both daos and runic dowlines from devouring different downlords? These were only questions in the past, But Noah could find answers now as he glanced at the creatures with 3 pairs of wings erupting from their backs while utilizing both eyes of truth and understanding from the cosmic Tao of fusion. The result of the identity of these creatures caused Noah's mind to buzz with awe. Tainted ones, existences of the current reality that are tinged with the origin blood of the primordial beasts that have the sole purpose of shattering this reality. The origin blood of primordial beasts is only obtained when they willingly release it while alive, and is no longer available when a primordial beast has its origin shattered, such an action causing the final result of the coagulation of a primordial heart. Those successfully tainted are granted a base increase of 25 million% to all parameters in their life force extended by 100 billion years. Tainted ones, existences that were actually aligned with the primordial beasts that sought to bring an end to their reality, this origin blood. Noah had a hint of worry as he read about the origin blood of the primordial beasts being the main ingredient to produce a tainted one, and he worried about the blue slime that had just cast universal devouring to wipe out one of these things termed tainted ones. BZZZZT, the surroundings trembled madly after the devouring was done, Noah noticing that even though everything should have been entirely devoured when the slime cast its skill, there was currently a black object floating powerfully amidst the viscous body of the blue slime as it screamed out that it wasn't an object that could be devoured. Noah quickly utilized eyes of truth and understanding as the body of the slime contracted to leave this obsidian circular object floating alone, its mere presence causing the surrounding void to shake fearfully. Coagulated origin blood, the origin blood of a still living primordial beast. When the beast is killed, this origin blood will fade away into nothingness. To be utilized, the consent of the primordial beast has to be given, and the consent of the one accepting the origin blood also has to be given. Upon successful absorption, a tainted one is born. Now this is new. Noah's consciousness focused on this origin blood as well as the changes that the blue slime was going through after devouring a tainted one, a Tao Lord that had devoured the origin blood of a primordial beast. He had to split his consciousness as on one side, the first ever loot that he couldn't freely utilize had appeared as on the other. The viscous body of the blue slime began to be covered with glimmering runic Tao lines after devouring a tainted one. Noah was merged with the blue slime. As he could feel everything closely, his consciousness marveling at what he saw as he confirmed a shocking reality with the unique race of universal emperor slimes. This was because he could sense a myriad of runic Tao lines ranging from lesser to cosmic runic Tao lines branded onto the body of the blue slime at this moment, and at the same time, he could feel these same Taos that the blue slime had before still assimilated into his origin. For example, the blue slime had the grand Taos of devouring, destiny, and vastness among many others, along with the cosmic Taos of phantasm and annihilation already assimilated. All of these Taos remain with the blue slime fully assimilated as from the runic Tao lines that Noah could sense being branded onto it. All of the above mentioned Taos were among them. Almost makes one jealous of this blue slime. Yes. The unique race of universal emperor slimes were enough to cause the envy of others as due to the ability of universal devouring, unique to them. They achieved what Noah had to create a whole race and trait to achieve, as they could actually have runic Tao lines and these respective Taos still stay with them without any losses. They could freely traverse the path of runic Tao lines by simply devouring other existences that had begun on them, and for as long as the blue slime didn't deconstruct any of its own assimilated Taos to it could also traverse the path of nomological edicts whenever the time came in the future. Father, I also have the assimilated Tao of ruination and the primordial Tao. The voice of the blue slime echoed out happily as the devoured Tao Lord that had turned into a tainted one had to have these two Taos assimilated before they could deconstruct and reconstruct anything, and now all of them were under the belt of the blue slime. As with this development, the strongest combatant below Noah was born. Noah's consciousness showed his happened with the merged slime as the circular ring his anima summons had formed was released at this moment, the ever-rising aura of the blue slime that was raging harder than any Tao Lords nearby, blaring out madly as Noah's voice echoed out in the minds of his summons, aid and destroy. Rip apart any tainted ones you find as thereafter. We will tackle the grand primordial beast with the others. The eyes of all the anima summons shone with glorious beams of light as Noah said this, the scenes of the chaos all around being reflected on their eyes as from Noah. They understood that they couldn't stand against a grand primordial beast at this moment. Roar. The forefather and the two foremothers could barely defend against it even with all their power, this beast showing a manifested origin of thousands of universes and unbridled strength that even those at the stage of a glimpse of edicts couldn't match, so their targets were the tainted ones flying freely amidst the chaos and ripping apart Tao Lords and antiquities from the three houses alike. Noah's summons coming to stand before the figures of the calm Adelaide and other women that were already behind the protective lines that the Emperor Penguin and Oathkeeper had formed among other antiquities from Noah's party. As antiquities, they couldn't do much at this battle again. Dowlords turned into tainted ones, as all they could do was absorb the experience they were being displayed. Move out. Noah's command resounded in the minds of the animus summons as while merged with his clones, they moved to match the existences that had actually placed themselves on the side of the primordial beasts. They moved with fervor to match the terrifying existences known as tainted ones. Chapter 1209, What Made You So Bold? Amidst the chaos, the eyes of Princess Halcyon continued to shine with astounding glory as shockingly, one could see the target of the grand primordial beast was her, and such a scene was as clear as day for all to see, as even the figures of Foremother Rose and Forefather Isaac seemed shocked at the ferocity the beast was throwing against her, yet she seemed unruffled even while constantly on the defensive, a golden light descending down to block the blows of the grand primordial beast as every time she was thrown back, with this light gradually becoming dimmer and dimmer. The figures of Foremother Rose and Forefather Isaac shone with brilliance as they came to her aid, their bodies releasing crimson and golden glows respectively as they cast the abilities unique to their houses to layer a multitude of shields around Princess Halcyon. A moment later, as they didn't even bother attacking the grand primordial beast, maybe if more beings at their level were here, they could stand a chance to defeat this creature. But since its aim seemed to purely be to ravage Princess Halcyon, all they had to do was cast defensive skills against her that continued to be broken constantly, amidst the glows of crimson, green, and gold surrounding her. Princess Halcyon could be seen with an utterly serene expression as her eyes were even landing on the figures of the blue slime and newly appearing summons that had joined the fray against the three winged abominations. The tainted ones finally make their appearance, as those detestable things now don't seem too far away. Her thoughts were not even on this battle as she thought of other matters, but with their appearance, it further affirms that this Osmond might just be, boom, while withstanding another attack from the grand primordial beast. Halcyon thought of the many things she had seen as she recited to herself, the open descent of the tainted ones shows the way. Endless seas converge and are called upon. Shattered links becoming one with never-before-seen speed. With hands filled with much yet desiring more, glimmering balls of light will be shackled to his core, words that she found herself reciting since she was 10 years old. Just a mere portion of words that she repeated throughout her life, and this portion was only now playing before her eyes millions of years later. She was never one for riddles, and it was why she both hated and loathed such riddles that continued to repeat in her mind over the years. The open descent of tainted ones is fairly simple to understand, but endless seas converging? Shattered links becoming one with never-before-seen speed? Her thoughts danced on the second and third verses that she still found herself wondering about, as she was fairly sure of what the last one meant. The balls of light shackled to his core should be cosmos, which means, boom, yet another strike from the primordial beast thundered from the primordial beast as Halcyon was forcefully shaken out of her stupor. At the same time, the voice of Forefather Isaac rang out for all to hear as he spoke in a grim fashion. I cannot get word out to anyone. We are surrounded by a terrifying barrier that no mental waves of communication can cross. His voice caused the hearts of the Dowlords and antiquities to turn ashen as Halcyon kept her stout demeanor. Why would they bother even turning away the gaze of the great conqueror if they couldn't stop anymore from entering the primal haven tower? Her eyes danced on everything occurring as she wasn't worried, and the source of this came from the figures that had began to move with fervor at this very moment. BZZZT, a glimmering cerulean figure of a blue slime the size of half a galaxy was tearing across the shattered void of the primal haven tower as a myriad of runic dowlines floated over its viscous skin. Its figure fearlessly smashing into a tainted one as above its head, a terrifying will screaming of ancientness appeared, primordial wheel of extinction. Its voice echoed out a second later as this terrifying will began to turn, each turn causing the body of the tainted one before the blue slime to constrict and become stiffer as during this time, the body of the blue slime expanded to cover the tainted one as universal devouring, whap, the creature disappeared a second later. With its disappearance, the aura around the blue slime blazed ever higher as even more runic dowlines now swirled over its cerulean body, an obsidian, coagulated origin blood, that it couldn't devour disappearing silently amidst the chaos as its body moved to find another tainted one. What a unique creature. Halcyon certainly thought so as when she gazed at the 10-headed dragon, golden crow, and a myriad of other existences that now carried with them the unique signature of Dowlord Osmond. She saw the battle that they were losing slowly stabilize as the tainted ones were matched and even slowly being killed, the major obstacle remaining to be the grand primordial beast that they were defending against. Whatever is happening here has been planned very well, with no aid coming to us anytime soon. Halcyon's voice echoed out in the surroundings as it was focused on Forefather Isaac and Foremother Rose. Stand strong and defend with everything you have, these creatures will not dare be here for too long. THRUM, her voice echoed out as her golden hair danced on her shoulders, her hands raised up as above her head, numerous glimmering golden shields that numbered in the millions formed and rose, these shields beginning to rotate around her madly as she continued to do what she was intent on doing, that was, to defend as she waited. Waited to see what the results of this battle would be, and what results Downlord Osmond would have with whatever he was currently facing, in an unknown location where the very atmosphere itself felt like a viscous dredge that dragged one down, the weight being akin to that of dozens of universes weighing one down. There were dark-clothed Downlords and even powerful tainted ones situated atop 3 primordial beasts. These beasts at least being lesser, as the situation wasn't one that was entirely bleak for a newly rising Downlord that had touched the boundary of edicts. It was not a bleak situation, but it was one that should guarantee the death of a single Downlord. The core word to pay attention to here was should, but the Downlord in question was releasing waves of baleful essence as if he wasn't the one on the chopping board to be massacred, his eyes releasing golden beams of light as he spoke out chillingly towards the enemies surrounding him. I haven't gotten the chance to spam for a while, and for that, I thank you, THRUM, as primordial beasts, Downlords, and tainted ones rushed towards him. The figure of Noah actually got comfortable as he sat in a meditative position, his body domineeringly releasing the light of countless skills. Chapter 12:10. What made you so bold? 2. Forefather Julius looked at the glimmering figure of Downlord Osmond behind his hooded veil that covered everything, even his aura. 3 other Downlords were nearby along with 3 lesser primordial beasts that came with 3 tainted ones, and with all of them surrounding a single enemy, one might even think the roles of predator and prey were switched. This was because Downlord had coolly sat in a meditative position after releasing domineering words as if primordial beasts were not coming for him, as if Forefather Julius himself was not above him preparing for an attack that had at its basis the daos of extinction and annihilation. As well as the laws of fire and death, this was a combination that after millions of years, Forefather Julius felt was the one with the most possibility to form into a nomological edict, even if it was a minor one, but it had never become a possibility as he continued to search for what was missing, and the more he was able to utilize it and watch the extinction and annihilation of others as their origins and souls burnt to cinders, he felt like he could come ever closer to this edict. So he followed the commands given as he brought Downlord Osmond into a space even he detested, a space filled with a type of essence that denied all existences except the primordial beasts and those under their protection. A space that was no larger than a universe, but its uniqueness was nothing to scoff at, the edge of reality, the edge of reality. Another term was also known as pandemonium. All of these were names that Forefather Julius and others that had come to know for a unique area filled with the dark and repulsive essence that weighed on one like the shackles of countless universes, the essence that they unconsciously knew as pandemonium, as it wasn't one existences like them could traverse. Its effects were more than just shackling beings as they felt the weight of innumerable universes on them. With any Downlord brought into such a place being cut off to any atmospheric essence as only pandemonium was around them. One's mana was drained constantly as their life force would soon follow after they lost their protections, death being all but certain for those not under the protection of the primordial beasts. This was because only primordial beasts could freely traverse the edge of reality, only they could traverse pandemonium, as it was them who had begun devouring the current reality to give way for such a detestable environment to appear. The more cosmos they devoured, the more they gained the authority to nibble and devour at the edge of reality as pandemonium spread. This current space of pandemonium they were in was only a small portion that was brought over and spat out by a powerful primordial beast, and it was hidden in the folds of space near the primordial empire, as very few were even allowed to know of it. A grand primordial beast more often than not occupied this space, and the one who oversaw this pandemonium was sent to wipe out Halcyon of the House of Havenbreaker, Julius's mission being to work with the Tainted Ones and the lesser primordial beast to erase a single Downlord Osmond, a single Downlord that was now situated in a meditative position as countless rays of light began to emanate from him, as if he wasn't the prey in this whole situation. Noah's mind was utterly calm as when surrounded by this many enemies, the first thing he did was cast endless rays of time over a dozen times, changing the position of these rays to be releasing out with him at the very center, his body becoming illuminated as he covered any area around him with these rays. One had to recall the ridiculous capability of this skill to understand the shocking reality that was about to play out. Endless rays of time, May 5th, an area of effectability that utilizes the Tao essence of Chronos, reincarnation, spacetime, and vitality, along with the laws of life and death to bring to fruition scorching Rays that tear apart time itself wherever they cross. Enemies hit by the rays of time experience body and soul degradation, instantaneous necrosis, minus 100,000% movement and attack speed, and minus 100,000% reduction to physical, DAS, and laws resistance. Once the ability activates, it continues to rain down the rays of time until it is deactivated. Once cast, it continues on until deactivated. The only thing that it required of the caster was to have the mana to back up its continuous casting. Noah cast such an ability multiple times as he felt like he was surrounded by a circular deathly silver light that covered all of his sides, any enemies that wished to even come near him having to first go through these rays of time, any attacks that were sent towards him, also had to survive the endless rays of time before they could reach him. It was a truly stupendous skill that when utilized correctly it could essentially make Noah invincible to enemies of the same level for as long as they couldn't defend against the ravages of time. They would all but perish. If there was a being stronger than him, or someone that had an ability similar to this that combined multiple DAS and laws, then they could defend. If it was someone with nomological edicts, then they could defend, but any others, perish. You shall all perish, RUUMBLE. His voice was vibrant as it spread out with the countless rays that now illuminated Dowlords, Tainted Ones, and primordial beasts alike. What made you all bold enough to think you could hold me or even threaten my life? BZZZT. The endless rays of time released gloriously as they shone over the existences nearby, their expressions drastically changing as within the circular protective layer of deathly light. Noah raised his hand as he waved it over the dark mass of essence all around him. Was it this pandemonium that made you all so bold? Apart from the shock of Noah's brazen attack, alarm rose on their faces as he said such words casually, none of them knowing the tools Noah had on his hands, as he had already discerned the environment around him with eyes of truth and understanding. The reality that would be enough to make one's skin crawl was vividly present before his eyes. Pandemonium, a cluster of essence born from the destroyed portion of reality. Any existences apart from the primordial beasts and those under their influence are afflicted with a myriad of status effects. All mana and health regeneration is nullified, mana reserves are reduced by 50%, health reserves are reduced by 60%, movement, cast, and attack speed are reduced by 100,000%, a terrifying truth that would be enough to destroy any Dowlord revealed itself to Noah, but he was no common Dowlord. Chapter 12:11 Disbelief. Pandemonium, a terrifying environment that actually nullified all mana and health regeneration as well as drastically reducing the reserves of both health and mana, along with a myriad of other terrifying effects as they would make any common being perish in a matter of seconds. This was especially so when faced against enemies, as mana was more often than not the lifeline of all beings. If one could not regenerate their mana, how could they fight? The moment their reserves ran out, they were marked for death. This was what the existences surrounding Noah in this small cluster of pandemonium knew, and it was why they were all the more surprised when they saw him utilize tremendously high-taxing abilities that called upon the essences of many DAS and laws to bring forth a terrifying ability. Forefather Julius knew all too well the high cost of such abilities, as he had begun on such a path himself, so his shock was even further elevated when Noah spoke of pandemonium so freely as if he knew exactly what it was, and even after knowing exactly what it was, he was unbothered as he proceeded to do this. THRUM, the vile essence of pandemonium churned as from Noah's figure. The illumination of countless rays of time stretched out and covered everything in a mere instant. The figures of the three Dowlord blazed with power as their runic Dow lines vibrated intensely, all of their strength intent on defending against this attack, but to their dismay, they found it all getting bypassed as their origins began to cry out fearfully with age. The first thing they felt were the horrific status effects of body and soul degradation, and this was followed by instantaneous necrosis. As their muscles and bones began to turn black with death, their bodies then became lethargic as they could barely move, the weaved essences of Chronos, reincarnation, spacetime, and vitality wrapping around them in a terrifying manner as the laws of life and death danced upon their origins gleefully. These three beings that were still mere Dowlords could not defend, BZZZT, but on the body of the dark-clothed forefather Julius, his hands released a unique light that was the culmination of a few DAS and laws, this light wrapping around his body protectively as it formed into a barrier that seemed like it could break at any second. But it held through constantly against the radiating endless rays of time. An existence that had achieved a glimpse of edicts could defend, for a certain period of time at least. Then there were the three primordial beasts and the tainted ones above them. These unique existences released a burst of power, more so from the bodies of the enormous primordial beasts, a unique authority stemming from them as they sought to fight against the rays of time. The bodies of the primordial beasts shone with a myriad of colors as they seemed to have an innate defense against this coalescence of Daos and laws, but even with the defensive light there was still some damage that pent water across as their vibrant luster began to dim ever so little. All of this was just from Noah spamming endless rays of time, a few dozen times to cover all of their surroundings. He still sat in a meditative position as his origin pulsed with power, his heart going forward to feel the mixture of Daos and laws in this skill being cast constantly, as even in the midst of all this, he was still trying to find a path for a nomological edict. It didn't have to be something as profound as the nomological edict of samsara, just something established and powerful that seamlessly took the fusion of multiple Daos and laws. He felt like a child stumbling in the dark, a barely flashing flashlight in his hands as he searched for something grand ahead of him. Even if he found it, it would be hard to grasp onto it, but as the days passed, he felt like he could do it. All he had to do was find it. All he had to do was to find the path, as the cosmic Tao of fusion would do the rest. As he held one flashing light that was the endless rays of time in one hand, Noah's thoughts moved as his words echoed out across the vile essence around him, bringing another source of light to show the way. Primordial wheel of extinction, primordial wheel of extinction, primordial wheel of extinction, a skill requiring immense mana reserves that put together the primordial Tao and the Tao of extinction began to revolve as ancient-looking runic wheels began to rotate. Noah's voice continuing to echo out as he called out dozens of them in a single second. Primordial wheel of extinction, primordial wheel of extinction, primordial wheel of extinction. He continued to spam the terrifying wheels of extinction that each chose a target that would be constantly compressed and suffocated by the two cosmic Daos until death. Every single one of the existences standing against Noah in this small space of pandemonium, facing tens of these wheels in a matter of seconds. As a fantastical scene played out at this moment, it was the scene of a single being situated peacefully as endless rays of light released from him to cover everything, and now an array of seemingly endless primordial wheels turned menacingly as they enclosed everything in a circle. Their multicolored ancientness making it seem like primal circles were constantly turning in the void. Each turn of the wheels would suffocate and constrict existences with the aid of two cosmic essences. The ever-present rays of time hit all those they came across with body and soul degradation and instantaneous necrosis every moment, such a level of an attack and spamming being something that very few existences could handle. Crack. 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 The resounding and horrendous cracks of three origins could be heard as the three normal Tao Lords were the first to perish under the relentless spamming. Nearly seconds had passed, and the countless rays of time continued as the primordial wheels of extinction. They seemed to continue multiplying endlessly in a dangerous and unbelievable fashion. Chapter 12:12, Disbelief. 2. Disbelief. This was just one of the myriad of emotions Forefather Julius and the primordial beasts were feeling, and how could they not be in disbelief when your reality that should have played out before their eyes happened in the exact opposite fashion? An existence brought into pandemonium was as good as dead, with one barely being able to tap into their mana reserves to do anything. So why was the being before their eyes seemingly using mana as if he had endless reserves of it? How could he repetitively and obscenely cast abilities that required the compatibility of many Daos to come to fruition? It was an obscene reality to see. Simply disgusting what this being was currently doing. BZZZZT. Forefather Julius felt the shattering origins of the three Tao Lords of his house as his heart was cold, knowing exactly of the terrifying process that they had died of as he was constantly facing it right now. Terrifying rays of Tao and Law essences tried to degrade his origin and soul constantly from one end, while all around them, wheels that spun with the unique mixture of the primordial Tao and extinction spun crazily to try and break down everything about them. One or even five wheels spinning to constrict them was terrifying enough, but there were dozens of wheels targeting a single person at this moment, as this being before them seemed to have endless mana to call forth these ancient wheels. So each of them were facing constantly restricting forces trying to rip them apart every moment, and they could do nothing but try to defend, as trying to manipulate mana to do anything else would result in death. Never in his wildest dreams did Forefather Julius think an existence like him would be looking at this possibility when all of this started. Him, a forefather of the grand primordial empire, but at this moment, all he could do was weave together the essence of a few Daos and laws to edge upon the stage of edicts. All he could do was protect himself as his mana was burned up crazily in the process, and he had already begun burning up his universes for essence, as he knew if this situation continued, death was all but at hand. The question was whether he would be accepting it. Uo, the bellows of the furious primordial beasts and the tainted ones above them, downlords from his house that had chosen to chase for even more power by joining closer to these beasts. Each of them was feeling the ravages of the abilities Osmond laid out upon them, as their deaths would come even sooner than forefather Julius's. The heart of this old existence was calm even in the face of possible death. As he still looked at possibilities to overcome it, if I can complete my weaving of the Daos, if I can finish forming my nomological edict. In the face of extreme danger and threat of death, forefather Julius burnt dozens of the over 2,000 universes he still held as his eyes closed serenely. He tried to do what many beings sought in the midst of deathly battle, to achieve a breakthrough and somehow come out alive on the other side because of it. The only question was whether such a fantasy would become a reality for this old existence. Roar. The roars of primordial beasts continued as their multicolored bodies began to lose their luster, but they were still relentlessly trying to forge a path towards Noah's serene figure. All of these were tuned out by forefather Julius as he defended and tried to communicate with the Daos. Coincidentally, Noah was also already in a meditative position with a light smile on his face. Sensing the endless casts of the rays of time and the primordial wheel of extinction as he saw the constant mixing of Daos and laws, he still found no way forward even after he and his clones had played with these very same skills countless times in the Ruination realm, where time moved at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, where Noah couldn't even count how many times he had cast them while trying to find a path forward. At this point, he wasn't forcing it anymore as he sighed and opened his eyes, glancing at the struggling enemies that were still doing their best to withstand the endless rays of time and the turning of the primordial wheels of extinction. Towards such a scene, Noah showed a devilish grin as this spamming session reminded him of a particular skill he hadn't cast recently. A skill that should show a ridiculous rate of casting, as it was the most easily spammable ability in his arsenal. Well, it would be fun to watch downlords and primordial beasts possibly die from a mere fireball. Fireball. An ability of the lowest rank, but one shouldn't look down upon it, as depending on the caster the results could be vastly different. When Noah cast it the last few times, the fireballs released were scorching suns that came out like bullets from a Gatling gun, Noah's boosts on attack and cast speed being terrifying then. But that was in the past. At this moment in time, Noah's percentage boosts in cast and attack speed, not to mention the increase in the AoE, area of effect, capabilities. It wasn't just terrifying as it had gone into realm of fantasy. Cast speed was just how quickly one manipulated their mana to call forth the desired skill to manifest outwardly, and attack speed was how fast this cast ability moved after it materialized. Area of effect was merely the zone that the cast ability affected, and it could range from a few meters to even miles depending on the skill. Just from the percentage boost of the runic Dao lines of annihilation alone, there was a 10 million% boost to AoE, cast, and attack speed. Then, Noah had tens of millions of percentage boosts from other Daos and runic Dao lines, as well as the ridiculous boost of the nomological edict of Samsara that granted 10,000,000% to all parameters. All in all, he had terrifying numbers working with him that when he would go ahead to cast Fireball, the scene playing out was something that even he would be shaken by. Chapter 12-13. In the past, Noah had dabbled on games that allowed him to specialize the build of his character to a large extent, where he could stack numerous boosts and chained abilities that when he cast them they would fill up the whole screen and cause it to momentarily freeze. He didn't have a bad internet connection or graphics, but his ping would always run too high as his screen froze or lagged, only for it to come to normal seconds later, where the entire room of the map he was in was cleared by the very same skills he cast to cause it to freeze in the first place. This was one of the few apt descriptions one could use to even try and explain what was about to happen. While still releasing endless rays of time on the primordial wheels of extinction, Noah went forth and cast Fireball just for fun, just for old time's sake. He knew that the enemies before him would fall sooner or later, and he just wanted to be a tad bit more insulting to them if such elevated existences could fall to mere fireballs. In the past, scorching suns came out when he cast the skill. This time around, Fireball, 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 Fireball. In the span of an instant, Noah cast this simple low-ranking ability to bloom all around him countless times, too many times. It barely required any mana, and out of all abilities its cast and attack speed was already considered unmatched as it came out with utter ferocity and might. Noah marveled as instead of suns, he saw intricately scorching miniaturized galaxies that blazed with a crimson light bloom by the tens of billions before his eyes. Was it billions, or was it even more? He couldn't be entirely sure, as when they suffused around him, there were too many of them blooming as they didn't even have space themselves. the speed they spread outwards becoming shocking as they squeezed each other to be released out. BZZZZT, before they even spread a few dozen light years, since mind you Noah and the others had their current sizes be those of genuine galaxies at around 300,000 light years before these fireballs even spread out a few dozen of these light years. Noah could swear that it seemed time came to a stop. An instant later, when his thoughts could move again, he saw the blooming crimson sea that was countless fireballs now covering hundreds of thousands of light years as space and time seemed to freeze again. BRRRT, a process of freezing and things returning back to normal as the pace of the crimson sea of scorching galactic fireballs had someone advanced another hundred of thousands of light years. When everything resumed one more, a crimson sea had somehow bathed every part of the small cluster of pandemonium they were in. There was only an instant, and then the hundreds of billions, or was it trillions? Noah couldn't fully count them all as they constantly squeezed each other for space, but all of these countless fireballs exploded. The explosions seemed to start, but never finished. Noah would see the blooming explosions as it felt like space and time froze a moment later, and then it would resume as the terrifying explosions continued again. But when the crimson glow of these countless fireballs that were actually scorching galaxies suffused throughout the small cluster of pandemonium across Noah's endless rays of time and primordial wheels of extinction, a horrific explosion echoed out as this was the one where Noah felt his nomological edict of samsara ring, as if space and time was truly affected as for what felt like forever and also a short period of time. He found himself just staring in a blank crimson light, just a field of crimson light, and nothing else. He he tried to voice out lightly as his voice came out in jumbled mixtures, as if space and time had not gotten back into proper order at this moment. Then, his surroundings shook gloriously as the crimson light that covered everything finally seemed to recede and shatter as if it was there but also never there to begin with. The scene resumed. The darkness of pandemonium resumed as Noah's endless rays of time were the only thing that remained. Even the primordial wheels of extinction were gone as uniquely for this ability it faded away when its targets were not there anymore. The dark-clothed forefather Julius was not there anymore, his past position only holding shimmering universal filament cores, seemingly endless multicolored Dow lines, and other uniquely glimmering loot. Where the three primordial beasts used to be, three pulsing primordial hearts lay as above them, the universal filament cores and runic Dow lines of the tainted ones lay. Noah had no words as he found out that he had actually wiped away the whole map of enemies after his recent actions. Wiped them all out. No matter if they had glimpsed edicts or if they were lesser primordial beasts after reality was frozen in a crimson light, he came back to find that everything was wiped away. How? He couldn't help but marvel at such a scene as he also hoped to understand how. Had a reaction occurred that he wasn't privy to? Had something, his thoughts on how trailed off as he found himself paying attention to the only thing remaining apart from the loot. It was the terrifying endless rays of time that continued to emanate from him and shoot out in all directions. This, Noah's heart buzzed and ached as he observed the crimson-tinged endless rays of time. Yes, tinged crimson as there was still an obscene amount of the law of fire present after the cast of trillions of fireballs. The endless rays of time used to be deathly silver in the past, but they now had thin crimson lines running through them from the intense burst of the law of fire from the countless fireballs that just erupted out. When Noah looked at these rays of time now with the addition of the crimson lines, his body couldn't help but shake as when he glanced at it, he couldn't help but feel it looked sublime. It looked like something that should be exactly the way it is. Something that was missing something, but now it had it. This was how everything had seemingly been frozen as even reality was twisted, and when everything cleared no enemies remained. This was a possible culmination of many Daos and laws coming together. Something that nobody could search for as it had to coincidentally come to them, something that only came together when bathed by trillions of fireballs. It was a possible pathway for one to form, a nomological edict. RUUMBLE, Chapter 12:14. Everything has a price. A deathly silver light that was now tinged crimson. A mixture of laws and Daos that was forced to stay together unstably before, and yet now it was shining brilliantly as if a single piece of a puzzle had completed it. Truthfully, Noah did not fully understand how the law of fire completed and stabilized the myriad of Daos and laws under the skill of the endless rays of time. The chosen Daos for the endless rays of time were Chronos, reincarnation, spacetime, and vitality, along with the laws of life and death. The idea that the vibrant and raging law of fire would be the stabilizer to bring all of this together, a mere law of fire, was not something that Noah completely understood, but he didn't need to understand because as long as everything came together seamlessly, he could enact the cosmic Tao of fusion to bring it all together. As long as they were compatible, they could be fused into something beautiful. THRUM. The golden white suit he wore billowed in the uncomfortable waves of pandemonium as his expression hardened, his body beginning to be suffused with the light of the primordial Tao and ruination. The essence of these Taos was required to call forth fusion, and he was doing so with fervor as the multicolored essence of this cosmic Tao erupted out, Noah controlling it to suffuse over the endless rays of time around him. Other beings who would have glimpsed an edict such as this would be chasing it all their lives or try to recreate what they felt here today until they succeeded. But Noah directly washed over the collection of Taos and laws with a unique cosmic essence as a moment. Later, unique waves of essence began to undulate, thump, like the beating of a heart, thump, like something just waking up. Noah's eyes glimmered with an array of colors as his origin thrummed. Observing the process carefully as he saw within the endless rays of time, thin lines of Taos and laws were becoming separated and plucked off by the essence of fusion as one by one, these lines began to surround each other in a circle. Chronos became a thin purple line that pulsed calmly, reincarnation glimmered white as it pristine bathed its surroundings, spacetime and vitality shone black and green as the laws of life and death took these same colors, lines of these Taos and laws serenely rotated around each other as finally, a crimson line of blazing flames representing the law of fire came in last as it actually wrapped around the lines standing together in a cylindrical fashion. And then it began to pull all of them together. The cosmic essence of fusion also gushed into this mixture as an eruption of glorious light ensued, the myriad of separate lines slowly coming close as they disappeared into each other, slowly but surely becoming a singular line, THRUM. The myriad of lines came infinitely close to fusing together into a singular one, but at a certain point, they all came to a stop. Noah's bright eyes observed the situation carefully as even when his origin gushed out more of the cosmic essence of fusion, there was no reaction to the cluster of lines about to become one as it seemed apart from everything Noah had done. There was still another piece he was missing. Noah was unhindered as his hand grabbed towards the cluster of lines yet to become one, these lines reacting to him as they seamlessly sunk into his body, and through the connection of his primordial ruination clone they swiftly appeared in the origin on Noah's strongest body, in the main origin of the universal body. This cluster of lines came to float peacefully at the center as they still thumped like a beating heart, each thump releasing waves of information as Noah's eyes shone brightly. Even when everything has been met, to actualize a true nomological edict into existence requires a price, his voice echoed out gloriously as he glanced upon a certain truth. To be the one to design and hold the title as the architect of a nomological edict and actualize such a thing into their reality, one had to pay a price that wasn't just mere essence. It had to be the vital essence of one's own origin, and it was why the ready-to-be fused cluster of lines were situated peacefully within Noah's origin at this moment. They sought the essence of the myriad of splendiferous universes within before a brand new nomological edict could be actualized. As for the price of actualizing a nomological edict such as the one Noah was trying to, the waves of information released from the ready-to-be fused cluster of lines told him clearly, 1,000 splendiferous universes. More universes than what he even had currently in his universal body were a grand 633 universes rotating powerfully within was considered small at this moment when just days ago such a number was unthinkable. At such a development, Noah merely scoffed off as he spoke to himself with a smile, no matter. It is merely a delay of what, a day or less. With what I have on hand, the eyes of the primordial ruination clone glanced at the three pulsing primordial hearts and the cluster of pandemonium on top of the runic dowline enhancers and universal filament cores. A single primordial heart was duplicated by him as it granted him hundreds of universes and birthed multiple antiquities, a portion of this heart still remaining in Noah's hands even now. With the addition of 3 primordial hearts and the universal filament cores of multiple Downlords, Noah would be able to forge a few thousand universes as he reached the stages these forefathers were on in terms of forged universes right away. Having to pay the price of 1,000 splendiferous universes to actualize his own nomological edict then, would not be an issue. Chapter 12:15 Everything has a price. 2. This was the price the architect of a certain level of a nomological edict had to pay. Thereafter, they gained unique authority and right as the architects as any beings that used their edict. The information Noah was receiving cut off here as his eyes flashed with care. The nomological edict of samsara was something that another existence designed, and Noah didn't yet know just what power holders of edicts had as he had to move carefully. He didn't think the architect of this edict was the primordial he got it from. As things would have never ended that easily with her if this was the case, it was an area for him to be careful in, but since he hadn't sensed anything wrong so far, he would wait to see until he himself established his nomological edict to see what authority its architects gained. with high spirits and having found a proper combination of laws and das that was just waiting for him to complete into an edict, Noah waved his hands to collect the loot displayed around him as the cluster of pandemonium turned dimmer once more. 3 primordial hearts from lesser primordial beasts. The vibrant multicolored treasures still caused Noah's heart to beat faster as they simply represented too many marks of antiquity and splendiferous universes. He put aside these and the universal filament cores. Even finding from the bundle of loot that was dropped from the Dowlords some skill books that were even outshined by the cores and runic Dow lines, Noah glanced at their details briefly as he saw nearly all of the skill books in the small cluster were lesser than many that he had designed himself, but he learned them all regardless even if they wouldn't be utilized in the future, and they would of course be extra additions to the library feature of the infinite cosmos, no resources to be wasted. Noah thought simply with a smile as he grasped onto 33 runic Dowline enhancers. 33 was a terrifying number as each of them represented a 5% enhancement of his cosmic runic Dow lines, which was 500,000 of the base 10 million % boost that when multiplied by this number 0.1 received a total percentage greater than what even a single cosmic Dow line could provide, over 16,500,000% increase in percentage boosts as such a ridiculous reality meant Noah would be so much further ahead than other Dowlords, where even if he hadn't burnt as many cosmic Das as them, his boosts could still be greater, and depending on how many Dowlords landed on his lap in the future depending on how many tainted ones decided to gift themselves to him, it was bound to be a fantastical farming experience. His eyes still had a bright luster as he gazed around the small cluster of pandemonium he was in. Having obtained crucial information from this experience as he now knew primordial beasts had already begun eating up the current reality, cosmos acting like barriers as when they were devoured, these beasts could chew off more of the reality and create spaces like this, places with a repulsive essence that seemed utterly opposed to life. And Noah looked at this essence of pandemonium closely as his fingers played with its viscous form before him. When he found nothing from it but the sense of repulsion, he left it alone as he made a note to even come back here in the future and study this unique environment some more, but for now, he would have to delve back into the Golden Citadel where the glorious primal haven tower that was under attack lay. The battle there still at its peak as Noah had just finished his way too damn fast. He was facing multiple primordial beasts, tainted ones, and Dowlords alone, and yet he finished it all and was now ready to openly appear and reinforce those within the primal haven tower. Before he left, his mind had already laid out the next steps for himself as most important were the duplication of the primordial hearts and beginning to absorb them and forge the 1,000 required universes and even more, with the next step being to cause the successful actualization of his first nomological edict. This process should go relatively fast as Noah expected to have a nomological edict established with the day. But now, it was time for his grand reappearance, within the cluster room pandemonium. His figure became suffused with a silver luster as he actually tore away from this unique environment, his figure teleporting at the same exact position that he was taken away from not too long ago. The primal haven tower had descended into further chaos as Noah's summons began to run rampant, their figures becoming prominent as they hunted the tainted ones, causing the most chaos. Meanwhile, the body of the grand primordial beast was luminous, glowing at this moment, having recently released a terrifying attack a few seconds back that threw back all 3 defending forefather and foremothers as if they were kites with their strings cut. A sense of disbelief was hidden deep in the eyes of this primordial beast, and this was because it could sense the life force of the lesser primordial beasts that were in the cluster of pandemonium that it controlled. Now, all 3 had died simultaneously, causing the senses of this grand primordial beast to overflow as it wanted to complete its mission right away. So it released a stupendous ability that required the sacrifice of dozens of universes, and the result was that the efforts of 3 existences that had achieved a glimpse of edicts to be heavily injured. Bzzzt, the body of the primordial beast crackled with power as its claws ever so always remained focused on the figure of Princess Halcyon. Her golden dress was currently stained red as one could see her fair shoulder was pierced, crimson blood leaking out freely as when one looked at her expression. She still had one of utter serenity, while the claws of a primordial beast were thundering down towards her. At such a moment, Noah's primordial ruination clone reappeared in the primal haven tower not too far away from this scene. Halcyon looking at his appearance as her eyes shone with a sharp light. It seemed like the scene of a damsel in distress being saved from the claws of the beast was about to play out, but Halcyon knew different as her eyes that were filled with utter serenity knew a few things about today with surety. One was that her death would not be on this day. The second thing was that Dowlord Osmond would not get the chance to play the hero on this day. Crack, as the dazzling life force of Princess Halcyon seemed about to be snuffed out, the sky of the huge primal haven tower shattered. With it shattering, a terrifying aura descended down as everything came to a halt. Everything came to a halt as a momentous and close chance meeting was about to occur. Chapter 12:16 Unbound Majesty. Even with his gaze turned away, he can still sense these beasts, you know? Halcyon's thoughts moved amidst the frozen space and time as her aura was able to gaze at what was occurring around them. The claw of the primordial beast had come to a stop not too far from her as its body seemed to vibrate dangerously to break apart its shackles, but nothing moved under the might of the terrifying aura that just descended. Above the shattered roof of the vast primal haven tower, a single figure could be seen. A figure the size of mere human at just over 2 meters as he should have been minuscule compared to the golden citadel that covered a fourth of a universe, and the existences within that were the size of galaxies. And yet his small figure shocking seemed more vast and larger than all of them put together. Deeply dark hair floated gloriously, his dark eyes glancing at everything impassively as he didn't speak a single word. With a majestic demeanor and untold regality, the great conqueror that should have had his gaze turned away appeared right above an unfolding plot. How could Noah explain seeing this figure again? It was certainly a unique sensation as the moment his thoughts even went towards utilizing eyes of truth and understanding to pull up the details of this being. His fortune and destiny churned as it told him not to even entertain such a thought. His eyes turned sharp at such a reality as he was able to learn once more that an existence raised by primordials to be the champion of a reality was not something he could take lightly. His eyes couldn't move, but his awareness could as he watched this towering being of 2 meters seem as large as a cosmos, and this was shockingly not a wrong assumption. How could it be a wrong assumption when the man before his eyes had a glimmering cosmos filled with countless universes rotating silently within his origin? Even though he was human-sized, his appearance alone had caused even the primordial beast to come to a halt as a moment later, the great conqueror raised his hand as he tapped the air before his eyes. Thump! 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 Merely a tap of the air with his fair fingers, and the consciousness of antiquities and downlords shook as they saw the remaining bodies of tainted ones explode into nothingness as the enormous figure of the primordial beast began to rupture and overflow with blood. As its eyes began to shake with fear and wrath, the figure of the great conqueror was filled with majesty as his dark eyes gazed at everything within a light of regality, his fingers continuing their light taps in the air as when one observed closely, they would see his hands filled with a seamless mixture of the fusion of laws and daos. It wasn't a mere glimpse of edicts as it looked too put together as its effects were too deadly. This champion of reality that was raised up by primordials was actually striking with a terrifying nomological edict at this time. Noah was one of the very few that could understand what each tapping of his fingers meant. Invisible waves of essence being released that quite literally ripped apart the tainted ones before they could defend, and these same strikes continued to ravage the maddened and fearful grand primordial beast as after another 3 taps, boom, squlch, the figure of the dominating beast exploded in a shower of blood. Golden blood overflowed briefly before a majority of it coagulated at the center of the beast, a glimmering primordial heart forming and beginning to pulse a second later as everything in the surroundings remained quiet. The majesty of the great conqueror remained pervasive throughout as he didn't ask any questions. His dark eyes gazed at the figures within the primal haven tower as they locked onto Halcyon first, staying on her for a few seconds before they moved away. But in those few seconds, a conversation none were privy to had occurred between these two existences. Little Halcyon, are you okay? The sonorous and magnetic voice of the great conqueror had rang out in Halcyon's mind, her figure being able to move again as she gazed at this being with a bit of blood still trickling down her fair lips, nodding brilliantly as a smile appeared on her face. Yes, uncle. I'm okay. Her reply was light, being just a nod and a smile as this was the whole exchange that occurred between them. No questions about this attack or the primordial beast, no question as to what had happened here. This was because the great conqueror had no need to ask questions. A mere glance from him having told him everything he needed to know, he then moved his eyes away as his eyebrows merely blinked, the glimmering grand primordial heart beginning to move towards the figure of Halcyon as it stopped right before her body. The golden-haired princess nodded once more with a light expression as she waved her hand, and the primordial heart disappeared. The eyes of the great conqueror then went on to gaze over forefather Isaac and foremother Rose, staying a single second on each of them before they went to even land on a singular glimmering blue slime for less than half a second. That was all as Noah's vibrant figure was not even spared a glance. Then the eyes of the great conqueror traveled to his right where a moment later, another terrifying aura descended down as the appearance of a dazzling veiled woman bloomed for all to see. Her golden hair vibrantly peeked down her shoulders, the figure of this woman gazing towards the great conqueror first before her gaze shifted to Halcyon that returned their gazes with a smile. Thereafter, another figure flashed in the skies as it was a woman clad in verdant green, her face not veiled as it shone with such glorious splendor that even the men using their auras to gaze at everything shyly gazed down when it came to her. An instant later, a third figure apart from the great conqueror arrived in the skies. This one being a middle-aged man with sharp features and crimson eyes that shone with majesty, with ridiculously wild auras and regal demeanors filled with awe-inspiring power. The leaders of the three houses of the primordial empire appeared above the golden citadel because of an incident that should not have occurred in the depths of their empire. Chapter 12:17 Unbound Majesty. 2. The arrival of so many powerful existences caused others to barely be capable of thinking, most of those at the stages of antiquities and below falling to their knees no matter what position they were on. Everybody had regained their freedom to move at some point. The Dowlords present on the scene staring up towards the figure of the great conqueror and the three new existences near him with awe. He had appeared, and all problems were resolved. This was what others knew of the majesty of the great conqueror the most. The figures of the Dowlords and antiquities from the three houses nearby had eyes of fanaticism when gazing upwards at the four figures, observing as the great conqueror tapped his finger one last time to cause the appearance of a pristine golden archway in space. With an impassive expression, he passed through this golden archway as soon after. The three family heads glanced at each other before they also disappeared into this golden archway. All that was left behind were the baffled and awed figures that were defending against a grand primordial beast and tainted ones. Noah appeared before the protected figures of Adelaide and others that had the Emperor Penguin standing in front of with its flippers crossed dangerously, his animus summons all clustered in the same area as they gazed towards the direction of the golden archway. Forefather Isaac and Foremother Rose also carried their injured bodies to glance at the archway that soon began to fade, unknown lights flashing through their eyes as each had their own thoughts, the only one that was currently not even staring at the disappearing archway where the great conqueror had gone into and was followed by the three family heads, was Halcyon. Her glimmering golden eyes were currently locked on Noah's figure, her disheveled state quickly disappearing as she regained her regality, her figure beginning to float towards his position. Inside the golden archway, the scene within was a fantastical one, the three family heads knowing very well where the doorway they stepped in would lead to as when their bodies arrived. They expanded rapidly to become multiple times larger than galaxies. All three were at the beginning of a starry path, a path that led upwards like a staircase as it glimmered with stellar lights. This was all a single stellar stairway in the void of space, everything around them glimmering in a black darkness, as the only thing that one could see here was at the very top of the stellar path that held four vibrant thrones larger than multiple galaxies. For glimmering thrones multiple times larger than galaxies floating serenely in the void of space. One was gold to represent the house of Havenbreaker, green for the house of Springforge, and red for the house of Stormdust. Apart from these three, there was a single even larger golden throne facing all of them that was made from primordial essence, this throne glimmering a pristine white as at this moment Aegon was situated on it silently, with light steps that seemed heavy at the same time. The three family heads walked up the stellar path until they reached their respective seats, a myriad of expressions filling each of their faces as they took their positions and sat gracefully. There was a sense of beauty and majesty to it all as the three thrones faced a single one, the being situated on the largest throne speaking out calmly as his gaze seemed to be looking extremely far away. Today, a primordial beast appeared in the heart of the primordial empire, and the power of a cosmic treasure was utilized to keep my gaze away from it. Thrum. His words were said simply, yet they seemed to cause the surroundings themselves to tremble as the three situated figures had sharp lights flash across their eyes. The family head of Springforge turned her head full of verdant green hair as she seemed about to speak, but Aegon's voice rang out once more before anyone could intercede. Do you all remember the savant cosmos we came across millions of years ago? As if he hadn't just spoken of the shocking fact that a primordial beast appeared within the empire under the help of someone inside it, that someone likely being one of the three sitting before him. Aegon took a hard shift as he spoke about something else. His voice continued to echo out as he gazed upwards from his white throne, his eyes seemingly looking to a point millions of years ago. In the savant cosmos, they had the unique race of bloodline devourers that immensely raised their power through devouring bloodlines of others. Uniquely, one could also devour the potent bloodline of their own family to gain even greater levels of power. Such a thing being forbidden within this cosmos, but it was exactly what occurred in the ruling bloodline of the cosmos. His voice was steady and gave off great strength, the story he had begun to tell causing the eyes of the three family heads to turn somber as many memories came to them. The emperor of the royal bloodline of the savant cosmos had a daughter he absolutely adored. A daughter that he would give anything to make her happy. But an incident occurred where this very same daughter rebelled for the purpose of power, allowing bloodlust to overcome her and devouring the bloodlines of all she saw, whether it was a sibling, aunt, or even mother. Rumble, she devoured all of their bloodlines as she sought more power. As she sought to stand above everything with the cosmos, as she even stood before the emperor, before her father that she knew loved her so dearly that he hadn't even once been harsh with her. Aegon's voice continued smoothly as the temperature in the surroundings became exceedingly cold, his gaze returning to the three existences on their thrones as he finished in a questioning manner. Faced with the death of his wives and progeny under the hands of the daughter he adored so much, faced with betrayal he never once expected in his life, do you all remember what that emperor did? What he did to the being he loved the most in his cosmos, Trum, his voice crackled with domineering essence as he spoke. His calm eyes glancing at the three figures as he called out lightly to the drop-dead gorgeous family head of the House of Springforge, Little Green. The verdant hair of the powerful existence called Little Green by the great conqueror rose her head up as she replied calmly, to the one he loves the most and the one that betrayed him. He ripped out her origin and soul as he devoured her bloodline while making sure she was still alive to feel everything. Her reply caused all of them to replay the scene they saw long ago, this unique space with four floating thrones feeling extremely cold at this moment as Aegon nodded calmly on his throne. He fully sat on it as his figure leaked out power and majesty. The voice of an emperor ringing out at this moment, yes. He ripped apart the one he loved the most with more savagery than even his worst enemies. That was the result of betrayal. Silence reigned in the surroundings as the recollection finished, Aegon staring at the three thrones and the figures within them silently as he sent his message across. He didn't accuse any of them nor even talk about it much, simply recalling something they had gone through millions of years ago. This was because the relationships between these beings situated upon the thrones were too deep. There were too many years, too much history that others couldn't even imagine, so Aegon gave a simple reminder of something they all witnessed long ago. But just this was a reminder more terrifying than anyone could ever wish for. Chapter 12:18, just a mere 1,000 universes, there was a lull of silence as four wondrous thrones floated majestically in space. The great conqueror looked at the three existences before him with serene eyes as his voice enunciated the next words very clearly. Do not jeopardize what we have built for so many years. The years we lead are many, the friends we hold being even fewer. The bonds are too important to be broken so easily, so do move with care. He said these words as he focused on a particular throne even more closely, but all the beings he was addressing nodded as if it was only natural. The great conqueror seemingly accepted their affirmations as he spoke out while waving his hands. Leave me for now. We shall discuss a few more things another time. Another lull of silence, and a sigh could actually be heard from the verdant-haired woman that led the House of Springforge as she disappeared first. The middle-aged man from the House of Stormdust disappeared after, the only one left behind being the veiled golden woman. Only the golden-haired head of the House of Havenbreaker remained, her voice sonorous as she called out lightly, Aegon, not now. We will talk later. With an irrefutable voice and power, his voice rang out as the veiled existence nodded, her figure also disappearing thereafter as only the grand figure of the great conqueror remained. His dark hair danced wildly on his shoulders as his eyes gazed above him, seemingly tearing through light years of space as he was looking for something only he knew about. Halcyon's figure ignored the fading golden archway as she floated towards Noah, her sonorous voice ringing out in his mind as her appearance forced his attention to stay on her. What does Lord Osmond think? Can we now talk on closer terms? With a level of trust even, she didn't ask how he was here alive at this moment or how he had defeated the enemies that had teleported him away. She only asked whether they could now talk on close terms as they promised before the assassination began. Noah stared at the figure of this being with interest as he spoke with his people, a light of teleportation covering them thereafter as the Emperor Penguin and others began to fade away. And they were followed by the figures of Barbados and the other exquisitely dressed women that were looking at Halcyon's figure with sharp eyes. His actions caused Halcyon to nod with a light smile, her gaze not bothering with those of the other houses or even the remaining antiquities and downlords of her own house as she waved her hands and caused the appearance of a shimmering golden portal. Please. She gestured towards it with a smile as Noah calmly walked into it, Halcyon following. Soon after, multiple powerful existences were left behind, baffled at what to do now. As the events in the primordial empire continued to unfold, Noah himself was moving with his own plans at this moment as he sought to complete his own nomological edict. The problem of 1,000 splendiferous universes would not hinder him one bit, his universal body and his human body both floating serenely in the ruination realm at this moment as they stared at 6 full-sized primordial hearts, each one larger than a world. there was a seventh smaller primordial heart of only 100 miles in size, this being the only thing remaining of the loot Noah had obtained from the first primordial beast he defeated outside of the indigo cosmos. As for why there were 6 primordial hearts, Noah had already gone ahead and duplicated the 3 he just received from the primordial beasts he defeated. Essence fluctuated a few more times in the ruination realm as 5 more figures of Noah teleported in, all of them being clones of the universal body. As these 5 floated to take positions in front of a primordial heart each, the 6th primordial heart had the main body of the universal race before it. As at this moment, Noah planned to fully focus on elevating the universes of this body, as it would be the true main one from now on. Just on sheer strength alone, he wanted to forge the splendiferous universes quickly, so he planned to absorb all 6 primordial hearts simultaneously as he forged universes at a rate others could not even dream of. It was a stupendous and ridiculous action that only Noah could do, and he wasted no time as the clones and the main body of the universal race all went forward and lay their palms onto the 6 pulsing primordial hearts. A beautiful collection of colors bloomed and overflowed. Thump, the 6 hearts released their lights simultaneously as terrifying droves of essence rushed into Noah's origin, his main universal body beginning to bloom dozens of billions of galaxies right away as the essence that the clones were absorbing also rushed into the origin to turn these galaxies into Tau galaxies. As within seconds a full 100 billion Tau galaxies had bloomed as a universe was completed, a splendiferous universe, fully forged within a matter of seconds. Rumble, and the process wasn't stopping any time soon, as it only became faster thereafter, the essence of the primordial hearts being divided into forging galaxies and the other half into marks of antiquity that would turn them into Tau galaxies. Multiple universes beginning to bloom every few seconds thereafter as Noah domineeringly forged them in a shocking fashion. Thought my edict could be delayed by a mere 1,000 splendiferous universes? Noah had such a domineering thought as he watched multiple splendiferous universes blooming within his origin. At the rate he was forging them, he would have 1,000 newly forged ones in less than half an hour in the ruination realm, or mere seconds in the outside cosmos. Such a scene would actually be displayed for a single existence to see, and it would be between the figures of Princess Halcyon and Noah's primordial ruination clones that were teleported to a unique location from the golden portal that the latter had opened for the both of them. Chapter 12:19, The Nomological Edict of Cessation. Noah's primordial ruination clone and Halcyon appeared in a unique space that was filled with dense essence of multiple unique Taos, but the most potent one was the golden glow of destiny. This is a hidden realm in another cosmos with the primordial empire, a place that I found a few millions years back that always made what I was seeing easier. Halcyon's voice rang out as Noah took in everything around him while speaking out straightforwardly. What you were seeing? That's how you knew of the assassination? You can see the future. His figure floated in the glimmering space of this realm that was suffused with gold all around. Halcyon looking at him with a smile as she replied while shaking her head, yes, and no. I cannot see the future, not actively anyways. I have only been shown instances in time or found myself rambling incoherent things that I would only come to understand later. These shocking words were released simply as Noah turned to really stare at this being. Many thoughts ran through his mind as she wondered what her goal was, and he didn't hold back as he asked exactly that, seeing glimpses of the future or not. What exactly do you want, Halcyon? His eyes released an enticing light as he asked, his aura becoming domineering at this moment as unconsciously, his primordial ruination clone received feedback from the universal body as within its manifested origin. The visible number of 600-something universes instantly increased as 1,000 more were reflected a second later. Rumble, such a dominant scene was reflected on Halcyon's eyes as her brows unconsciously shook, but before she could even reply, she saw another 1,000 universes appear briefly as if it was a mirage, and then these universes disappeared before she continued to observe tens of universes blooming within Noah's manifested origin thereafter. To explain exactly what she had seen, Noah had devoured ridiculous amounts of essence from the primordial hearts in the ruination realm that had the time ratio of 1,000 to 1, and such a scene reflected the instance's birth of 1,000 splendiferous universes in 1 second and another 1,000 in another. Before this latter 1,000 disappeared as within Noah's origin, they had currently begun to burn for the sacrifice of a nomological edict. In the middle of this conversation with Halcyon, he was actually elevating his power and finishing his design of a nomological edict as the woman before him was only able to see a reflection of he was doing. Countless universes bloomed and faded in his origin so rapidly that Halcyon wondered whether to trust her eyes with anything when it came to this being. His eyes were currently locked onto her as they made her feel like she was at the center of everything. but she knew this was just an effect of being stared at by someone like him and shook it off as she refocused. It didn't matter what fantastical scene she would observe on him. She had to first reach a level of understanding with him, she had to first let him know what she knew, nothing else could be entertained before then. She let out a light breath as she forced herself not to ask why hundreds of universes were blooming within his origin, her voice ringing out calmly as she didn't answer his question of what he wanted, and instead spoke of something else. Lord Osmond, do you know how terrifying it is for someone's first memory to be an apocalypse, a rumble? Her golden eyes seemed lost in time and she spoke calmly, gazing towards Noah and yet seemingly gazing at something else light years away as she continued. The moment I was born, this was the memory etched into my brain. A memory of stars scattering away as if they were dust. Of entire galaxies ruptured and combusting into supernovae that linked with each other. As she spoke, her hands tinged with essence that came together to form into shapes of dying stars and galaxies, her words reflecting what was playing out in her hands at this moment, a memory of the destruction of entire universes within a cosmos, of countless cosmos bursting into nothingness as eventually the entire reality collapsed. Her golden hair danced on her shoulders as she came a few inches from Noah's shining eyes, her voice trailing off as if stuck in a lullaby. The terror I felt as a child, wanting to tell someone but somehow never being able to. The fear, what a memory to have right after one is born, don't you agree? Her golden eyes languidly landed on Noah as they were enough to shake any man, but his shining eyes reflected onto hers as they were currently filled with an utterly cold light, his voice echoing out, you saw the collapse of reality. Silence reigned in the surroundings as the liquefied essence of destiny among many others rolled near their bodies. Halcyon's gaze locked with Noah's as she seemed to be looking at a distant memory, her eyes filled with sadness as she replied with certainty, yes. I saw the collapse of reality. Rumble, something she saw. And whatever she saw, came to be. These were the words she repeated before, and this was what she feared the most. That this scene that she saw would come out to be true, but she bit her lips as she looked at the man before her whose eyes were shining like enormous luminous beams of lights. There lies a possibility in preventing it. With a firm gaze she spoke out, fantastical secrets about to be divulged from her at this moment. In the midst of all this, Noah absorbed the shock of what he was hearing as his brain churned with many thoughts, but his universal body remained strong with the task of finishing the design of his own edict. The lines of different Tao and Law essences that were clustered deep within his origin were now surrounded by the burning essence of over 1,000 splendiferous universes. This essence weaving through them along with the cosmic Tao of fusion as Noah slowly observed all of the different lines coming together into a single bright one. The scene of 1,000 splendiferous universes burning for the sake of this single line was beautiful and devastating at the same time, but Noah knew it was worth it when he stared at this line closely, a line that wasn't a law or a Tao, but a nomological edict. Noah's eyes were releasing beams of light as his hand reached out, wanting to grasp this fusing line onto himself, and as if this line understood so, it began to tremble and shake as the essence of fusion fully wrapped around it, making sure everything remained together as it released a final burst of light. Thump, a light so bright that even the golden beams Noah released from his eyes was wiped away, this light dying down to show the glimmer of a singular silver crimson line that rapidly pulsed within Noah's origin as this line, this edict, sank into this origin and soul as it branded itself unto it powerfully. As Noah felt an eruption of light and power bathe him throughout, his universal body couldn't help but release a resounding bellow that caused pure light to erupt from his mouth and shoot upwards, pure light that shone with a silver crimson glow. This light going on to erase the space it tore across as when Noah came to in the ruination realm, he saw a blank void trying to heal and etch itself together unsuccessfully. This torn void running for tens of thousands of light years, the damage was so horrendous and destructive that the natural realm which would heal in seconds found it difficult to heal from this injury as it did it slowly. Noah adopted an apologetic expression as he patted the space of this torn void, his origin buzzing as a flood of mana coursed from him and entered the cosmic treasure, essence being mobilized in full as the torn portion of the unique ruination realm that became this way from his mere bellow began to heal. Congratulations on the design of the first nomological edict, Master. The voice of his cosmic treasure and core rang out in his mind at the same time as he nodded with a smile. Watching the torn fracture heal entirely as he sensed for the essence that had torn it apart, the essence that was a successful cluster of many Taos and laws that he would term cessation. THRUM, Chapter 1220, the nomological edict of cessation. 2. Cessation. One could define it as the end of something, the conclusion, or simply something that had come to a stop. When Noah utilized this offensive-based nomological edict, his enemies would not be able to help but face their end. The names of edicts were especially important as they had to truly mean what they stood for, and cessation would be the terrifying result that anyone Noah directed this edict to would face. It was purely on the offensive side, as when Noah recalled what happened in the small cluster of pandemonium he was in, where downlords and primordial beasts alike were quite literally wiped off the map. He couldn't attribute another word to it aside from cessation, a minor nomological edict. The voices of the two consciousnesses resounded in his mind once more as Noah affirmed, the nomological edict of samsara that Noah obtained 10% of from the primordial being a greater nomological edict, as the one he was able to call forth right now was a minor nomological edict. The ranks of edicts were unlike the lesser, grand, and cosmic of the Daos, and as far as Noah knew as of this point after coming across two nomological edicts, the lowest was a minor edict as the step above it was a greater edict. Samsara was ranked greater solely due to its utility and defensive aspects, with beings that had stepped on the path of samsara being very hard to kill even with the use of other greater edicts. But Noah could still raise his head high when it came to his design of cessation, as even the design of edicts alone was something that mainly primordials dabbled into, the nomological edict of cessation. Noah called out his first designed edict as its details bloomed beautifully before his eyes. Nomological edict cessation. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and Daos. It cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of cessation is born from the combination of the cosmic Daos of reincarnation, chronos, spacetime, and vitality, along with the laws of life, death, and fire. As the edict architect, Noah Osmond gains the authority of cessation that grants him unique rights. Cessation allows one to gain the capability of dealing true annihilatory damage that cannot be mitigated or reduced by laws and Daos. It cannot be mitigated or reduced, but it can be countered in some cases. A negligible chance to counter true annihilatory damage exists with a rough combination of Daos and laws, but only the essence of edicts has a chance of countering true annihilatory damage. True annihilatory damage erases everything it comes across, whether it be physical objects or incorporeal entities, as any abilities cast with the essence of cessation deal a base increase of 50,000,000% damage, as well as 25,000,000% true annihilatory damage. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 100,000%, an increase of 1,000,000% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws in Daos by 1% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws in Daos for the nomological edict of cessation, 1%, well. There was truly a lot to unpack with the details of the new edict that Noah didn't know what to focus on. But the biggest thing that stood out at this moment was true annihilatory damage. This was what was unlocked with the design of the nomological edict of cessation, where he now gained the capability to deal true annihilatory damage that could not be mitigated or reduced. These two words were extremely important moving forward, as they truly stood for what they meant. Whenever Noah utilized the essence of this edict to cast abilities against his enemies, none of their defenses or resistances mattered, as all they would face would be cessation. The only thing in existence could do was to possibly counter Noah's attacks with the essence of their own edicts, and even this had its own intricacies. Noah knew he would have to slowly understand all of this as he came across different situations, but the base numbers of this edict didn't lie, as they gave him the strongest possible offensive edict he could imagine, and this could be clearly seen with the base increase of 50,000,000% damage and 25,000,000% true annihilatory damage. This was what wiped out 3 primordial beasts, tainted ones, and an existence that had glimpsed edicts all at once. Then, there was the fact that his progression in this edict was 1%, and it reflected boosts similar to the ones from a nomological edict of samsara, where if he achieved 100% in cessation, he would have an overall boost of 100,000,000% to all parameters and have his realm progression increased by 10,000,000%, along with increasing the chance of fusing other laws in Daos by 100%. It made him look forward to completing this edict. As for him to do that, he simply had to utilize it and understand more about its intricacies. Also similar to the nomological edict of samsara, cessation had the words, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards. The last portion being unreadable words that Noah could not grasp. His eyes released a light of sharpness as he voiced out, why is this information still filtered? His voice was directed mostly to the cosmic core that quantified the outside world and all the information they were receiving into a system database that was further displayed into things like the status panel that showed everything about oneself and the descriptions of abilities, skills, laws, daos, and edicts. It should be something that deals with the advancement from universal filaments and into a cosmos, or from a cosmos and into cosmic filaments. Whatever the names or titles are, we just haven't gathered the information about it yet. The cosmic core replied melodiously as Noah gave a light nod. His shining eyes then focused on the other important thing in the definition of the nomological edict of cessation. It was the authority of cessation that he gained as the edict architect. Chapter 12:21, The Enemies of Reality. Since he came in contact with edicts, Noah had been wondering to what extent the architect of edicts could see or know when it came to those utilizing their own edicts. Now, he could find out for himself as his universal body closed its eyes, its consciousness diving into the glimmering silver crimson line within his origin as he sought to understand just what the authority of cessation entailed. Then, there's also the issue of the girl that has seen the end of reality, the girl who has seen the apocalypse. The eyes of the clones of the universal body gazed towards the direction of the primordial empire while the main body undertook the mission of better understanding cessation. The eyes of the clone pierced across the layers of space, towards the hidden realm within an unnamed cosmos. Halcyon had brought his primordial ruination clone into as she talked about the apocalypse, this word. Noah's primordial ruination clone had a smile on his face as he thought about the word apocalypse, and just how many of these apocalypses he had faced and overcome in the past. The apocalypse of his homeworld that was facing invasions of beasts and existences from other worlds. The apocalypse of the dark universe from being ravaged by the sea of ruination after it finished all of its vital primordial essence from the primordial cosmos, then the subjugation of the primordial cosmos that would have come under the hands of a being with the same name as him. And now he had learned of the myriad of cosmos. And even parallel dimensional realities as the reality he himself was in, was under threat of apocalypse from primordial beasts that had the sole purpose of returning things to how they once were. As he thought about all of this and reflected, he wondered if he would ever escape some form of apocalypse. If he would achieve everything there was to achieve as he retired on a farm in the future and surrounded himself with those he loved and raised a bunch of little guys just like him. No threats from reality-ending beasts. No threats from champions raised to protect reality. No threats from ancient beings that split apart realities. What a thought that is. His smile deepened as he entertained such a thought. And he quickly returned himself back to the current situation. To the current reality where there was an apocalypse, in the realm glistening good all around. His primordial ruination clone gazed at the exquisite figure of Halcyon whose eyes seemed to currently be dripping with sadness. There lies a possibility in preventing the collapse of reality, but even I am not sure of it. The rims of her eyes were filled with a golden light as she took herself out of her reverie and allowed her hands to play with the liquefied essence around them. I saw you. Recognizing you pretty quickly in the cosmic battlefield and confirming everything when the tainted ones and those they work with attacked you. I've even seen other scenes that also show you or something associated with you that is always fighting. A penguin roaring out madly, a slime devouring entire cosmos, a 10-headed dragon tearing apart a grand primordial beast. She paused as if she could see these very scenes reflected in her eyes, letting them play out once more before she continued, balls of fire flashing out as they erased everything but the thing they have to wipe out the most is even after all that, it is not enough. Rumble, with her golden eyes watering, she smiled sadly as she released the next set of words. It is not enough, and that is why over the past millions of years I have tried everything in my power to change what I can. I took it upon myself to try and emulate what I saw in the future. Try and copy the fusion of laws and daos that others showed. Try to emulate the edicts that our great conqueror showed. Hold up, amidst her monologue, Noah's forehead wrinkled as he let out a sigh while confirming with her. You said edicts? The great conqueror plays around with multiple edicts. His brain was buzzing actively with this new information, Noah not helping but think just what sort of system or unique power Aegon was given from the primordial to make such a terrifying being. He saw how his whole body was filled with runic downlines of countless daos, and yet he apparently also had multiple nomological edicts which contracted this reality. Unless what the primordial did was close to or the same as what Noah had done when he designed a new trait to traverse both the paths of runic downlines and nomological edicts. Yes. Edicts. This is one of the things I saw that have been most helpful to me, giving me an edge over many others as I've glimpsed a few of the edicts I saw, but I just cannot put them together. She had glimpsed multiple of the edicts and she just couldn't bring them together. Noah was reminded of the cluster of multiple Daosan laws not too long ago that he had experienced, and he brought it all together with nothing other than the cosmic Tao of fusion. If she's glimpsed them to such a stage and learned the cosmic Tao of fusion, would she be able to bring together all the edicts she saw? Such a terrifying thought danced on Noah's mind as he found the golden eyes of Halcyon locking with his once more, this time the sadness within them fading away as they turned serious. But my efforts alone won't amount to anything. But you, there lies a possibility with you. I have seen you stand against the enemies of reality multiple times, and I won't presume I know what you need in order to succeed or even what I can contribute to help in your success, but the least I can do is provide you with information. With information, preparations can be made, and you could make other choices. Her words rang in Noah's mind as he looked at this woman closely. His churning destiny and fortune showed him that she was stating important things and there were no lies in her words, making the many plans Noah had seen for himself when it came to the primordial cosmos begin to shift and change. He thought he had more than enough time, and there was even the protector of the bastion of reality himself, Aegon. Even the champion raised by primordials would not be able to complete his mission? What about the primordial that was interfering with this reality herself? There were many questions and no answers, some also falling on the primordial beasts and tainted ones, and just how much the factions of the primordial empire were affected by such things. Information, I do have a lot of that. Halcyon's voice took Noah out of his reverie as he focused on her once more as she spoke with a serious expression. Among the many things I saw, the most interesting ones involved the ones to destroy our reality. A particular existence always standing at the root cause of the apocalypse. It is this existence that is the reason I stand beside you seeking your help in shouldering this immense weight. THRUM. The surroundings shook and trembled at this moment as Halcyon enunciated the next words very clearly. Will you help me stand against the exterminator of reality? The one who will move to bring us all doom, Aegon the Conqueror. Ah. Chapter 1222, The Enemies of Reality. 2. BOM. It felt like an explosion had rocked the space near them as the liquefied essence all around churned and bellowed, Halcyon's eyes flashing with cold and serene light as her gaze remained locked with Noah. Her words continued to resound in the surroundings over and over again as they seemed to be echoing through space and time. Will you help me stand against the exterminator of reality? The one who will move to bring us all doom, Aegon the Conqueror. The exterminator of reality, Aegon the Conqueror. Rumble. The words sunk into Noah's mind as his eyes released magisterial beams of light, his gaze locking onto the figure of Halcyon as he thought about what her words truly meant. The champion that was being raised by the powerful primordials with the sole purpose of keeping the reality alive and well, this being was going to be the cause of its destruction? Such a thing seemed wild, and one had to wonder how such a shift in the purpose of this being's existence could be made. This was the question Noah couldn't answer as he voiced out grandly, the protector of the bastion of reality, the champion that primordials chose to protect this reality is the one to exterminate it. His words were only asking for affirmation, but he saw Halcyon raise her eyes questioningly as her sonorous voice rang out, Champion? Primordials, her eyes hungrily asked when she heard these terms. The chaotic essence around them settling down as Noah looked at her and nearly sighed. This woman that saw a whole lot of things, did not know everything. She questioned of the primordials as she knew nothing of them, Noah's mind moving quickly as millions of thoughts were exchanged every second, his voice coming out passively. Aegon is an existence raised by powerful beings known as primordials. Beings that move across different dimensional realities while instituting champions to protect these said realities from the mission of the primordial beasts. Noah's words continued to flow as he shared information with the being before her, her mouth opening with a wide O as she took everything in strides. Dimensional parallel realities. A countless amount of them that branched off of a single one, and the primordial beasts were simply nature's way of returning things to how they once were. All of this information was shared with Halcyon as the odd expression remained on her face and constantly changed as if light bulbs were turning on and off. After a while, Noah's hair danced wildly as he spoke with a pondering expression. This is why I'm surprised that he would be the enemy of reality. I don't know what can possibly happen in the future that would cause that, or what the primordial that raised him up would be doing in all this. There is still too much we don't know. His words caused Halcyon's eyes to flutter as her curvaceous golden figure floated around him. Her eyes constantly brightening and dimming with information as finally, she raised her head with a triumphant cry, that might explain it, if he has been led by another existence this whole time. Her thoughts still seemed disorganized, but she had chanced upon something as her eyes calmed down and gazed towards Noah powerfully. From the glimpses of what I have seen, his mind, it becomes twisted. The family heads are involved with it, and so are the primordial beasts. due to a myriad of factors that all come to blows in the end, due to something he cannot prevent, he turns mad and destroys everything. Such a conclusion was reached as Halcyon's glimmering golden eyes stayed on Noah. Her thoughts finishing with a question as her figure unconsciously floated a few inches from him. It could be this case, or it might be something else entirely. I'll actively see if I can utilize my unique capabilities to see more and piece more things together. But what choices will you be making, Lord Osmond? Noah's sharp eyes took in this bold and unabashed manner of the golden-haired girl with ease as his reply came. Call me Noah. As for what I will do, at the end of it all, it is power that decides everything. So I will simply obtain more of it, at a rate that others can only dream of. Rumble. Speaking of which, I saw how our great protector gave you the grand primordial heart. A magisterial glow surrounded him as he continued to speak, Halcyon raising her brows as she waved her hands and caused a scintillating primordial heart over 10,000 miles in size to appear. You're going to steal from a girl? The seriousness and sadness within Halcyon's eyes had faded as she actually spoke in a teasing tone, Noah shaking his head lightly as his essence wrapped around the primordial heart. Not stealing, just making use before returning it. Halcyon had utter trust as she left the grand primordial heart that could grant a being thousands of universes to Noah's eyes, watching as a crimson light was released from his chest that fully wrapped around the primordial heart and caused it to disappear. At this moment, Noah had transferred the cosmic treasure into the origin of the primordial ruination clone, wanting to not waste the grand primordial heart that Halcyon had been given by Aegon, as he would duplicate the loot before giving back the original one. With the way things were going, he was bound to need all the loot he could get. THRUM. The extravagant and incandescent light of a feature of a cosmic treasure being used overflowed out, Halcyon watching this scene with shining eyes as within seconds the grand primordial heart that she saw disappear with a crimson light began to rematerialize, but this time there wasn't just one of it. Her golden pupils dilated as she saw two glimmering multicolored hearts be returned by the crimson light. Noah waving his hands to cause the second one to disappear as his essence floated the original heart towards her. There we go, utilizing the loot to the best possible efficiency. His nonchalant words caused Halcyon to shake her head with a smile, taking back her primordial heart as her sonorous voice shot back, that should have been the ability of a cosmic treasure. Then you'll definitely want to know the information I've collected over the cosmic treasures that are moving within the Primordial Empire. WAA, with glimmering eyes that screamed they wouldn't be outdone, Halcyon opened with even more information as Noah absorbed it all rapidly. Chapter 12:23 Choices. As the meeting with Halcyon continued, Noah was still closely studying the newly designed edict under him. The eyes of his universal body were still closed as he studied the line that represented the nomological edict of cessation. He wanted to understand the authority of cessation and what it truly brought to him, as after some time, his system was able to dig up the information and display it right before his eyes. Simply, authority of cessation. As the architect of an edict, much of what happens to it falls under your jurisdiction. The existences that touch upon it after being taught by you or taught by those you teach, their origin record becomes clear for you to read as you can share their comprehension and assimilation of laws and DAS. Review their life history, and even discern a glimpse of their destiny and fortune. When achieving mastery in cessation, you gain the authority to perpetuate the lineage of cessation to those that have attained a glimpse of edicts. More information will be available when sufficient prerequisites have been met. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he read the description of this authority, thinking how when it came to information that the cosmic core couldn't discern, it just didn't include it now, as the words, more information will be available when the sufficient prerequisites have been met, were not displayed before Noah. But then, there was the first portion of the description that showed one the immense power an architect of an edict held. The origin record of those traversing the edict of someone else is made clear, along with the architect of said edict being able to actually obtain comprehension and assimilation in the laws and DAS they understood. Now, the main question was who the architect of the nomological edict of samsara was. An even more important question was whether there was an architect for it, or edicts were similar to Daosai, that there were natural ones and artificial ones that were only synthesized from powerful existences combining different Daos and laws. These questions were extremely important as they needed an answer very soon. If Noah had taken the edict of a powerful primordial as his origin record was laid bare right now. TSK, his thoughts churned as he received no answers, but his destiny and fortune were calm as if this was not a major problem. Such an advancement meant that either the fusion of edicts and laws that made samsara was something natural, or something unknown was occurring with the architect of this edict. Noah's eyes shone sharply as a myriad of thoughts flowed. He had to change his plans. He had to raise his power even faster than its current rate, and that was saying a great deal of things. He had already forged over 2,000 universes as they continued to rise slowly even now, reaching stages that others would reach after millions of years, or much quicker if they had primordial hearts within their hands similar to him. After he finished entirely absorbing all of the universal filament cores, 6 primordial hearts, and even the newly gained grand primordial heart from Halcyon, his number of universes should spill over 10,000, as it would be over 20 times the number of splendiferous universes he had just days ago. That was just how fast his pace of progress was. Other Downlords could not even compare when it came to this speed, but Noah cared not for others, as he only worried how he could make his already ridiculously quick pace even quicker. When he arrived at such an answer, his eyes flashed as he saw a single glimmering path before him. The primordial hearts were one of the main answers, as they provided the ridiculously rare marks of antiquity, along with their essence being freely interchangeable to forge universes. And universal filament cores themselves built up multiple normal universes as they saved Noah from eating up too much of the primordial heart's essence to do so. The factor remained that even though Noah was getting his hands on them faster than anyone else, he now wanted to make this process faster. He wanted prestigious loot like primordial hearts, runic dowline enhancers, and universal filament cores to rain down in large numbers, and this was where his churning fortune and destiny were. Churning towards at this moment, he saw that the answer of obtaining increased resources could best be done with the path of the Third Cosmic Tao, WAA, the Third Cosmic Tao, one designed to supplement him fully as he used the writ of challenges to obtain more cosmos while wiping out Downlords. One that granted him even more boosts after he faced primordial beasts. He had the idea in his mind for a while, but it had seemed ridiculous at that time, but it didn't seem so now. He let out a breath of excitement as he asked the cosmic core and treasure slowly the feasibility of the 9th possible cosmic Tao. He asked of the feasibility of one of the many cosmic Taos he had them run possible simulations on, this 9th one having a unique name as it was unlike many of the others he was researching. With the percentages being reduced and a few things tweaked from what you originally had in mind, it is possible to bring it to fruition and have it be one of your most valuable tools yet. The monotone voice spoke out calmly, as even it couldn't hide the hint of excitement within its voice. Noah felt his heart brimming with anticipation after such words as he nodded and gave the go-ahead to forge one of the last cosmic Taos he could forge in a while. But he felt it was worth it, and something that would be much needed for the future to come if he wanted an even more ridiculous rate of growth. Then, let us proceed with the design of the Cosmic Tao of Loot. Chapter 12:24, a stupendous Cosmic Tao. Then, let us proceed with the design of the Cosmic Tao of Loot, WAA. Before his words even fully finished, the cosmic core began to vibrate wildly with essence. A sense of excitement could be felt from the cosmic core, as if it very much agreed with this choice. Primordial and ruination essence dancing around wildly as the unique authority of Tao birth was once more utilized. WA. Noah's eyes were closed as he experienced the scene caused by the cosmic core for the design of a Tao once more. The flashing colors, the beautiful mixture of essence intermingling together to produce something he never thought possible. He had seen it multiple times, and yet it never failed to capture his attention as after some time, he watched the formation of a runic symbol that read Loot. This glorious tunic mark rushed into and branded itself on his very origin and soul. Cosmic Tao of Loot, a cosmic Tao birthed by the cosmic core of Noah Osmont. As the Tao architect, Noah Osmont can comprehend and assimilate the Tao at 10 times the normal speed. The cosmic Tao of Loot focuses on the extreme aspect of loot procurement, being capable of bringing to light the unique modifiers of increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity from defeated enemies. Comprehension of the cosmic Tao allows for the increased loot quantity modifier that grants 100% more loot from defeated enemies, while the increased loot rarity grants a 10% increase in the quality of loot dropped from defeated enemies. The complete assimilation of this cosmic Tao allows for the 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot rarity. The actualization of such a cosmic Tao bends the rules of reality and requires an extremely high price to utilize. The essence of this Tao and its effects can only be activated by the essence of 100 splendiferous universes per second. Any enemies killed during the time that the essence of the cosmic Tao of Loot is active will be affected by the modifiers of increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity. A possibility exists for the cosmic Tao of Loot to be elevated to an even greater level with even higher costs when more intricate and powerful cosmic Taos at the level of ruination and the primordial Tao can be designed. Noah was speechless as he had truly done it this time around. He really felt like he had made something capable of breaking down the balance of reality, and it was something that had an extremely high cost to even utilize. 100 splendiferous universes had to be sacrificed per second, but the boon from this was 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot rarity. From any loot he gained by killing a primordial beast, it would be multiple by 1000%. A single lesser primordial heart would become 10 primordial hearts. 100 primordial hearts would become 1000. Whenever he took down a Dowlord, just 10 runic Dowline enhancers would become 100, and this was just when he took into account the increased loot quantity. When one also brought the 100% of increased loot rarity. It was a factor of one realm of elevation where one can look at it like doubling. It was the increase in quality, as Noah wondered if instead of a lesser primordial heart, he would gain a grand one. If he ever defeated a grand primordial beast himself, would the loot he received be a cosmic primordial heart? And when he included the 1000% increased loot quantity, would it become 10 cosmic primordial hearts? Thump, his heart was beating wildly, as even though this cosmic Tao was something he only imagined and made possible by something as crazy as sacrificing 100 splendiferous universes just to activate every second its reality was still too fantastical. There were many questions, and the only way to find the answers was to act. Let's go, rumble. Noah released a vibrant bellow as the runic mark representing the cosmic Tao of loot glimmered brightly, using his authority as the architect as well as the ridiculous millions and percentages of Tao comprehension and assimilation to shoot the percentage of this cosmic Tao up rapidly. A golden light encased his whole body and shone gloriously, this being the inactive essence of the Tao of loot that only after the burning of 100 splendiferous universes per second could be activated to allow the effects of increased item rarity and quality to unfold. Oh, his bellow released the golden glimmer of loot light as he imagined a bright future with enemies bursting into bundles of loot. The comprehension of this cosmic Tao reaching 100% in a matter of seconds, as the assimilation for it reached 100% even quicker than the comprehension. Full assimilation of the newly birthed cosmic Tao of loot, 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot quality were now within Noah's hands, free for him to play with when he faced his enemies. In the unique realm that Halcyon had taken Noah's primordial ruination clone in, Halcyon was in the middle of talking about the power structure of the three factions and secrets that very few beings would know when she saw Noah's eyes release actual beams of light as the devilishly handsome smile on his face deepened. Does his smile always have to be so inviting? Halcyon had such a thought when she saw the majesty of a king with grand aspirations unconsciously leaking from Noah. Guarding herself against any thoughts towards this being as she reminded herself she must not get swept away by him. Something happened to make you this happy? She hid her thoughts as she asked calmly instead. Oh, yes, WAA, Noah replied as he didn't know his eyes were releasing actual beams of light, illuminating Halcyon's face as he continued. Something beautiful that I now need to put into action. I'll be getting started on the writs of challenge and expanding my influence to more cosmos now that you said I could even challenge those who hold more cosmos under them. Dangerous words left Noah's mouth as Halcyon raised her brows and nodded. The rules that Aegon established said those of similar power can issue challenges against each other, as a force with 10 cosmos under them cannot challenge a force with only 2 cosmos. But the rule never said a weaker side with only 2 cosmos cannot challenge a stronger side with even more cosmos under them. Chapter 12:25, A Bold Challenge. A rule that protected the weak from the strong. It accounted for the fact that those with less cosmos under them were weak, so it never accounted for the fact that those considered strong based on having more cosmos could also have their lives threatened. Among the many rules Aegon established, there wasn't one that protected the stronger beings from weak ones. After all, why would such a thing exist? Good. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he delved into his origin and looked at the primordial light authority that was afforded to those influencing cosmos in the primordial empire. When his essence sunk into it, there was a lot of information for him to delve into, but he went into the writs of challenges as a unique illusory film of light appeared in his mind that showed a cluster of circles. These circles had different colors and sizes as they represented different influences and existences he could challenge, his eyes overseeing a large cluster of circles that mostly shone with the colors of red, green, and gold to represent the 3 houses. His consciousness focused on the crimson colors as he saw existences that oversaw 2 cosmos he could challenge. And he then went even further from this as he looked at those who had 4 cosmos under them. Until he reached those with 10 cosmos under their influence. His thoughts flashed wildly as with a devilish smile, he sent his will forward as for the first time, he issued a writ of challenge to others since he joined the primordial empire, within the vast cluster of cosmos under the House of Stormdust, in a glimmering purple chaotic void of a cosmos known as the Lilac Cosmos. A Dowlord the size of multiple galaxies was floating in a meditative position as a cluster of different essences wrapped around him, the runic lines on his figure or abundant as within his origin, a bit over 1,000 universes could be seen. This being was calmly cultivating and communicating with the essence around him when all of a sudden, his expression changed as he glanced upwards. A flash of light ruptured before his eyes as an ancient parchment bloomed, this parchment being a writ of challenge that someone had issued against him and all those influencing the cosmos under him. As the stronger one being challenged, he had a day to accept this writ voluntarily before it was forcefully accepted when the time limit was hit. As the Downlord surrounded by purple light read the details of the writ, his expression changed from shock to wrath as he saw the one extending the challenge was the newly joining Downlord Osmont that had begun causing a buzz, this being directly skipping challenging those with 2 or 3 cosmos below them as he went to challenge someone with 10 cosmos below them. Someone that had multiple other Downlords spread across these 10 cosmos to oversee them, someone who would normally command multiple powerful beings in grand writs of challenges against dozens of Downlords of other factions. Such was the stage of the being that a single Downlord Osmont had challenged. Writs of challenges were public information as the newly issued writ was quickly noticed by those stationed to pay attention to such things. Many eyes focused on this as word began to spread. Downlord Osmont had thrown a writ of challenge against a cluster of cosmos that held over a dozen Downlords, and it was once more directed against the House of Stormdust. The Downlord that had personally received this writ and was currently simmering in anger didn't have to wait long before he was contacted. And this contact came from much too high of a position. Accept the challenge and prepare. Come to me to receive a primordial heart, rumble. The vibrant voice of none other than the family head of the House of Stormdust resounded in his mind as the angered expression of the Downlord turned solemn. Looking at the writ of challenge as he sent his thoughts to accept it, and the date was set for the showdown to occur in a day. Noah saw the writ of challenge accepted just as quickly as he had sent it, his voice reverberating around him. They send an assassination of Downlords and primordial beasts my way, and then they are this eager for another challenge. He had a smile as he spoke, thinking that those from the House of Stormdust were simply too nice, sending him loot during a banquet, and now accepting his challenge and allowing him to quickly test out the cosmic Tao of loot. He truly couldn't thank them enough for such great kindness. What should happen is already happening. With every action you make, the others will continue to react. It is only a matter of what exactly they will do to protect their interests. Halcyon's voice echoed out as she gazed in a certain direction with a sharp light. Noah's sharp gaze returned to this unique existence that had shared quite a bit of information with him, his knowledge on the primordial empire being expanded greatly as he now knew a lot about the stronger Downlords within, as well as the family heads that he had to worry about, and the cosmic treasures they held. He wasn't the only existence to be blessed with such powerful weapons, and there were even other weapons a stage below this that were circulating in the primordial empire. But even with all these treasures and resources, Noah found it laughable that these beings still found ways to turn towards the primordial beasts. His luminous eyes lit up Halcyon's figure as he asked, finally, why would Downlords align themselves with primordial beasts? It was a question that caused Halcyon to raise her brow as she smiled mockingly while replying, for the same base greed of power. For those that have burnt too many of their cosmic and grand Daos into runic Dao lines. There is no path of nomological edicts for them. The only way for them to increase their strength is if they find another path aside from these two. Unfortunately, this led them to the primordial beasts and the birth of tainted ones. Noah still shook his head as he heard Halcyon's reply, looking at all of these existences aligning themselves with primordial beasts lower than fools. Even if they sought more power, why seek it from existences whose ultimate purpose is to collapse their reality? What power would there be for them to enjoy when their reality was shattered as its very essence was returned to the main branch? The motives of these existences were so illogical that Noah saw it better to turn them all into loot that could increase his progress. Loot. The thoughts caused him to look forward to testing the newly designed cosmic Tao of loot and the effects of increased loot quantity and rarity on the over a dozen Downlords he would soon face. Chapter 1226, A Bold Challenge. 2. You've made your moves, and now I have to make mine as well. The voice of Halcyon returned Noah from his fantasies of loot as he nodded, looking at her figure that was beginning to be wrapped in a spatial light. You have my mental signature. Contact me whenever you wish. I'll let you know if anything changes. She came to him abruptly and was leaving just as abruptly. What exactly will you be doing? Noah asked the fading girl curiously as her dazzling smile returned with a reply. I'll take the spotlight off of you and muddy the waters just a little. I will not be as impassive as Aegon and watch as everything crumbles before it is too late. With sharp ones, her figure disappeared as Noah remained in the unique realm for a few more seconds before he was gone as well. He had to prepare, and he had to test the nomological edict of cessation to see if he could mask its utilization with his Tao of subterfuge, in a serene environment full of a unique verdant green essence that actually caused the essences of the primordial and ruination Taoists to turn mild. A unique figure was once more at the center of this essence with her starkly naked figure laid bare for nobody to see. Her hair was an even deeper shade of green as it flowed down to her shoulders beautifully, her closed eyes that were meditating on a profound truth opening a second later as the dense verdant essence that even caused ruination and the primordial Taoist to turn docile receded into her body silently. She looked over to a certain area of this unique realm she was in as she felt spatial waves of essence emanate from there, indicating a being was about to teleport in. The identity of anyone capable of teleporting into this area was extremely unique, with the number of beings even allowed to do so being counted on a single hand. The stark naked being adopted a smile on her face as she saw the materialization of golden hair and eyes that carried with them an immense weight, her voice ringing out happily, "Little Halcyon, you haven't visited me for quite some time." Her voice was even more mature and sonorous than Halcyon herself, this being floating towards the Halcyon's position as she used her hands to lift her chin and turn her head side to side as if she was giving a health checkup. Halcyon endured this treatment with raised eyes as she spoke out lightly, "Auntie Springforge, why don't you get dressed first?" She batted an eye towards the blessed figure of this family head that was rivaling her own as the naked woman in question only laughed, pulling Halcyon into a hug as she continued to speak. "What brings you over? Tell me it's not something serious that Requi dash. You have to start your attack against the House of Stormdust." Rumble. Before the woman termed Springforge could speak any further, Halcyon's calm voice resounded out and turned the entire atmosphere cold, the bodies of the two women separating as Springforge looked at Halcyon with a serene gaze. She seemed to be weighing a great deal of things as a second later, she waved her hands to cause the appearance of a primal crystal that swallowed her essence and played an illusory scene of a writ of challenge in the space above them. The writ of challenge was the one that Noah had just issued against a cluster of cosmos under the control of multiple Tao Lords from the House of Stormdust. Does it have to do with this? Have you finally found the one you've been looking for this whole time? The being who will magically solve problems that took root for millions of years with his mere presence. WAA, her eyes held a teasing tone towards the end as Springforge showed her own thoughts on such an idea. Staring closely at Halcyon's calm figure that couldn't be ruffled by anything, "Auntie Springforge, who was the one to tell you of the unique mixture of laws and Taoists you were using in the future and help you towards the completion of your edict?" The calm but sharp words left Halcyon's mouth as the teasing expression on the fair Springforge faded, her face showing an expression not befitting a powerful being of her stature as she spoke in a playfully defeated manner. "You, yes, me. So you know that what I saw is not a joke. If I say now is the time to move, then we have to move. It is reality on the line here." As if she was admonishing someone younger than her, Halcyon's voice rose a pitch higher as her golden hair waved gloriously. Locking her gaze on this genuine family head that had an unknown number of thousands of universes within her origin, this was the being she had gone to before Noah when she was very young, the being she had confided in as the weight she carried was much too heavy for just her alone. Yet among those she could confide in, there were very few. It wasn't the most powerful existence that oversaw the primordial empire, nor was it her own mother that was the family head of the House of Havenbreaker. It was an existence that took the lead of another faction. It was Springforge. The existence that had not burnt even a single one of her Taoists as her fair skin was spotless even now, and yet she held power that most Tao Lords couldn't even hope to achieve as in exchange for leaving behind runic Tao lines. She found something even grander. Halcyon's sharp words shook Springforge out of her reverie as her verdant eyes locked onto the opposing golden eyes while her body began to release terrifying waves of power. "Little Halcyon, you start talking to your so-called chosen one just for a bit and you're already talking to me this way?" Commanding the head of a family, THRUM, waves of incandescent green essence emanated from her and wrapped around Halcyon's body, incapacitating any movements from this powerful foremother that had already glimpsed edicts. As Springforge tapped her hands and controlled her body forward, she took the golden hair on Halcyon's head into her hands as she played with it while still exerting essence effortlessly. Her sonorous voice continuing to ring out, "If he wins against the party of Tao Lords he set himself up against, I'll make a move. It'll mean Stormdust loses 10 cosmos, and I'll mobilize my Tao Lords to throw a writ of challenge against 20 or 30 more of his cosmos." Chapter 12:27 One-Man Army. In a unique realm somewhere within the vast primordial empire, a verdant figure had a golden figure bound and unmoving as she spoke with a playful smile. "How's that? I'll make a move only if he wins. Does that satisfy my little Halcyon? Her words were teasing as her essence terrifyingly bound Princess Halcyon while not allowing any essence to be utilized by her origin, her verdant eyes flashing brightly as she let out a laugh. I forgot you couldn't answer. She released the bonds of the terrifying essence while turning Halcyon's figure to face hers. The piercing golden eyes didn't seem the least bit ruffled as Halcyon merely nodded as her figure made some distance with the naked family head, wrinkling her nose at the show of power as she spoke as if nothing happened. Your latest meeting with the great conqueror. Springforge stared silently towards Halcyon as she didn't answer, her verdant eyes dimming a little at this subject as the silence merely continued. Brightly green and golden eyes stared at each other silently as no side spoke, the issue at hand seeming too grave to be talked about so easily as Halcyon was the one to sigh and break the staring contest. Fine. Keep the secrets and information that could save us all. I have many things to do so. You don't come see me for years and think you can leave after you get what you want? You're staying here and watching this writ of challenge with me. Springforge's tone was one that was commanding and had to be followed, Halcyon finding herself losing control of her body again as she was dragged deeper into the verdant realm while the voice of the powerful family head continued to echo out, we can barbecue some primordial beast meat and get some drinks. Their figures faded away as this single meeting was the silent initiation of an attack against a major faction in the Primordial Empire. Nobody being the wiser on what was to come as the being to put all of this into gear, whether consciously or unconsciously prepared to face multiple Dowlords in a writ of challenge. Apart from him, word spread as a decent majority of the powerhouses within the Primordial Empire knew of the writ of challenge that involved a newly appearing Dowlord against the defenders of 10 cosmos, this battle reigniting the excitement that many of them hadn't felt when it came to writs of challenge for the past hundreds of thousands of years. No wild challenges had occurred between the three factions in the past years as everything had been stable, and even if there was, it was only writs of challenges issued because of grudges of skirmishes that Dowlords who controlled a few cosmos had against each other. More often than not, they would not affect the larger influence between the three factions, but now that a new Dowlord seemed to single-handedly be doing his best to offend the House of Stormdust and even consecutively have writs of challenges against them, it made for an exciting show as the countless number of seats in the edges of the cosmic battlefield had already begun to fill up. The countless figures of innumerable humans could be seen filling up the vast array of golden, green, and crimson seats, and this wasn't to say that those of other races were not present. The human race ruled among the myriad of cosmos as the largest influence, and those from other races could easily take on human form as the masses chose to do so. So among the masses of paragons, hegemonies, antiquities, and Dowlords that had the privilege to obtain searing in the cosmic battlefield, among them were countless races from all across the cosmos that were taking humanoid forms. There were even other unique existences similar to the Goliath that were born from black holes or quasars, their figures spread out sporadically over the trillions of beings that were already filling up the edges of the cosmic battlefield. Uniquely, apart from the golden, red, and green-colored seats that filled up most of the edges of the cosmic battlefield, there was a sliver of seats that were colored blue that amounted to 2 trillion. These seats were newly erected to match the 2 cosmos that are being unaffiliated with any of the houses currently controlled. And there were a few million figures currently situated upon these seats. Most of these millions stemmed from the Indigo Cosmos and the Anthracite Cosmos, but at the very forefront, one could see the unique figures of a row of drop-dead gorgeous women, an arrogant penguin, and even a blue slime perched on top of an obsidian panther. When one looked all around, they would be able to notice all of Noah's summons in their miniaturized versions or in their human forms situated in the audience seats, and this would make one question why they were in this location and not in the center of the cosmic battlefield where the battle would be taking place. This answer was given soon enough, as while most existences were still getting situated and adjusted to watch today's unfolding battle, the lone figure of Noah appeared on one side of the cosmic battlefield half an hour before the time the battle would be beginning. Noah alone appeared, as there was nobody around him. No other Dowlords or antiquities, just him alone in the cosmic battlefield, as his appearance caused the eyes of the countless existences to lock onto him and begin to speculate en masse. Amongst all the beings speculating, none would be able to come up with a true reason as to why Noah was floating alone in the cosmic battlefield. The expression of the being in question was expectant and even hiding a hint of excitement, his eyes gazing towards the other half of the cosmic battlefield where enemies would be appearing. Enemies that in his eyes meant loot. This was why he appeared alone. It was all truly gorgeous, the loot, where he couldn't have even his summons, much less his subordinates, claim any kills in this battle, as he had to test the cosmic Dow of loot to the fullest. He didn't just want the Dowlords, he also wanted the antiquities that would appear from the side of the House of Stormdust. Both antiquities and Dowlords were in the stage of universal filament realm, Dowlords being merely a title for those who had completely assimilated the primordial and ruination das, and began forming runic Dow lines with their ridiculous boosts. Both provided glorious loot that Noah didn't want to miss on, with the Dowlords granting him even higher forms of loot in the name of runic Dowlines enhancers. So naturally, Noah wanted all of them for himself. His excitement was palpable as essence began to pulse around his body, his eyes releasing beams of light as he waited for loot to deliver themselves to his feet. Chapter 12:28 One-Man Army 2. A unique scene was playing out in the cosmic battlefield as the image of a single figure floating gloriously in the midst of shattered boundaries of galaxies and universes could be seen. Such a scene was not just reflected among those beings situated in the cosmic battlefield, but also being displayed for countless quintillions of beings that didn't have the authority to enter this cosmic arena. It was also being displayed to the opposing team that had yet to arrive, a Dowlord whose body was filled with crackling Dowlines. Looking at this scene with utter coldness, but with a hint of somberness, he was Dowlord Flamebright, an extremely old being that oversaw 10 cosmos under the House of Stormdust with the aid of 18 other Dowlords and thousands of antiquities. His eyes were fiery red just like his hair, a mohawk rising up gloriously as it made him look unique. Such a being was filled with somberness as he knew the enemy they all were about to face very well. When the family head had called upon him after the writ of challenge arrived, he was told how they had sent a forefather against this being along with multiple other powerful Dowlords. And all of these beings never returned. A forefather never returned. Just what is this creature? Flamebright looked at the lone being that pulsed with battle intent as he prepared. He wasn't disdainful or thinking this battle would be easy after knowing such information, but he was still confident, and even more so after seeing him come alone. Overconfidence is the death of many. You won't be the first. Flamebright has such a thought as he waved his hands to once more gaze upon a crimson sword that pulsed as if it had a heartbeat, this sword occasionally flickering in and out of existence as if it couldn't be grasped, with a quasi-cosmic treasure from the head and all the Dowlords and antiquities we have. This battle will be won, WAA, he had spoken aloud as he turned behind him to glance upon the 18 Dowlords and thousands of antiquities, all of them returning his fervor as they bellowed out. Oh, the instructions the family head had given them were simple. Do not underestimate the enemy, and attack him as if your life was on the line, because it actually was. The being we face may have power rivaling the strongest forefathers, and we face him alone. He has glanced upon edicts, and we face him alone. Flamebright's words were strong as he faced his allies. Treat him as your life's worst enemy and burn as many universes as you need to in order to survive. When we come out victorious, you will be compensated beyond your wildest dreams. THRUM. As he spoke, he waved his hands to pull out a more than half-devoured grand primordial heart that caused the eyes of the surrounding Dowlords and antiquities to burn red. They saw the treasure before them. Then they glanced at the lone enemy they had to defeat. Their hearts burned with battle intent that continued to rise, the surroundings becoming filled with storms of vibrant essence as their figures began to disappear towards the cosmic battlefield. This opposing side had their own speculations, and the prestigious audience seated at the edges of the cosmic battlefield had their own opinions. Appearing alone just to show off? You would think a Dowlord that has lived millions of years would be smarter. From the golden seats of the House of Havenbreaker, a Dowlord spoke out loudly among his peers as many around him nodded with distasteful faces. They didn't like that Princess Halcyon had given this being so much attention, and they didn't like him showing off now. We all received a wake-up call on how to act over the years. This Dowlord will just receive his today. The others in the surroundings agreed, this sentiment being shared by most of those in the House of Springforge and Stormdust. As well, they all now knew that Dowlord Osmond was strong, but someone's lone strength only ever went so far. They saw waves of essence cover the other side of the cosmic battlefield as the combatants from the House of Stormdust began to appear. These beings receiving knowledgeable nods from those watching as the total number of 18 Dowlords led by Flamebright followed by thousands of antiquities could now be gloriously seen. Little Halcyon, are you sure this is the guy you've been seeing? He seems just a tad bit overconfident. In a hidden realm, the powerful Springforge spoke to a calmly drinking Halcyon as they looked at an enormous illusory screen showing everything playing out in the cosmic battlefield. Halcyon's eyes shimmered with their gold light as she only replied calmly, "We'll all naturally have the answer in due time, The verdant-haired woman that still hadn't bothered to clothe herself increased the green flames that were cooking the primordial beast meat before them as these two unique beings continued to watch the battle that was about to unfold. The audience had arrived and still continued to come. The combatants themselves were all there. Now, It was only the battle that was to begin. The edges of the cosmic battlefield were lively as countless trillions of paragons, hegemonies, antiquities, and downlords all clustered together to watch the result of wild writ of challenge. On the blue seats that had just appeared, an emperor penguin had a pristine black bow tie on it as it carried 2 trays on both flippers that held popcorn and drinks, Adelaide and the others accepting the refreshments with a smile as they had zero worries. For the battle to come, the figures of King Augustus Marcus Tiberius, Lexus Marcus Tiberius, and many others from the indigo cosmos could also be seen on the glimmering blue seats as their hearts became increasingly calm when they saw how laid back Noah's own subordinates were. All eyes went to the center of the cosmic battlefield where both sides had now arrived, the illusory veil between the two sides erected and standing strong as it began to shine brightly, indicating the battle was about to begin. Chapter 12:29 One-Man Army. 3. Noah had made many preparations for this battle, ranging from testing the Tao of subterfuge that was elevated to the grand level to make sure he could mask the essence of cessation as a mere rough collection of Taos and laws, all the way to designing a new skill to complement the cosmic Tao of loot. He made this skill to account for the fact that with the increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity, bundles of loot will now be erupting from his enemies as those who saw would do more than question what was occurring. His solution was a wondrous passive skill that cost a small price of 1 million skill points. Loot Collector, passive. All loot from defeated enemies will be directly sent to a specified spatial tool or environment on the user of this ability. The incoming loot will also be quantified and expressed in an itemized order before one's eyes. Cost of skill creation 1 million skill points, yes. An ability that directly took all loot when Noah defeated his enemies to a specified location, which for Noah was his expansive space, that could hold something as vast as a cosmos. He would also get itemized message prompts for all incoming loot as he truly enjoyed seeing what all of his efforts were bringing him. With all that in order, his eyes lit up brightly as he saw the shimmering veil that prevented the two sides from clashing with each other, with the unique environment of shattered galactic and universal boundaries in the background, of countless debris of destroyed stars. Noah's figure stood alone as his body began to be covered by an incandescent glow. The myriad of runic Tao lines on his body churning wildly as the pressure they released caused even the surroundings to tremble. R.I.P. His simple black shirt ripped apart from the expanded pressure on his upper body, only his obsidian pants remaining intact as the glorious chest and back that held a fantastical collection of runic Tao lines became laid bare for all to see. Whoa! Gasps resounded out from the edges of the cosmic battlefield as the powerful spectators found on the right side of the chest of Tao Lord Osmond. His runic Tao lines were covered with glimmering golden rings that caused them to look even more primal and ancient than others. What is that? A uniqueness in runic Tao lines that they hadn't seen before. They wouldn't find out anytime soon, but the golden lines that wrapped around the runic Tao lines of annihilation were from the runic Tao line enhancers, that granted a 5% increase to the already ridiculous boosts of this cosmic Tao line. It caused Noah's aura to appear much more regal and distinct from other Tao lords as they could all just stare in wonder while trying to figure out what it was. Rumble, the essence of the veil stopping the two sides began to flicker as Noah felt his primordial light of authority transform into a ball of light and shoot out of him, going to stand above the veil as from the other side. Another primordial light of authority also left the body of Tao Lord Flamebright, 2 authorities. One that had the control of 2 cosmos, another that had the control of 10. The 2 authorities came together and mixed as they remained shining above, becoming a single authority that would go to whoever the victor of this writ of challenge turned out to be. The air bubbled with power and awe as the flickering veil began to fade. Everyone's at the edges of the cosmic battlefield watched with rapt attention as from the side of Tao Lord Flamebright. The 18 Tao Lords and thousands of antiquities, their auras also began to rise crazily as they bellowed out. They bellowed out with power and seriousness as if they weren't facing a single enemy, as if they were facing the strongest and most terrifying creature they would come across. This drew appreciative and knowledgeable gazes from those watching as they agreed this was how powerful existences should act. Even though they only faced a single enemy, they were still going all out as they wanted to make sure another surprise didn't happen. They didn't want to see another scene similar to the past where an unexpected victory was claimed by Tao Lord Osmond because he wasn't taken seriously. Ulo, the essence of all beings, reached the peak as the veil fell. The body of Tao Lord Flamebright was swirling with crimson essence as he pushed out a sword that was visible 1 second and invisible in the next. He breathed out slowly as his essence churned and flooded into the quasi-cosmic treasure. He could feel its overpowering strength. He could feel the beat of this treasure as if it was a heart. He could feel immense strength and control as his runic Tao lines surged, 10 splendiferous universes burning within his origin as he put a shocking amount of essence and force behind this action. His mohawk shone splendorously as with his body glowing, he called out, "Thunderflames of the maddened cosmos." Zing, the sound of countless swords unsettling resounded across the cosmic battlefield. Downlord Flamebright and those behind him stood utterly still as their bodies raged with essence, all eyes on the crimson sword flickering in and out of existence as those knowledgeable silently called out with shock, "A quasi-cosmic treasure." A silent shock was all as nothing could be heard but the sound of swords at this moment. A million, billion, a trillion cluster of swords bloomed from the single flickering quasi-cosmic treasure that Downlord Flamebright held. They crackled wondrously with purple thunder and golden flames as they were filled with the essence of extinction and annihilation. Crying out vigorously across the shattered galactic boundaries as it seemed like countless drops of rain littered a portion of the cosmic battlefield, they were crying out for the blood of a single being on the battlefield, and they carried with them a unique power that could only come from a powerful treasure as these countless purple and golden swords made a pathway towards a single point. Towards the floating figure of a colorfully glowing Noah who looked at the countless swords with a wild smile, staying in place as his body began to be covered with a silver crimson light. It was the light of a highly offensive Tao, and yet one of its first public uses, even while being veiled as nothing but a rough mixing of laws and Taos, would actually be in a defensive manner. Rumble, the purple golden swords from the thunderflames of a maddened cosmos rained down onto Noah's body alone, like countless drops of rain smashing onto him countless times. Downlord Flamebright's eyes were shining lustrously as he watched to see Noah's figure skewered, as he watched to see this being at least use up a major portion of his mana reserves to defend against an attack from a quasi-cosmic treasure. What he and the others saw was something entirely different though, as the raging thunderflame swords seemingly sunk into the colorful silver crimson light around Noah and disappeared. His figure remained floating in the shattered boundaries of galaxies as he continued to glow brightly, taking in all of the trillions of purple golden swords as they seamlessly disappeared when they came in contact with his body, erased as if they were never there. Rumble, the laid-back demeanor of Noah while he received this attack caused the hearts of many beings to turn solemn, but none more than Downlord Flamebright, as in the next second, his origin began to send out blaring alarm bells that he had never felt before. This was due to a simple action from Downlord Osmond, as even while under the attack, he raised his hand towards their direction and called out with a light smile, "Fireball," a barely inaudible whisper. The essence of a nomological edict of cessation was moved with this single whisper as in the next second crimson galaxies bloomed. Chapter 1230, Is This Allowed? Noah curiously looked at the countless purple golden swords that were called upon from a unique treasure, all of these attacks touching the mere layer of the Edict of Cessation as they disappeared the moment they did so. To others, it may seem they were absorbed or just sank into the glimmering wall that Noah had out around himself, but the attacks were erased by the unique feature of true annihilatory damage of this edict as soon as they came in contact with the essence. It was here that Noah could hold his excitement no longer as he waved his hand ahead of him. His radiant eyes felt the pulsing of the silver crimson string deep within his origin that signified an edict. And he continued to send mana to cause more of its essence to form as he took it as the base essence to form a skill. As for the skill itself, Fireball, BZZZT, the weakest possible skill cast using the base essence of a nomological edict. The moment that the ability was cast, a unique phenomenon occurred within Noah's origin as among the now over 10,000 splendiferous universes, 100 began to burn right away. Their burning gave way to an awakening of a magisterial golden light, a light of the wondrous essence of loot that granted 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot rarity, of the light that Noah wanted to see the most. This loot essence covered him entirely as it silently sank into the reality around him, ready to carry out its effects whenever the requirements were met. Open the path forward for me. Let me see what lies in wait with the cosmic Tao of loot. Noah sent out Fireball, L with such thoughts as even while trillions of the thunderflames of the maddened cosmos were still raining down onto him, fireballs bloomed, but it wasn't truly fireballs as they held a swirling stellar aura of miniaturized galaxies, each one glimmering beautifully crimson as they had a streak of silver coursing through them. To Noah, they bloomed slowly, with the single cast allowing for hundreds of thousands of miniaturized blazing galaxies to erupt out. To others, they were a barrage of speeding bullets that instantly erupted out and devoured any incoming thunderflame swords. Shooting towards Downlord Flamebright and all those behind him, others could barely follow what was happening, but the caster of the terrifying balls of fire made from a nomological edict could. Noah's eyes glimmered as he felt the miniaturized galaxies tear across space itself and smash into the bodies of downlords and antiquities alike, feeling their horror in slow motion as they tried to unconsciously cast defensive layers over them, only to have them wiped out as if they never existed. A downlord was hit by a fireball on his chest as an instant later, there was a hole through his chest. Another instant later, and another fireball bloomed before his face as his head and neck were then erased. No time to make any moves or any decision, just a single attack, and the results of it were bound to be terrifying. The loot collector passive was activated at this time, as before the audience could even react to the shocking scene, Noah's shining eyes expectantly gazed before him to finally see the itemized quantification of loot for the first time that appeared as golden shimmering text box prompts. WAA 240 universal filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 2,400 resplendent universal filament cores obtained, 9 runic Tao line enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 90 resplendent runic Tao line enhancers obtained. 10 billion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 100 billion resplendent skill points obtained. 5 skill books of storm dust obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 50 resplendent skill books of storm dust obtained. 385 universal filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 3,850 resplendent universal filament cores obtained. 15 runic Tao line enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 150 resplendent runic Tao line enhancers obtained. 15 billion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 150 billion resplendent skill points obtained. SHA, the balls of fire finished tearing through space as they showed the devastation they left behind. Those that were unlucky enough to be hit and face death had faced death as Noah looked at the fading golden words that showed him everything that the loot collector passive put in his expansive space. His vast consciousness didn't forget to send out the commands as the splendiferous universes in his origin stopped burning. 2 seconds had passed. 200 splendiferous universes were burnt. Like a barrage of bullets, the cast of fireball had come and go in these 2 seconds, leaving behind their devastating effects as well as their shocking rewards. When these 2 seconds passed, the scene became clear for all to see. Those watching from the edges of the cosmic battlefield rose from their seats as their hearts twisted and shook. That there were 18 downlords behind Downlord Flamebright as well as thousands of antiquities when this battle had just begun. Now, there lay an apocalyptic scene of torn space and over half of these downlords missing. The group of antiquities had gaps between them as more than 1,000 were wiped away instantly. The figure of Downlord Flamebright that held the quasi-cosmic treasure was missing its lower half as the hands that held the flickering crimson sword clutched onto it with unbound power. Wrath, and a hidden sense of fear, impossible, rumble, the essence of trillions of beings rose madly at such a scene as they could hardly believe it. Those with even more perceptive eyes were confused as in a certain verdant realm, a gorgeously green-haired woman spoke out as her red lips curved in an O of shock. That was a mixture of Taos and laws, right? Her words seemed to hold indecision as even someone like her didn't expect for the rough fusion of laws and Taos to be capable of reaching such a terrifying effect. To be capable of wiping out Downlord and antiquities as if they were mere flies, what exactly was happening? Chapter 1231, Is this allowed? 2. Apart from everyone else watching the shocking scene, even Halcyon found herself gasping as she saw something she had seen a long time ago unfold before her eyes at this moment. The blazing flames that can erase anything they came across, something she had seen hundreds of thousands of years ago, came to light at this moment as her golden eyes became even firmer, knowing things were truly in play now as she turned towards the surprised figure of Springforge. This is the one I saw. Even if you do not believe, this is the reality. She wanted to scream out that she was right. To let loose all the weight and frustration she carried all this time. But she settled for making sure the head of the House of Springforge would at least listen to her enough to act. Silence reigned in the surroundings as the torn wings of a primordial beast silently burned atop a green flame, while others were rising in shock and stupor and trying to wrap their minds around it. Noah was happily using his horrendously powerful consciousness to view the descriptions of the new loot and go through them in mere seconds. At the speed of his thoughts, seconds could be stretched to hours as the moment he saw the glimmer of golden prompts telling him all the normal loot he received had been increased by 1,000% and had the word, resplendent, attached to them. He had to see just what it entailed. Resplendent universal filament core, a unique treasure born under special circumstances. The absorption of a single one can grant 10 normal universes, a simple description for something stupendous. Instead of 2 or 3 universes that one could form when they devoured the universal filament cores, one could get 10 universes with a single resplendent universal filament core. Now, in this single attack where half of the downlords and over 1,000 antiquities perished, Noah had obtained over 6,000 of these resplendent universal filament cores. That was 60,000 forged universes if Noah absorbed them all, but when one thought about it truly, even that wasn't correct, as aside from the newly created comic Tao of loot with the 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot rarity. There was also the ability of duplication under the cosmic treasure ruination. The over 6,000 resplendent universal filament cores could be made to 12,000 cores, giving out the purely ridiculous reality of 120,000 forged normal universes. Speechless, Noah was left speechless. Is this allowed? He actually didn't know whether such a reality was something that was allowed or not. For someone like him to be allowed to do such a thing felt like whatever rules and boundaries were set before this, he was about to rip them all apart and step on them on the way out, as they would mean nothing to him. He was truly left in a stupor as he had to push his mind to move from the resplendent universal filament cores and into the resplendent runic dowline enhancers. Resplendent runic dowline enhancers, the elevated version of the amalgamation of branded runic dowlines that normally fade back into nature after the death of their owner. But the unique power of Noah Osmond has pulled upon this cycle of return and caused the formation of dowlines that can enhance the power of branded DAOs to form. The resplendent dowline enhancers will elevate the base effect of a selected branded runic dowline that stems from lesser DAOs by 40%, grand DAOs by 20%, and cosmic DAOs by 10%. Currently owned resplendent runic dowline enhancers 240. Well, damn, Noah stared in wonder at the doubling of all the perks, aside from the percentages of enhancing lesser and grand DAOs that were still lower in numerical terms. When it came to cosmic DAOs, the percentage had risen from 5% to 10% for the base effect that cosmic DAOs were enhanced by. 5% of the 10 million percentage boost of cosmic DAOs was 500,000%. 10% was a grand 1 million% for every single dowline enhancer, and again, we didn't have to beat the fucking dead horse here, but after he duplicated these wondrous resplendent runic dowline enhancers and ended up with 480 of them, that was 480 million in percentages of boosts, it didn't seem real, it felt balance breaking. One must recall that the greatest boosts one could receive from a nomological edict was 100 million% to all parameters, but the enhancement Noah could make to his runic dowlines was nearly 5 times this number, as even Noah didn't believe it would be so easy. Surely there would be a restriction. Right? His heart trembled as his destiny and fortune churned wildly, wondering if there would be a catch or something that stops him from actually carrying out such ridiculous action and obtaining such boosts. Well, there's only one way to find out. Rumble. Amidst the shock and stupor others were feeling from seeing half of the forces of the House of Stormdust erased, their eyes were forced to return to Noah's figure as gloriously. His aura had begun to shoot up crazily at this moment. Brilliant. Golden rings could be seen appearing rapidly all over the runic dowlines on his upper body, these golden rings causing him to look like a primordial creature as they exquisitely completed the dazzling tattoos. He let out an unbridled joy at the feeling and awe of power as his main universal body in the ruination realm was utilizing the resplendent runic dowline enhancers and branding them onto the cosmic dowlines of annihilation. Glorious rings of gold were etched on these lines that covered a portion of his chest, the rapid rate of increase in power causing a golden aura to wrap around Noah as it was reminiscent of someone undergoing a power-up in the middle of a battle. He was already dominating a power-up that began to crush the hearts of those watching as a golden wave of raging power that looked akin to golden flames wrapped over his skin and multicolored body, causing his figure to release a radiance that pulled every single eye in consciousness. In the midst of shattered boundaries of galaxies and universes, only his aura reigned supreme as everything else seemed bland and faded. Chapter 1232. Nothing much. Within the vast primordial empire, there was a special cosmos that was known about by very few and visited by even fewer beings. It was the cosmos that uniquely only the great conqueror and those he deemed important enough could enter. At this moment, within a universe in the very center of this cosmos, the figures of 2 Titanus beings could be seen floating in the chaotic void of this beautiful universe, wisps of brilliant black and gold space shimmering around them as the light of galaxies could be seen far in the distance. They were Titanuses, their bodies were millions of light years large, the man's dark hair falling down majestically with starry light as his chest was bare, and the woman accompanying him and snuggling to his chest had her golden hair flowing down and making it seem like a golden river was forming below. It was a scene very few could even imagine playing out. A scene of the great conqueror and one of the leaders of the three factions within the primordial empire being together, just like how the verdant-haired existence was termed Springforge. This beautiful existence was known to all as Havenbreaker. She wore a light silk gown as she had a smile of happiness while snuggling to the chest of Aegon. Her eyes rising up soon after as she spoke out while raising her head. It seems like an interesting writ of challenge is going on. Her voice was that of someone that had recently achieved happiness as she spoke languidly, Aegon's gaze calm and filled with unknown thoughts as he only raised his brows towards her. Havenbreaker glanced above them as she waved her hands and caused the clear illusory screen that showed the scenes playing out in the cosmic battlefield to display before their eyes. In the scene, a certain cheater's body had released a light of crimson galaxies that went on to wipe out half of the enemy forces. This light causing Havenbreaker's eyes to flutter as the laziness in them faded, and she spoke out with a tinge of seriousness. To be capable of seamlessly wiping out Dowlords and antiquities alike in a blink, that's nearly a completed edict. Who is this? Havenbreaker's eyes were watching the accumulation of silver crimson lights within the blooming crimson galaxies that were fireballs, seeing the rough mixture of laws and das as she was shocked that someone that just appeared in the primordial empire was so close to forming an edict. Beside her, Aegon lifted his luminous calm eyes onto the illusory screen as they locked on Enoa and the stellar fireballs he had cast, raising his brows lightly as if he found something funny for a few seconds, and then lost interest soon after. He showed this as he spoke in a nonchalant manner while taking his eyes away from the illusory screen as if it didn't interest him much. It's not a nearly completed edict. He's hiding it well that nobody would be able to see it, but he's utilizing a completed edict. Seems quite decent too. What, rumble? His words reverberated out nonchalantly as they caused Havenbreaker's Titanus figure to sit up, looking towards the illusory screen in shock and back towards Aegon's impassive expression as she knew the man before her wasn't one that joked. A completed edict. The new entrant into the primordial empire actually had such a thing under his belt as it caused the eyes of the golden-haired family head to turn extreme somber, finding herself muttering under her breath, "This cannot be." Her eyes were hazy as she seemed to be thinking of a lot of things. Turning to the calm Aegon beside her as she spoke, "Aegon, such a being can't be allowed to run rampant in the empire. He'll destabilize the authority and peace that's been built for millions of years." She spoke with a grand light of malice in her eyes as Aegon raised his eyes slightly towards her, looking at the illusory screen that showed the scenes on the cosmic battlefield as he replied lightly, "He's issuing writs of challenges and following all the rules of the empire. The strong will prosper, while the weak will falter." This was the goal of the primordial empire from its creation, to forge powerful combatants that will stand against primordial beasts. Not to worry about the authority of factions. His impassive words thundered in Havenbreaker's ears, causing her golden eyes to tremble as they came to focus entirely on Aegon's unreadable face. "Anyways, somebody that hides what they have is not someone to worry about. It is just a creature with an edict, nothing much." The surrounding space thrummed dangerously at such words as a pervasive silence thundered down. The silence reigned after such shocking words as the eyes of the golden-haired Havenbreaker turned a deadly shade of gold, pushing from Aegon's arms as she spoke lightly without being able to hide the anger in her voice. "I am a creature with an edict. Am I also nothing much?" The atmosphere turned exceedingly cold and sour. The impassive eyes of Aegon flickered ever so slightly as he turned to face Havenbreaker, his majestic voice reverberating out, "You know, I didn't mean it like that." It was the voice of someone that knew they were right, the voice of a being that wondered how his words could be interpreted any way differently than how he said them. But Havenbreaker wasn't having it as she pulled further away from Aegon's embrace, the silk gown she had on becoming replaced with a glimmering golden dress. While her rough and wild hair automatically weaved itself into regality and majesty, "It's not that you didn't mean it. It is just that what you truly believe deep in your heart comes out every now and then. The belief that it is Aegon above everything else. The belief that apart from the great conqueror, everything else is a mere decoration to his majesty." Rumble. The words caused the surroundings to shake as the eyes of Havenbreaker were filled with more and more anger, her figure not remaining as a flicker of light took her away soon after. Chapter 1233. You think I cannot see you? A happy session was turned sour with a few words, the gorgeous figure of Havenbreaker fading away instantly as she left behind a mere glimmer of golden light. Only a single Titanus being was left staring at the position that she was at as his impassive expression remained the same. His vast eyes turned to see the illusory screen showing the events of the cosmic battlefield as he waved his hands and caused it to disappear. What was occurring within not raising his interest one bit, he stared at the faraway galaxies and then went past them. past the universal and cosmic boundaries as his gaze tore through the primordial empire and seemingly gazed at something even further away, something that he had yet to grasp. Within his glorious eyes, an indiscernible light of anger flashed as his body silently disappeared, not releasing even a single wave of power as he appeared countless gigaparsecs away from the primordial empire. All around him, the sea of ruination raged madly as it avoided his figure as if he was taboo, his gaze looking at a hidden point of darkness within the crimson sea as this point released a barely discernible light of revulsion and despair. It was the light of pandemonium. "You think I cannot see you?" Like a thunderclap, his voice reverberated out while his figure moved forward, sinking into the hidden point that actually led into a small cluster of pandemonium. His entrance and encompassing voice startled the primordial beasts that were hidden within, the bodies of 3 grand primordial beasts coming to attention first as a dozen lesser primordial beasts came to attention only a second later. Their sacred eyes shook as they saw the intruder appear, his voice continuing to come out on waves as his body began to light up with rainbow-colored lights. He had to vent out his anger, and these primordial beasts would be able to appease it even if by a little. "You think you can move in the dark and taint those around me? Mere beasts like you, WAA." His voice carried a sense of power and awe very few beings could ever achieve, his eyes being the most unique at this moment as an ancient runic symbol rotated within them, the eyes then releasing deadly rays of light that tore even pandemonium apart, landing on the bodies of primordial beasts as roars of terrifying battles broke out. Havenbreaker appeared in the depths of a busy cosmos as soon as she left, a cosmos that was filled to the brim with downlords and antiquities as it was one of the core locations of the House of Havenbreaker. It was the Havenbreaker cosmos that was the home of this family head. Her eyes currently full of anger as she appeared within the realm of a core universe and became surrounded by downlords that she began to issue out orders to. "I want a report of every single move that Osmond has made since he arrived. Every smile and conversation, everything." Her golden hair shone with authority as she sent out the command, the nearby downlords nodding as one asked with reverence and fear, "Should we include the movements of Princess Halcyon and their interactions?" The downlord felt like he aged a few million years just by asking, watching as the expression of Havenbreaker turned cold. "I'll take care of my daughter. Do what needs to be done, WAA." "Yes, family head." Orders were given and carried out to the fullest as the tides of destiny continued to churn, nobody being the wiser on exactly where they would lead. In the cosmic battlefield, the scene of a certain being powering up crazily even though he had no need to could be seen, a single attack from him that wiped out over 10 downlords and over 1,000 antiquities. So those remaining on the battlefield looked at this scene with somber gazes as they wondered why the fuck he was powering up after such an attack, but their opinions were null and void as Noah's universal body continued to etch the resplendent runic dowline enhancers onto the cosmic dowline of annihilation, filling up its tattoo with wondrous golden lines and rings as he felt his power being elevated crazily every time an entire dowline enhancer faded. Burn, burn, burn. The multicolored lines were like endless ink as they delved into his body en masse, with over 50 of them already etched and even more of them coming as at that point, Noah's aura had wildly reached an extra 50 million% boosts in power just from the 50 resplendent runic dowline enhancers. 70, 90, 100, zing. When the 100 thought of the now duplicated 480 resplendent runic dowline enhancers were etched into the radiant dowlines of annihilation, the tattoo released a final burst of light as it didn't accept any more enhancers. The right side of his chest now had a fully golden inscribed cosmic Tao tattoo that released undulating rays of light. Noah's eyes blazed at such a reality as his origin churned. His will directing the remaining dowline enhancers to now begin inscribed the runic dowline of Kronos, like a flicker of flames coming to light. Golden rings now began to etch the gloriously purple lines on the other side of his chest as the aura surrounding his body raged even harder, causing his hair to be flung around madly as his eyes circled through innumerable colors of light. In a short moment, 100 more resplendent runic dowline enhancers were etched onto the runic dowlines of Kronos as Noah then moved on to extinction. It seemed that the dowlines could only accept a maximum of 100 of these unique enhancers before they were etched entirely, but this was no problem for Noah as he had more than enough cosmic dowlines to enhance. After Kronos and extinction, he would move on to reincarnation. He would continue forward until he actualized the ridiculous boost of 480 million%, and he would then exceed it when he ripped apart the remaining downlords and antiquities before him. Chapter 1234, A Blur of Multicolored Light. An unexplainable feeling of pure power and might was what Noah currently felt coursing through him. He had etched the resplendent runic dowline enhancers onto annihilation until the apparent 100 cap was reached as he then went on to Kronos, then extinction, reincarnation, and he etched the last 80 enhancers of the runic Tao lines of Phantasm. Even to this day, he had yet to obtain the runic Tao lines of Ruination or the primordial Tao, as he hadn't yet gained the capability to empower them with the light of conquest. But with the inclusion of 10 more cosmos under him after he wins this writ of challenge, this should be more than enough to allow him to obtain enough of the light of conquest as he could empower these two Daos and finally be the first being to actually deconstruct and reconstruct Ruination and the primordial Daos into Tao lines. This was a future he expectantly waited for, and now even more so as he had obtained the resplendent runic Tao line enhancers that would be able to enhance whatever boosts Ruination and the primordial Daos came with by 10%, for possibly over 100 times. How sweet all of it is. His eyes were closed in a drunken stupor as he felt his current aura with 480,000% boosts and a myriad of parameters, every single part of him down to every single cell dancing in excitement from the power they could utilize as it had reached a terrifying amount. It was equivalent to nearly completing 5 edicts all the way to 100%? And obtaining each of their 100 million percentages to all parameters. And he had gained such a boost so early on as even after all this, it wasn't over. Apart from the resplendent runic Tao line enhancers and resplendent universal filament cores, he also triggered the increased loot quantity and increased loot rarity for skill points. From the normal ones, he now obtained resplendent ones as in the midst of reveling in his power. He glanced at their details in the corner of his eyes, resplendent skill points. The user is able to open up multiple paths of evolution for their skills and abilities through using skill points. This is the unique quantified essence in the form of skill points that has been further elevated into resplendent skill points, allowing the user to enhance skills and skill trees to the maximum cap of 20 instead of 5. The cost of skill creation is reduced with resplendent skill points as the abilities born or combined through the use of skill combination are even more unique. Abilities enhanced by resplendent skill points will also have their own unique changes depending on their nature. The new and advanced version of skill points, Noah had to empower skill trees through the light of conquest like when he did to the wielder of Chronos, this action actually increasing the cap of skill points from 5 to 20 for that particular skill tree as it allowed for truly powerful skills. Now, he could bypass the cap of 5 for all skill trees as he could once more play with the Archlich skill tree, the Bloodlord skill tree, and many others that he had already elevated to the stage of universal filament for the sake of the archetypes of his subordinates, but their effects would now become even more ridiculous after their caps were broken from 5 skill points to 20 resplendent skill points. It was such a beautiful reality that Noah wondered just what else the increased loot rarity of the cosmic Tao of loot would do that would gift him surprises, forcing his mind to not continue wandering on this as he didn't even begin changing multiple skill trees with resplendent skill points at this moment. There would be a time for testing and playing later. Now, he wanted to clear the remaining Tao Lords and antiquities before his eyes before anything unexpected happened. He wanted to obtain the rest of the loot that these veins wanted to gift him. With such loot, he could forge a crazy amount of universes that he could also grant to his subordinates to produce antiquities in mass while he also continued to collect the ridiculous resplendent runic Tao line enhancers and skill points. Whew! His breath came out in billowing waves as he felt the excitement of the instant enhancement of 480 million percentage points, the speed and power they granted his body having reached a different realm entirely. As the moment he finished breathing out, he took a step forward. He disappeared the moment he did, as those watching his wild golden aura of powering up found themselves not being able to locate him anymore. They couldn't locate him, as he was simply moving too fast for them. Crackle! A maddened light of essence and power coursed through Noah from all the boosts he had, everything around him seeming so immensely slow as he arrived before a Tao Lord, and they didn't even have the capability to react as they hadn't registered that he was even there. He was so fast that he felt he exceeded any of the speedsters he read about in the comics of the past, where he was so many levels faster than even existences like Tao Lords that even after circling the existence before him multiple times, he still didn't react. Thump! Such a reality caused Noah's heart to beat wildly as his excitement rose, his origin trembling as splendiferous universes began to burn in order to initiate the cosmic Tao of loot. The glorious golden light of loot shone from him, his body also instantly becoming encased in the nomological edict of cessation as he moved his palm towards the body of the unsuspecting Tao Lord. Say, like sliding through butter, his palm sunk on the head of the Tao Lord as every muscle and bone he touched was erased. A wave of cessation releasing in a downward fashion thereafter as the entire body of the Tao Lord utterly disappeared before he even knew what was going on. 2 universal filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 20 resplendent universal filament cores obtained. The prompt from Loot Collector appeared before him as he released a light smile, sending a command for all incoming loot becoming itemized to be displayed when the battle ended and not after every kill as his figure continued forward. He was like a mere flash of multicolored light as in this slowed time where nobody could even react because of how fast he was moving, he appeared before the powerful Dowlords as he began to erase them with a mere wave of his hands. Chapter 1235 A Blur of Multicolored Light 2. Like a blur of multicolored light, Noah crossed the cosmic battlefield as he erased 7 of the 8 remaining Dowlords with a mere wave of his hands, none of them even being capable of defending due to how fast he was. The last Dowlord was Flamebright, the figure that was wielding a quasi-cosmic treasure and had a disbelieving expression of wrath and incredulity at this moment. Noah released the terrifying light of cessation around him momentarily as he appeared before this being that had his lower body missing already, his hands moving in the slowed town to seamlessly unfurl the fingers holding the flickering crimson sword with this Daylord's hands and taking it himself as he cast understanding and eyes of truth onto it. It was utterly disrespectful to this Dowlord as he was disarmed without even knowing it nor being able to react to it as Noah's speed was that much faster than his. The details of the quasi-cosmic treasure appeared before Noah's eyes. Madden Quasi-Cosmic Thundersword, a failed cosmic treasure that didn't quite reach the level it should have, but it still retains a powerful will and abilities. The user gains access to a unique essence of Thunderflames applied to all abilities cast with this treasure, this essence ignoring half of all enemy defenses while dealing 100,000% more damage. The abilities of Thunderflames of the Madden Cosmos, Righteous Indignation, the details of a somewhat unique treasure appeared before Noah's eyes. But it didn't excite him all that much as he put it away in his expansive space and reignited his body with cessation, barely sparing a glance to Dowlord Flamebright as he released a wave of cessation and wiped this being away an instant later, just continued utter disrespect for the most powerful enemy opposing him as he wasn't given any special treatment and was wiped away just like a common mob, and before Noah's eyes, there wasn't really any difference between him and the other Dowlords, as neither of them could even react to his movements right now. But with this, all the Dowlords were cleared as Noah's eyes turned to the antiquities that under his eyes felt like they were even stopped in time. He flashed in front of them as their gazes were still locked towards where he used to be while he was powering up with apprehension, Noah counting 2,369 antiquities remaining alive as his body lit up brightly with cessation, choosing to cast a skill that would instantly wipe out all of them away at the same time. After the continuous use of Fireball, he felt nostalgic as he took out another skill he had spammed many times in the past to clear out droves of enemies. It was Sever. From the Cthulhu skill tree that had a ridiculous amount of support skills like Multiplicative Ray Support or Ether Chain Support, where from initially shooting out a ray of ether it gained the ability to chain from one enemy to another to even allowing a portal of terror to bloom every time an enemy was hit with the ether ray. After the Cthulhu skill tree was elevated to Universal Filament Realm, this ability had become even more insane as it could chain between hundreds of enemies and allow even galactic supernovae to bloom every time they came in contact with an enemy. Simply said, it was a very good instant clear of enemies apart from something like the endless rays of time that wouldn't just illuminate the enemies before him if Noah cast them, but they might go even further and erase the trillions of audiences. Watching at the edge of the cosmic battlefield, Sever, Noah uttered lightly as from his fingers, multiple rays of light that seemed to have ether at their base bloomed, but they were backed by the essence of cessation as the void of space itself was torn apart. Their speed ridiculously being even faster than Noah as they smashed into the group of antiquities. Noah's luminous eyes watched as the purple-crimson rays hit the first antiquity, their body erupting into a mass of colorful light as they were instantly vaporized, and the ray of ether and cessation then chained onto a few hundred other antiquities in the next instant. A single ray did this as it eradicated every single antiquity it hit, the extra effects of galactic supernovae not even blooming yet is because Noah released multiple rays of light, each one covered a few hundred antiquities as all them were chained instantly and became vaporized under the terrifying might of cessation. Then, the supernovae of destructive essence bloomed from the locations where these existences were erased as an ear-shattering explosion resounded out. The burning of splendiferous universes was stopped, the slowed down time Noah had been experiencing all this time was seemingly returning back to normal, and those watching were finally able to follow what had happened as under their eyes. Something drastically different had occurred. They had been watching Noah as he powered up crazily with his aura flaring out madly, and then an instant later he turned into a multicolored light that zipped towards Dowlord Flamebright and those around him. The moment this multicolored light appeared being followed by a rocking explosion that left billowing waves of heat spreading out as before they could even blink. They found that they couldn't see the figures of any Tao lords or antiquities opposing Noah anymore, none. Not even half a second had passed, and they saw the inexplicable scene of a mere multicolored flash moving as an instant later, everything disappeared, Tao lords and antiquities erased at a speed they couldn't even follow, their hearts turning utterly cold as many knew they would not be able to fare any better if even while watching this being move, they couldn't even see his figure, THRUM. The incandescent light of the primordial light of authority at the peak of the cosmic battlefield. Beginning to shine gloriously and going towards Noah's lone figure was the only thing that affirmed that the battle had ended. But it had ended so terrifyingly that apart from the buzzing energy sounds released from this glowing light, everything else was starkly quiet, so pervasively quiet as Noah's soul figure was the only thing remaining at the center of the cosmic battlefield, his arms outstretched as he accepted the primordial light of authority that grant him an additional 10 cosmos to oversee, as well as the notifications of the loot he obtained blooming in golden prompts before his eyes. Chapter 1236, Those of the same rank can only despair. 885 universal filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of Loot are applied. 8,885 resplendent universal filament cores obtained. 19 runic Tao line enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of Loot are applied. 190 resplendent runic Tao line enhancers obtained. 58 billion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of Loot are applied. 580 billion resplendent skill points obtained. The glory of 1000% increased loot quantity and 100% increased loot quality showed itself once more. Per Noah's wishes, all the loot was displayed before his eyes after the battle finished. And he personally collected other notable loot from the bodies of the destroyed Tao lords as the storage spaces they had released them when they faced destruction. Some of these included a nearly used up grand primordial heart from the late Tao lord Flamebright, as well as a myriad of miscellaneous things from other Tao lords that Noah stashed away similar to the quasi-cosmic treasure. But his face held a bright smile as he saw all the loot details, knowing the next few days would be great ones. Of absorbing everything he had obtained as after it, he would be leagues where he currently was right now, no way. Only after a few seconds of his figure being the only one remaining on the cosmic battlefield did the audience begin to react. When they saw the shimmering primordial light of authority sink into Noah's body, their hearts fully accepted it, as even then, they had to question what they saw. All I could see was a blur of multicolored light, just a flash of light after he moved, and then everything lay dead. A Tao lord was nearly pulling his hair out, not wanting to believe what he saw, as it would mean the magisterial being floating before them was so fast and so powerful that they couldn't see him, that he was just so many leagues above them that even his fellow Tao lords, they could not compare. Is he really a Tao lord like the rest of us? Even Azazel in the seats of the House of Springforge couldn't help but ask this question as he thought back to when he first met Noah. When they compared themselves against him, the Tao lords found themselves being ashamed as they felt they couldn't give themselves the same title as him when he showed power such scales above them. If he called himself a Tao lord, others should be ashamed of holding the same title. The confidence of these aged and powerful beings took a hard hit as they had to turn introspective on just what power one could display at the universal filament rank, but after disbelief was acceptance, as apart from them, the boisterous yells of a few beings could barely be discerned from the 2 trillion blue seats where Noah's subordinates were situated. Raa! Ra! Ra! The rousing cry of an emperor penguin rang out proudly as raucous bellows from Kazuhiko and others reverberated out, showing their happiness and support while looking at Noah's figure as they had long learned to gradually build up immunity from his actions. Noah took all of this in as he gloriously floated in the center of the cosmic battlefield, his front chest fully ensnaring the gazes of all beings as the runic Tao lines he had enhanced with the resplendent enhancers continued to shine luminously with an archaic light. He closed his eyes at such a juncture as he focused his will on the primordial light of authority, on the obtainment of 10 more cosmos that would heavily expand his light of conquest and rate of marks of antiquity collection, especially after he utilized the Tao of fealty on these cosmos. Amidst hurrah, Halcyon could not help but replay the scene of Noah's body moving before their eyes like a mere flash of light. She realized to her stupor that even her someone that had reached a glimpse of edicts, she couldn't follow him. She couldn't see how fast he was moving, as such a thought terrified her as a practitioner, while it also caused her to bubble with hope when she thought of the future. Her golden eyes turned towards the figure of Springforge, who was looking at the illusory screen before them with an utterly expressionless look, but even Halcyon could see the shock within them as she spoke. "We must now make a move, Auntie." Her voice was light as she didn't celebrate or scream "I told you so." simply moving her agenda forward as the family head of the House of Springforge turned around to fully focus on her figure. Do you truly know what you've done? What that being standing at the center of the cosmic battlefield is? The shining green eyes of Springforge were releasing an overpowering light as she was utterly serious at this moment. That being, even I don't know what the results would be if I faced him, and such an existence will begin to run rampant in the primordial empire from now on. Springforge nearly didn't want to say these words as she couldn't believe it, as it didn't make sense that even she was barely able to follow Noah's figure, and that was a resounding barely. One must know, she was the head of the House of Springforge. She wasn't a common mob. And yet, she couldn't say with utmost confidence that when she stood against such a being, she would be able to claim victory, that power cannot be achieved with a glimpse of edicts alone. He either has a myriad of unique abilities we've never seen before, or more simply, he already has a completed edict that allows him to move at such terrifying speeds. The expression of the stark-naked family head was somber, as when one had no explanation for a phenomenon, they would make up many possibilities. Since they couldn't explain Noah's terrifying speed, they took this speed as the main strength of Noah, when instead it was only a side effect of the terrifying percentage boosts he wielded. There were no answers and too many questions. Halcyon letting the family head release her thoughts as she still replied simply, "We have to make a move." The same words over and over again, but she wouldn't stop until they were actually done. Springforge's verdant eyes flashed sharply as she kept being reminded of this, her hands flashing as they brought out a primal crystal that she spoke to with a cold expression. "Akainu, prepare those under you and be ready to issue a challenge to the House of Stormdust right away." Chaos and destiny churned as many beings began to move, the pieces on the board each twisting and turning for their own benefits and gains, as a singular golden piece had stepped on the board to shake it and utterly break it if need be. Chapter 1237, Those of the same rank can only despair. 2. Springforge spoke into the primal crystal as she received an affirmation soon after, her gaze languid as she spoke in a light tone while putting the crystal away. "There is no going back after all this." Her eyes seemed to gaze into the future as she thought about many things, Halcyon coming beside her as the two women floated together silently. After a certain time, Halcyon faced the powerful family head as she spoke with eyes of appreciation. "Thank you for believing in me and for everything else." Her heartfelt emotions carried these words forward as she had spent too many nights in the past millions so years afraid and alone. She didn't know who to trust, as she couldn't even go to her own mother, but this woman beside her was one of the very few that she knew she could trust. A sense of relief and peace could be felt from her as Halcyon realized it was only a semblance of the feeling that she had when she was around Noah. BZZT, but she was taken out of her thoughts as something on her body buzzed, her expression changing as she then spoke out coldly, "I am being summoned." A buzzing medallion shone brightly gold as it signified authority, and authority that only someone above Alcone could utilize, as this was the head of Havenbreaker herself. Springforge nodded with an absent-minded look as her hands tapped on the illusory screen before them, rewinding the scenes of Noah's movements while Halcyon slowly became wrapped in a spatial light and disappeared from the unique verdant realm. The edge of the cosmic battlefield with the countless trillions of seats was currently filled with a buzz of activity, many beings reshaping what they thought they knew about Downlord Osmond, as they felt like rough storms were coming in the future. The faces of any forefathers hidden among the Downlords were grim, still talking about the battle as it was. Around this time, when one being gasped in shock, and many others followed as they received a notification of something stupendous, a notification of another writ of challenge. Forefather Akainu has issued a challenge against Forefather Robert WAA, right after the shocking writ of challenge from Downlord Osmond that just caused the House of Stormdust to lose 10 cosmos under them. Another challenge was issued to this house from a member of the House of Springforge, as now forefathers that each control over 40 cosmos. It was a challenge at a large scale not seen in millions of years, as forefathers were at the helm of this challenge. Unbounded shock spread in the hearts of many, as even though they didn't have inside information, when they saw all of these challenges against the singular House of Stormdust, they knew something was going on. Downlords like Azazel were even more shocked by the unexpected move from their own house, as their throats became dry with somberness, their thoughts all heading towards a certain direction. The direction was that a war is brewing. The light of wisdom shone in Azazel's eyes as they shook, even now not entirely believing the sequence of events that were happening. As waves of shock and speculation spread all around, Noah's figure opened his eyes at the center of the cosmic battlefield as he disappeared soon after. He came to do what he sought and accomplished it, so he stayed no longer as he went to eat up his winnings. The primordial light of authority could take him to any of the cosmos under his authority, but his teleporting figure didn't appear in any of the newly obtained cosmos, as he actually materialized at the entrance of one of the rainbow bridges of the Indigo Cosmos. Not too long after, his subordinates appeared in the blue glimmering chaotic void, as along all them were the figures of King Augustus, his daughter, and many others. Noah looked at their appearance with a smile as his strong voice resounded out towards Augustus. It is time, it was time. He didn't need to explain any further, as King Augustus knew what was happening. His old wizened eyes undulating with light as this king of a cosmos kneeled towards Noah's direction. Even though it was the first cosmos Noah came across, it wasn't fully placed under him, as its rulers and people still hadn't sworn under the essence of fealty, and the wise King Augustus saw this coming as he was the first to kneel. Noah nodded impassively as the essence of fealty gushed forth from him in waves, painting over the nearby existences as it also began to stretch towards the vast cosmos before him. It was time to fully reap the benefits of conquest. Time to obtain droves of the light of conquest, as there were still too many things to be done. There were still too many ways for Noah to grow stronger. The cerulean void trembled in awe as Augustus and even a shaken Lexus Marcus Tiberius found themselves kneeling and calling out their fealty to the tyrannical emperor, to the past antiquity of Mana and the now Downlord Osmont. His essence spread out wildly as his rate of collection for the marks of antiquity began to increase. And the light of conquest began to bubble forth gloriously. As this occurred with the indigo cosmos, Noah tapped into the primordial light of authority as he gave a glance to the 10 cosmos he just obtained. He had quite literally turned all of their strongest combatants into loot, and there were no Downlords and barely any antiquities from these cosmos, as such a thing didn't matter to Noah. He would appoint his own people to oversee the vast number of universes within these 10 cosmos, and their power would very soon shoot upwards exponentially after he shared the ridiculous resplendent universal filament cores among other stupendous treasures with them. There were a few among his subordinates that had already begun to grasp ruination and the primordial Daos, like Valentina. And it was only a matter of time before he could produce Downlords that could deconstruct Daos as his forces continued to expand. Keep going, As the light of fealty spread across the indigo cosmos, Noah's figure faded as he went towards the 10 newly obtained cosmos as he went to spread his light onto them as well and collected all the benefits he worked hard to achieve. Chapter 1238, Overflowing Light of Conquest, Winds of Instability. Within a cosmos that was a part of a cluster of cosmos under the banner of the House of Stormdust known as the Blistering Cosmic Domain, in this cosmos within this cosmic domain, Forefather Robert was holding the writ of challenge issued by Forefather Akainu of the House of Springforge, as his expression was that of unkempt wrath that he reigned in due to the surrounding company that he currently had. Forefather Robert himself was a burly man with an outstanding figure, his goatee making him pronounced and easy to remember, but his aura couldn't compare to the being he was standing before and holding the writ of challenge for him to view. He was standing before a man adorned in a regal crimson robe, his expression releasing waves of power as he had a sharp jawline and eyes that seemed as sharp as swords, his low fade making his crimson hair extremely unique as his dark skin shone in the light. With crimson eyes that seemed meant for a grand emperor, it was the family head of the House of Stormdust that stood before Forefather Robert, as one could see stellar runic dowlines even encroaching his devilishly handsome face. He seemed like a man in his 50s and 20s at the same time, his hands that were filled with calluses and intertwining runic Dao tattoos reaching out and grasping onto the writ of challenge that would start a battle for dominance nobody thought would come this quick. Stardust glanced at Forefather Robert coolly as his rich and deep voice rumbled out, "I can perceive many things, and this has been the first surprise in a while." His voice sounded coarse and cacophonous. Forefather Robert, unconsciously bowing his head at the mere power this voice released as he spoke out carefully, "Head, I will assemble all the Downlords and antiquities within the blistering cosmic domains to make sure that we do not shame our house in losing once more. Especially not to Springforge." His eyes were filled with flames of battle as he continued, "Their side doesn't have the anomaly that is the newly appearing Downlord Osmont. There will be no unaccounted surprises when we battle, as it will come down to which side has the stronger Downlords." Waves of bloodlust emanated from Forefather Robert while he spoke, Stormdust merely nodding as his crimson eyes gazed out to a faraway location. Springforge wouldn't have made a move unless she was prepared. There should be something with Akainu that would make her confident enough to direct him to challenge you. His expression seemed to be pondering as unconsciously, a unique wave of colorful golden essence began to undulate around his body. This golden essence not being that of any Tao or law. It covered the tan glimmering skin on his head as it focused around his crimson eyes, his eyes releasing a luminous light as he nodded a few seconds after as if he had seen something. "We will win some and lose some it seems, but the core of it will remain how big a win we can come out with." With radiant eyes, he gazed upon Forefather Robert as the figure of this being immediately trembled from the unique essence the gaze carried, the words of Stormdust continuing, disappointingly. You will lose the coming battle, as my house will forego 40 cosmos that we have held for millions of years. In exchange though, we will make sure Springforge loses more than double that. Rumble, the air trembled as the unique golden essence around Stormdust's eyes faded, a unique smile etching itself on his face as a spatial light began to cover him. Even if you lose beautifully. Try your best to hurt their forces as much as possible. With such words left behind, his figure blurred with light as it disappeared, leaving behind a shaken forefather whose wrath only compounded as he knew the words of the family head would never be false, and he was so greatly saddened and disappointed that their house would apparently make another loss in the future to come. His eyes blazed with flames of war as he replayed the words of the family head over and over again in his mind. The writ of challenge within his hands being torn apart as he accepted it right away. The time was set as within a day. Yet another glorious battle would bloom, and this time, it involved dozens of Dowlords and thousands of antiquities, as its scale would be larger than anything seen in recent years. Fervor and disbelief spread across the different factions of the Primordial Empire as a shocking writ of challenge was confirmed, but Noah cared not for any of this as he wildly spread his essence out to cover 10 cosmos while using the primordial light of authority, unique to the Primordial Empire. The one in charge of overseeing the cosmos under the primordial light of authority could allow his aura and essence to intrude over them. But it wasn't normally done at the scale Noah was doing it, as he allowed the essence of fealty to flow over the trillions of light years that these cosmos covered, towards the quintillions of existences within. His overpowering pressure that would even cause forefathers to kneel descended onto the minds of these beings as he told them to pledge fealty. It was not just a suggestion anymore, as it was bordering towards a command. All of those facing this light of fealty that gave them a sense of Noah's power directly choosing to pledge fealty as from such action. Their origins experienced a shocking eruption in power and strength. This was something to keep in mind when it came to Noah and the percentage of power that all those who pledged fealty to him could utilize. He had to place behind strict restrictions on their uses, as since the Tao of fealty was elevated to a grand Tao and allowed his vassals to have access to 10% of his power. Just a mere 1/10 of his power was ridiculous, as currently, Noah's strongest subordinates were having a field day in the Indigo Cosmos testing out their current realms of power, as just from the percentage from Noah alone, they surpassed any power in antiquity could display, as it bordered at the level of a Dowlord. Currently, Chapter 1239, Overflowing Light of Conquest, Winds of Instability. 2. The concept of the Tao of fealty and its boosts was something that had to be looked at closely for the future to come. Where Noah's vassals were currently only receiving boosts up until his grand Tao, since this was the level of the Tao itself, if it was ever elevated in the future to the cosmic level and all those under him became able to access ruination and the primordial Taos among other things, this would truly be the springboard to the birth of terrifying combatants. But just from how exponential Noah's own power was currently rising, the number of experts he could produce as he rose ever higher would be mind-numbing, as it would be a present only he would unfold in the future. Essence waved madly as he received the fealty of quintillions of beings across 10 different cosmos, his light of conquest bubbling and rising crazily in his origin as from a small pond. It began to form into pristine white rivers and gradually raged towards becoming a sea. His universal fortune and golden destiny were also churning as he was irrevocably changing the lives and destinies of just too many beings with his power alone. The butterfly effect their actions would have in the future being unknown, as the mere effects of it now on Noah was a grand descent of billions of marks of antiquity. The golden runic markings fell down unto him in droves, as they would provide the fuel for him to grow even more normal universes into splendiferous ones, but his main focus currently was the overflowing light of conquest that had already formed into raging white seas. With this much light of conquest, it was enough for him to finally empower the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination, as his primordial ruination clone used the primordial light of authority to exert his influence over 10 cosmos. Noah's universal body stood in the ruination realm as his expression was filled with an intense light, his voice echoing out words he had wanted to say for a long time now. Let the light of conquest flow into the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination. Deep within his origin, the light of conquest obtained from many cosmos churned. The first Tao to be elevated to the cosmic level was finally able to empower the two strongest and rarest cosmic Taos. The vast seas of conquest splitting apart as one half went to ruination and the other went to the primordial Tao. Noah closed his eyes as he relished on the feeling, his universal body showered with rays of ancient lights as one could see the starry array of thousands of universes spread throughout his body, the essence of conquest, ruination, and primordial rushing through these universes seamlessly. What an addictive sensation! His very cells were screaming in joy as he smiled lightly, enjoying the seconds of the assimilated Taos of primordial and ruination becoming empowered as it was over soon. Enough, his body brimming with even more power than before. After this session of empowerment, the changes were very quickly ascertained and felt as the glorious details of the empowered Daos of primordial and ruination were displayed before him. Authority of the assimilator of the cosmic Tao of ruination, empowered, an authority that only appears around those who have fully comprehended and assimilated the cosmic Tao of ruination. It has been empowered by the cosmic essence of conquest as its rank is further elevated. It grants 200,000% increased ruination damage, 200,000% health and mana regeneration, 200,000% cast and attack speed, makes the user capable of displaying 6 times the power in the ruination sea, grants the user the capability to warp across set points across the ruination sea and turn into pure ruination essence, and opens up the pathway to the deconstruction of all Daos, authority of the assimilator of the cosmic primordial Tao, empowered, an authority that only appears around those who have fully comprehended and assimilated the cosmic primordial Tao. It has been empowered by the cosmic essence of conquest as its rank is further elevated. It grants 200,000% increased primordial damage, 200,000% health and mana regeneration, 200,000% cast and attack speed, makes the user capable of displaying 6 times their power in the primordial sea and the capability to turn into pure primordial essence, and opens up the pathway to the reconstruction of all Daos. Is beautiful. Noah's eyes were lit up brightly as he watched the doubling of the boosts of ruination in the primordial Daos, and even though they seemed to pale in comparison to the crazy number of 480 million in percentage boosts that he had just placed on himself, the base numbers of 200,000% on these 2 Daos were actually much more important. This was because when he turned these 2 Daos into runic Tao lines, something that nobody would be able to do unless they had something like Noah's Samsara universal Tao origin trait, the boisterous that could bloom from it were simply ones to look forward to. Normal cosmic Daos transformed into Tao lines granted a 100-fold increase in their base percentages, which was 100,000 for all normal cosmic Daos, as this granted the 10 million % boosts that Annihilation, Extinction, and many other Daos enjoyed that Noah enhanced with the resplendent runic Tao line enhancers, but the base 200,000 of ruination and the primordial Daos meant that the 100-fold increase was going to be a 20 million % boost. And the 10% increase from resplendent runic Tao line enhancers would be 2 million, as from both ruination and the primordial Daos. Noah was looking at a total of 400 million % boosts from them alone when he spent 200 enhancers on them. What a future! What a glorious reality where Noah would be able to breach the 1,000 million in percentage boosts in a relatively short period of time, deconstruct ruination and the primordial Daos. His voice rang out magisterially as he wanted to watch such a beautiful scene firsthand. THRUM. His entire body vibrated with an incandescence of light as his Samsara universal Tao origin trait did its wonder, the inscribed cosmic Daos still staying with him as he unbelievably used the very essence of ruination to deconstruct both ruination and the primordial Daos. And he thereafter utilized the essence of the primordial Tao to reconstruct these 2 very same Daos, something that should have been impossible. SHING, a brilliant light shone as these 2 unique Daos were deconstructed and reconstructed into Tao lines so unique as one shone a pure crimson color while the other had a pristine whiteness that blinded everything. Brand them unto me. Noah called upon them loudly as his heart beat ever faster, these 2 nigh endless runic Tao lines rushing towards him as shockingly, they didn't go to brand runic Tao tattoos on his skin, they shot with purpose not towards his skin, but towards his very eyes as they shot into the very center. Even Noah was surprised by this as he felt an intense pain rock him, this pain followed by unbelievable brilliance from his eyes as he could even feel his origin influenced, his irises being irrevocably changed as one could see a unique crimson light inscribing something on his right eye, and a pristine white light doing the same on his left eye. His irises that used to shine with the light of billions of galaxies were being changed as the runic Tao lines of ruination and the primordial Daos carved his eyes into something else, granting Noah a boon that he wasn't expecting, a boon that above the many other things it would provide, it focused on his eyes. The process of the Tao lines being inscribed into them was so immensely painful that he had to close them, only opening them a few seconds later when he felt the swirling lines settle down. When his eyes were closed, the ruination realm he was in was red all around as always. But when he opened his eyes, half of the ruination realm became painted white as the other half turned an even darker shade of crimson. His eyes fully opened as the effect of this mere opening was something that even caused Noah's heart to shudder. If someone were to look upon him, they would only be able to realize a single thing about his eyes were so damn dazzling. Chapter 1240, The Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination. The first thing Noah thought when he opened his eyes after they became branded with the runic Tao lines of ruination and the primordial Tao was something unique. But didn't make much sense. I can see. This was the thought he had, but it was also a matter of fact, as of course he could see. But to Noah, it was more than that, as when he opened his eyes, he felt like the past sight he had was akin to things being black and white, as if he was blind before, barely seeing through a dark fog, and now, his sight was clear. Everything before him felt colorful and bright, as he could see clusters of interweaving essence that made a myriad of Taos, and the essence that made the very space itself. He could see how the very essence of space and time come together to weave with ruination to cause the area that he knew as the ruination realm before his eyes. As he also saw that within this mixture of essence, the primordial essence was also mixed within in small amounts, his hands unconsciously reached up before him as his fingers ran through this stellar interweaving of multiple essences, his origin shaking at what he was seeing, as it seemed like a smooth mixture, a smooth fusion of Taos, like something that could possibly form an edict. What is this? He was utterly shocked, as if one were to look at his eyes right now, they would notice his left iris was an ancient-looking circle filled with the light of innumerable white universes, these pristine universes tinged with slight gold, stupendously creating a shape that had 3 triangles stacked and interlocking on top of each other. Meanwhile, his right iris was filled with crimson circular lines that seemed to endlessly be weaving together towards a center point that one could forever get lost in, dazzling eyes that would cause one to be lost in them and stupor in awe just from a mere glance. And yet the being who held them himself was just learning about them, as after his shock of seeing the interweaving Taos that made up the space around him, he looked at his own body as he could only stare and wonder. He didn't see any of the thousands of universes he had forged that would brilliantly show on his universal body, nor any of the runic Tao lines that covered most of his body currently. All he could see, blue, a gorgeous cerulean blue. His entire body from head to toe looked like an entire amalgamation of blue light that shone with utter and pristine brightness all around. This is the light of mana. The light of the boundless mana. This was the defining thing about him, and his body showed it, as this was a majority of what Noah saw when he looked at himself. When he glanced at his chest, apart from the glimmer of blue, he also saw 2 endless rivers of white and gold that should represent his trait of protagonist and samsara universal Tao origin, and even further apart from this, he could see small lights that represented edicts, Taos, laws, everything about him. Holy shit. It was such a mindfuck, as Noah felt like he didn't even know himself as much as he should have, his consciousness drawing up the information on exactly what he had gained, as it seemed too ridiculous. The instant he thought about it, all the details about his now white and crimson eyes and what they could do flooded his mind, and they were soon quantified and shown right before his eyes. Runic primordial Tao line, a unique manifestation of a deconstructed and reconstructed primordial Tao that should normally not be possible for common existences. The Tao line has settled into the left eye of the holder, as they have gained something ancient that normally only the primordials hold, the primordial eye. This eye grants its holder the capability to see all constructs in their natural forms and be capable of distinguishing their composition and origin, including the essence of laws, Taos, and to a very limited extent edicts, and much more. The holder of the primordial eye is capable of analyzing and replicating any abilities, skills, laws, or Taos they gaze upon, with the exception of edicts, among other concepts. The primordial eye can gaze upon many things, and it is also capable of altering the truth of the body, soul, and origin of the holder to display only what they wish to display to others. If a being is capable of gaining both the primordial eye and the eye of ruination, they can even go as far as being capable to see the barriers between different realities and go as far as to cross them. The runic primordial Tao line also grants 20 million % increased primordial damage, 20 million % health and mana regeneration, 20 million % cast and attack speed, makes the user capable of displaying 6 times their power in the primordial sea and the capability to turn into pure primordial essence. Fuck. Noah's heart trembled as he had to come to a stop just at the mention of the primordial eye. There were too many things to unpack, but amidst the flurry of new information, Noah found himself looking at the words, common existence. He was considered a common existence, as the primordials were elevated onto another level. And yet he had gained something that only beings of this level could achieve as its boosts. Goodness, he had no words for it. Ridiculous didn't cut it, preposterous didn't even begin to cover it, but here it was with all of its glory, Noah glancing at its details with shock and stupor. His eyes focused on the details that said he was now capable of analyzing and replicating any abilities, skills, laws, or Taos, any. If his primordial eye glanced upon it, he could analyze and replicate it, This dot was just one of its features. Chapter 1241, The Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination. 2. One of the first features of the primordial eye wasn't something as simple as skill copy or replication, but Noah would analyze and bring forth any concept he came across as even if chanced upon someone using the essence of a cosmic Tao he hadn't comprehended before he would be able to glean its mysteries and comprehend it after a mere glance from the primordial eye. It effectively made the cosmic Tao integration and emergence ability null as Noah could obtain all he wished as long as he saw it, with the very clear exception of edicts and other concepts that Noah didn't know of. It wasn't just skill replication, but also law replication and Tao replication, no matter if a Tao was lesser, grand, or cosmic. What a primordial eye! Apart from him being able to do this and be able to see the source and origins of the things he came across, he could also alter his own body, soul, and origin, as this ability would be akin to the grand Tao of subterfuge being made to a cosmic one. With such an ability, nobody could see what he didn't want them to see with surety. It was utterly ridiculous. As to top it all off, the description spoke of being capable of even seeing the veils of different realities and being capable of crossing them if one obtained the Eye of Ruination. Well, he had also obtained just that. His right eye, that shone with a crimson radiance and was filled with endless circular lines that seemed to be pulling even space into it, was brought into the picture as Noah pulled up the information for this as well. Runic Tao line of ruination, a unique manifestation of a deconstructed and reconstructed Tao of ruination that should normally not be possible. The Tao line has settled into the right eye of the holder as they have been instilled with the Eye of Ruination. The holder of the Eye of Ruination gains the capability of dealing true annihilatory damage from the rays of light released from the eye, and they can deconstruct and absorb all incoming attacks unless they hold the essence of a concept with true annihilatory damage. All absorbed attacks by the Eye of Ruination can be released and reflected with an amplification of 10 million% true annihilatory damage. True annihilatory flames of ruination can also be released and extinguished under the user's will, with these flames being capable of burning entire cosmos if they are allowed to spread. The Eye of Ruination also allows the user to be capable of perceiving 5 seconds into the future, as well as be capable of precognition, manipulation, and immunity from others with similar capabilities. If a being is capable of gaining both the primordial eye and the Eye of Ruination, they can even go as far as being capable to see the barriers between different realities and go as far as to cross them. It grants 20 million% increased ruination damage, 20 million% health and mana regeneration, 20 million% cast and attack speed. Another wondrous description lay before Noah's eyes as while they illuminated the entire ruination realm, he continued to stare at their details breathlessly. The Eye of Ruination was much more offensive based than the primordial eye, and it provided something that Noah had only gotten his hands on through an edict: true annihilatory damage. On top of this, he could also utilize true annihilatory flames of ruination that could spread to devour an entire cosmos if uncontrolled, flames that could only be distinguished if an existence held similar abilities to do so. Even further, he could absorb and deconstruct all incoming attacks into his Eye of Ruination, as it effectively gave him such a ridiculously robust defense that only existences that could deal true annihilatory damage would be able to even harm him. What an eye! Apart from all this, there was also the stupendous capability of precognition that came with immunity and the capability for him to even manipulate the visions of the few seconds into the future. All of it was just ridiculous. All of it was purely ridiculous, as Noah still found a huge smile on his face, gazing upon the outside space with his eyes once more, as when he saw how ridiculously bright he made the ruination realm. He exerted control onto his eyes as his left side that was colored white receded and his right side stopped being a beautiful crimson light. The terrifying waves of power of his eyes became fully contained within as they only shone their pristine white and crimson lights for a few inches, Noah gazing at his surroundings while marveling as he truly saw the ruination realm for what it was. Then, his heart shook as he thought of the space of the universe and cosmos themselves, and even the Ruination Sea, as the figure of his universal body instantly disappeared from the ruination realm and returned into the novice universe where the main bodies of his subordinates were training in while enjoying the abundant Tao fruits and herbs. His eyes captured the surroundings of the cosmos in wonder as he saw the scene of the essences of space and time filling most of the space, and they were then held intricately by the essence of Chronos as within the nearby space. The essence of too many Taos and laws were also present as it made everything muddy. When his eyes gazed towards the galaxies that he entirely turned into Tao spaces for the purposes of farming, he could see circular fields of gold or purple or black that represented a single Tao of destiny or Chronos or Tenebris. But even these spaces had the influence of other Taos as it all came together to form the beautiful scene that everyone else could see. Noah looked at all these scenes while floating perfectly still. His eyes being capable of gazing to positions too many light years away, as if he was right there, capable of viewing things to their microscopic levels even if they were millions of light years away. He had to explore. He had to explore just to what extent his new eyes could see, just what many more things he could do now that he obtained these eyes, with him being able to see the nature of das and laws so clearly. Just how easy would it become to form another nomological edict? How easy would it be to understand the secrets of the vast cosmos and the endless ruination sea that contained them? Unbeknownst to Noah, his primordial eye had begun to rotate its unique iris majestically as he absorbed bundles of information, vibrating with unseen fervor as it seemed more excited than he was to gaze upon everything. Chapter 12:42. Cold and unfeeling. As Noah obtained a terrifying set of eyes and was about to explore their stupendous uses, other beings dancing atop the same board he was on were also moving, as things didn't just remain static with him out of the picture. In the Havenbreaker cosmos that was even more prestigious than the propitious cosmos that held the Golden Citadel that had hosted a recent stellar banquet, Princess Halcyon had been summoned by none other than the family head of Havenbreaker herself. The steps of this unique being were light as she was in the core universe of this Havenbreaker cosmos, walking in the halls of another majestic castle that was towering to be larger than most galaxies. As she went towards a throne room that only powerful Dowlords and forefathers normally entered, she passed by many beings in the long hall of this castle as they bowed to her with respect, her languid eyes remaining calm as he continued forward until she opened the huge golden doors leading to a throne room. The huge doors opened with a sound as the scene inside was revealed, showing a singular golden throne atop pristine stairs that a curvaceous queenly woman was sitting on, with figures of powerful forefathers and Dowlords situated below the steps as they were discussing busily before Halcyon entered. Seeing her figure appearing, the eyes of more than half of them lit up as they bowed towards her, the other half keeping their eyes on Havenbreaker, who was situated upon the throne. As the eyes of this being turned sharp, her voice echoing out soon after, "Leave us, WAA." The moment her command was given, spatial light flashed for a mere 2 seconds as the entire throne room was empty, leaving behind two women, one still situated regally and with authority upon a throne as the other walked towards her with light steps, Halcyon coming to stop before the golden steps that led towards the throne as she bowed her head while calling out lightly, "Mother," a light call. But no reply met her as she raised her head to find her mother's gaze tightly locked onto hers. The figures of these two women being utterly shocking, as if one were to look at them they would think they were twins. Havenbreaker herself seemed to be in her late 40s as she let out an aura of an experienced queen, while Halcyon seemed to be in her mid-20s as she seemed fairly young. What was most surprising was that when comparing their beauty, the daughter actually gave off a sense of more awe and splendor even though they were both dressed in gold. The pair of mother and daughter stared at each other for a few seconds before Havenbreaker spoke in a commanding tone, "Dowlord Osmont, why did you invite that creature to the propitious universe? Why did you associate and mingle with him? And what exactly have you been doing this whole time, my dear daughter?" A commanding tone of a queen speaking to her subject. No warmth of a mother speaking to her daughter could be felt as Halcyon calmly took in the words while replying, "He's a new Dowlord I am trying to rope in for our house, mother. I was the first to reach out to him and form a strong connection. Do not try to play me with your act and pretty words, rumble." Before she could finish, the responding voice of Havenbreaker interrupted her as this queen rose up from her throne, beginning to walk with light steps down towards her daughter. "A mother knows their daughter best, or so I've heard. I've known your movements and scheming for many years now. My dear daughter." Havenbreaker's expression was utterly impassive as she stepped on the golden stairs, coming to a stop on the last one as she stood a head above Halcyon and stared down while she spoke, "My sweet, sweet daughter." Havenbreaker raised her hands as she cradled the cheeks of Halcyon, but no warmth could be felt from it as Halcyon's body even shook. "Do you know, when you were first born, my very own destiny and fortune reacted as they told me to kill you? Can you imagine that? My own baby girl that I cradled in my hands, and every cell within my body was telling me to strangle her. My own destiny was telling me that my very blood would scheme against me, that my very own blood would threaten my life and hegemony." With an expression utterly devoid of emotion, Havenbreaker removed her hands from the cheeks and spoke while she stared at the eyes of Halcyon that had begun to shake, the eyes of this daughter listening to her mother say the words to a scene she had actually seen over 1,000,000 years ago, this scene playing itself now as Halcyon thought she was prepared. She thought that after seeing it happen over and over again in her dreams, watching it happen for real would not be so painful. That it wouldn't hurt her so much to hear these words from her very own mother. The one person that should have loved her the most, she would never feel that warmth in her life as with her eyes shaking. She stared straight on towards the woman that had a face very similar to hers and continued listening to her cold words. I had confidence in myself as I said no. My very own daughter would not be able to do such a thing to me. And since then until now, I have continued to believe that. Whatever schemes or games you play it, you will always be in the shadow of Havenbreaker. With an utterly chilling tone, Havenbreaker walked up to Halcyon as she raised her hands that had begun brimming with a dangerous essence, an essence that could wipe out the whole universe they were in if it wished. She brought her hand clad in such an essence as she held Halcyon's ears and spoke into them. I could have snuffed you out when you were a mere child, and I can still snuff you out now. So I will ask again, tell me everything about the Dow Lord Osmond, and exactly what you have been playing around with him. Cold and unfeeling, these were the eyes of Havenbreaker as they held onto the ears of her daughter that were becoming dyed with a black color and decaying as if they would fall off at any second. Against such words and a threat, Halcyon's shaking eyes actually calmed as her breathing steadied, her languid eyes staring at the woman who should have been her most loving mother as she replied slowly, he is just a Dow Lord I am trying to rope into our dash. Page, a resounding sound of a slap echoed out the throne room as from the golden steps of the throne. Halcyon's figure was flung out like a rag doll as it smashed into the golden doors behind her and left a huge dent. None of the Daos or law essence she had raised up could protect her. Not even the rough assortment of laws and Daos she was trying to fuse could stop the slap of a hand that was palpating with a striking golden light. After all, how could one stand against an edict? Halcyon's figure fell down weakly as she released ragged breaths, multiple pristine white teeth falling to the ground as blood flowed freely. The terrifying essence from the slap surged through her body as it left behind broken bones and nearly ripped apart her origin, yet, her golden eyes still filled with calm and defiance as she stared at the woman glancing at her coldly from a distance away. Chapter 1243 Search for the Source. While shocking events were unfolding in the Primordial Empire, Noah was still marveling and pondering on the Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination in the Novice Universe. Something that was at the back of Noah's mind as he obtained the Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination was the fact that they were things that were in the playing field of primordials. He had to know just how common it was for primordials to obtain the Primordial Eye, and whether every single primordial was born with it or they had to acquire it in a unique manner similar to him. He thought back to the only primordial he had met so far as he wondered if that veiled woman also had something like this. There was also the Eye of Ruination that should be just as rare if not more in Noah's eyes, where if a primordial obtained both this eye and the Primordial Eye they could traverse the veils between different realities. When thinking like this, one would come upon the terrible truth that the primordial Noah had met either had both the Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination, or the primordials had unique abilities like the great usurper the Noah Eckert that he had met not too long ago who could use their own unique means to traverse across realities. Whatever is that guy doing now, anyway? I met him when I entered antiquity as I'm now leagues ahead in power. He wants to stand against primordials and he was raised as a champion similar to Aegon. But can he even keep up? As he stared at the galaxies turned into Dow spaces in the Novice Universe, Noah smiled as he had such a thought about the being with the same first name as him, thinking that in no way could someone have a fast rate of progression similar to his as he would leave everyone else in the dust. But since Noah had gained the Primordial Eye and the Eye of Ruination, there were many more things he could now do as he had to plan greatly for the future. As for where to start? It was to understand just what extent of power these two new eyes had. In the Novice Universe, his entrance was soon noticed by his subordinates as the Emperor Penguin flew towards him happily. But when this arrogant bird chanced upon Noah's eyes gazing from far away, his consciousness suddenly became jumbled as he fainted right away and floated listlessly in space. Noah felt the changes as he gazed over right after, thinking everything was under control, but the sense of awe and power that his eyes released were still too much. Noah the figure of Barbados also floated towards him quizzically as the moment she stared into the white and crimson eyes, her eyes also rolled back as she fainted, and Noah saw that this would be the case for any of his subordinates in the next few seconds as his figure disappeared from the Novice Universe soon after. His essence had wrapped around the Emperor Penguin and Barbados as he made sure they were okay. Their minds only receiving a momentary shock as they should be fine in a matter of minutes. He needed time to control the output that his eyes released, and his main body would do just this as when he reappeared again, he was in the Ruination Sea as he stared at the vast and seemingly endless infinite cosmos before him since he was still only 2 meters large currently. He saw the unique mixtures of laws and Daos that formed the boundaries of the universes that made up this cosmos, his body gradually beginning to enlarge as he went towards becoming billions of light years large while also moving further and further away from the cosmos. It gradually stopped looking like an endless object as he grew to be the same height as the cosmos. And he then exceeded it until he was double its size. Then, he stared at it again as he felt like he was breaking down all of its secrets, his primordial eye shining brightly as this eye that could break down and look at the source and origin of everything before it was feeding Noah with too much information. Currently, he saw the infinite cosmos as a mass of colors, the predominant one being white as it represented primordial essence that was constantly washing from the cosmic core and onto the universes within the cosmos. He also saw a string of blue lines extending from the cosmic core and attaching to his chest and towards the origin of his other two bodies, his heart shaking as on top of this. He was able to see another glimmering line that should have represented the true source or origin for the infinite cosmos. One had to always wonder, where was the primordial essence that kept a cosmos and all of its universes alive from the ruination sea coming from? The cosmic core told Noah before that all cosmos were connected to the primordial sea, but Noah had only ever found an expanse of the sea of ruination when he explored outside, as he found nothing else. Now, he could see everything hidden as from the infinite cosmos that shone majority white. He saw a taut white river connected to it that shot forth into the crimson ruination sea to an unknown location, a white river of pristine primordial essence he couldn't see before. Yet now it shone with glorious splendor as his destiny and fortune churned when he looked at it, the source. His voice was hoarse as he called out, his newly gained eyes releasing increasingly bright light as the ruination sea around him began to be bathed with a white light. Before Noah knew it, his body was reducing from its ginormous size and already shooting forward in the direction this hidden river of primordial essence was leading to, wanting to see for himself the primordial sea that couldn't be found no matter how much one searched in the ruination sea. The ruination sea churned. From the sheer speed Noah was traveling at, his body only becoming a blur of multicolored light as he chased after something he could only see after he obtained a set of ridiculous eyes. Chapter 12:44 Confidence. As Noah followed a hidden pristine white river from the infinite cosmos in search of something even he didn't know of yet, the brutal scene within a certain throne room in the Havenbreaker cosmos continued. A daughter stood up weakly after suffering a strike that was the deadliest one she had faced her entire life, or even the grand primordial beast had not been able to wound her this much just over a day ago. Such a strike stemmed from her very own mother, this being remaining where she was as she looked down towards her coldly. At least try to be a bit smarter and try to be useful to me, then I might keep you around longer. If I find that I have no use for you anymore, then I will have no problem doing what my very core told me to do the day you were born. Words of utter cruelty resounded out as Halcyon felt her heart to be seemingly pierced too many times, biting her lips as she heard the words she was waiting for this whole time, the words she had seen along with everything else that was playing out at this moment. Clean yourself up and leave. Do not shame the house of Havenbreaker with such an unsightly demeanor. After slapping her daughter with an attack filled with the essence of an edict, Havenbreaker still didn't get any useful information that she wanted about a certain Osmond as she sent Halcyon away. Yes, mother, as cordial as ever. Halcyon tried to bow amidst her broken teeth and bones, her body being wrapped in a spatial light as she disappeared from the throne room while utilizing 1/4 of the essence she left behind to perform a long-distance teleportation to a specific location in the Primordial Empire. Her figure, with a tattered and shredded dress with lacerations all around her fair skin, appeared in a verdant realm that she had just left, a figure not yet turning towards her direction as she spoke out. Teasingly, for you to return so soon, did little Halcyon miss M? Alarm rose on Springforge's face as she turned to see Halcyon, as she saw the battered girl whose origin and body screamed of weakness. What is? Wrath filled Springforge's mind as she instantly appeared around Halcyon and began to release shocking waves of life force and a unique glimmering essence of a verdant edict, lifting up the face of Halcyon that after holding strong this whole time against being attacked by her very own mother, tears began to drop down freely as she threw herself into the chest of Springforge. The minds and actions of existences could be cruel, no matter if it was against strangers or their own family. If they stood in the way of power, everything could be discarded, but in the depths of the hearts of the truly strong, there was something unique known as confidence, confidence that stemmed from knowledge of their own power, and confidence in themselves, as these beings always looked at life as if things revolved around them. Confidence. Aegon was a truly strong individual as he had a great deal of it, the recent example of this feature showing being the fact that he saw through a being moving in his empire wielding an edict in secret, but he had such utter confidence in his power and strength that he knew that being he saw would never be able to even measure up to 1/100th of his abilities. It was confidence that didn't just stem from his own edicts, but from a power that he knew no others in this reality could ever grasp. This was his knowledge and belief, and his confidence stemmed from this and much more. Champion of reality. Can one imagine what the psyche of such a being was? How the thought process of such a being worked day in and day out, shows an existence that was protecting the very bastion of reality with countless quintillions of existences below him. How could one not grow a sense of unbound confidence? Then, there was Noah himself. He knew very well that this feature of confidence and arrogance he had of himself was one of the negative aspects that he constantly tried to fix, always reminding himself to be humble and to always expect the unexpected, to always move with care, as even the smallest problem could become a big one if it wasn't taken care of carefully. This was why he moved in the past primordial cosmos with clones and the Tao of subterfuge. And why he was currently moving in the primordial empire with his primordial ruination clone, even though he had utter confidence in himself, confidence that stemmed from infinite mana, a trait that literally turned him as the protagonist, and a nomological edict that branded his very soul onto this reality that death for him would be hard to come by. Yet even with all of these factors that would make a being extremely arrogant and conceited, Noah still tried his best to keep his ego and confidence in check as he still moved with care and more than always used clones. It was a habit he was gradually learning and continuing to carry out, as in case anything unexpected occurred, he would always be safe. He didn't consider it cowardly, where his universal body that wielded the full primordial eye and the eye of ruination had for the first time left the infinite cosmos while chasing the river of primordial essence that stretched out towards an unknown location. It was just one of his main bodies traversing outside, but he still moved with utter care as he learned to what extent the primordial eye and the eye of ruination were applied to his clones. Noah was one of the very few beings that should be filled with utmost confidence, that should rival Aegon if not supersede it, but he was slowly learning to curb it and not let it lead to unbound arrogance and a huge ego, as such an action might just greatly help to save him in the future. Chapter 1245. The first billion is always the hardest. Apart from Noah and Aegon, there were Halcyon, Springforge, Havenbreaker, and Stormdust, existences with their own unique features, as each one had their own reasons for their utmost confidence. Halcyon had seen things that had yet to occur. Her heart was serene as she moved with knowledge others only wished they had. Havenbreaker had her own source of confidence, as even when she knew how unruly her own daughter was, she still kept her at hand, as she had the confidence to reign her whenever she wished. All of these beings and the levels of confidence and arrogance they had, it would be one of the features that contribute to their shocking rise in grandeur, or their ecstatic falls in the future to come. In the throne room that Halcyon was just thrown around in like a rag doll, Havenbreaker returned to her seat calmly, as a second later, spatial waves of essence erupted around her to cause the appearance of a certain crimson-haired suave man. Nearly killed your daughter there, Havenbreaker. Stormdust released a deadly smile as he spoke, as if he hadn't just ordered an assassination a bit over a day ago that had Halcyon as one of the targets. She still has her uses, especially now with her connection to this Osmont. Havenbreaker replied languidly, as she wasn't the least bit surprised at Stormdust's appearance, this shocking meeting that would cause turmoil if any being saw occurring in this hidden space, as the essence of an edict had spread around the room in case there was anyone prying. Why are you here? Her golden eyes filled with coldness turned to Stormdust as this being nonchalantly stepped towards her figure on the throne, his coarse hands reaching out towards her as she raised her brows while continuing to speak out calmly. If you want Aegon to rip you apart without any more reservations of your friendship, you can go ahead and try that. WAA. At the mere mention of Aegon, the smile on Stormdust faded as he stood up with sharp eyes, his voice ringing out. Springforge has made her move. You need to make yours afterwards. His voice carried a unique tone that always pulled others' attention towards him, Havenbreaker nodding her head nonchalantly as she replied to him. As we agreed. We will take things a step at a time and see how all the cards will fall. This Osmont, he is not just a piece that Halcyon and Springforge are using. You need to be careful of this creature. Stormdust replied languidly as he stepped away from the throne with a smile, his figure becoming wrapped in spatial essence as he continued. I've already been here too long for comfort. Let me know if you want to meet again. His devilish smile was dazzling as with a glimmer of crimson, he faded away. Havenbreaker looked at the area as she released a harumph, her cold eyes staring out at the area she had just smacked her daughter onto as many thoughts danced in her mind. As all of this occurred, Noah continued to follow the shimmering river of primordial essence as his primordial eye and the eye of ruination still released terrifying lights, Noah learning to better control them as he continued to take in everything around him. At the same time, he had duplicated the resplendent runic dowline enhancers as the moment he felt a certain level of control on the new eyes, he wanted to enhance the runic dowlines of ruination and the primordial Daos that made them. From the 190, he now had 380 resplendent runic dowline enhancers after the duplication to work with as he could further elevate the parameters of his power. His figure was going who knew how many light years every second, as if there was anyone strong enough watching. They would simply be seeing a multicolored blur flash on the chaotic ruination sea. But Noah's eyes showed him that he was swimming towards a certain location, as with this time his essence moved onto the resplendent runic dowline enhancers as he began to direct them onto the primordial eye. The colorful lines shot from his expansive space and into the runic dowlines that made up the unique structure of the white gold left eye, one enhancer after another being eaten up as Noah's aura could feel the three stacked triangles that formed his iris and even the circular rims of his eyes. Resplendent golden circles began to etch themselves around them as they began to create for such colorful eyes that common protagonists would feel shame. Lines of gold weaved themselves into his left eye as they gradually caused its structure to have prominent minuscule golden rings, Noah watching as the number of enhancers absorbed by the primordial eye reduced by 10, 30, 60. Until he reached 100 bzzt. The light that the primordial eye released became even brighter as normally. The 100 resplendent runic dowline enhancers limit should have been reached. And yet, that's just beautiful. Noah watched with a smile as the 101st enhancer sank into the primordial eye seamlessly, the number continuing to shoot up higher. The cosmic primordial dowline was a stage higher than annihilation and all the others. Naturally, its limits would also be above them. Such was the reality displayed before Noah's consciousness as he saw another 50 enhancers after the 100th sink into the primordial eye that these dowlines created, giving birth to the white gold eye that had many concentric golden rings wrapped all around it. 150 resplendent dowline enhancers was the limit for ruination and the primordial dowlines. A single resplendent runic dowline enhancer was a 10% increase to the base attributes of the runic dowline. Wondrously, the primordial dowline had 20 million% for its base attributes, as every single enhancer going into it was an addition of 2 million%. And 150 enhancers had sunk into the primordial dowline. The results were stellar. To say the least, runic primordial dowline, a unique manifestation of a deconstructed and reconstructed primordial Tao that should normally not be possible for common existences. The runic primordial dowline also grants 320 million% increased primordial damage, 320 million% health and mana regeneration, 320 million% cast and attack speed. It was a beautiful result that would make one question just why such a thing was even allowed to happen. Chapter 1246, The first billion is always the hardest to. Boom, Noah felt an explosive sense of strength reverberate from his body continuously as the runic primordial dowline shone with utter majesty and power, his heart steeling itself at the sight of 320 million% increase in primordial damage, health and mana regeneration, and cast and attack speed. Just what exactly would a 320 million% in boosts mean anyways? How could we actualize and understand this number with our very own eyes? For this, we will have to talk numbers briefly. If we start with a small number like 1000% and someone's cast speed was a numerical number of 10, such an increase would grant 10 times their base speed, as 10 times 1000% was 100. Going further, 100,000% was 10,000 times the base of 10, and 1,000,000% was 100,000 times the base value of 10, granting one a speed of 100,000 from just their base 10. 10 million% was a numerical increase of 1 million times, and 100 million% was a numerical increase of 10 million times, so a 320 million% increase was actually an increase of 32 million times, the value of 10 becoming 32 million. If in the case that Noah had the numerical cast speed of 10 and could shoot 10 fireballs per second, with the 320 million% boost to cast and attack speed stemming from the runic primordial dowline, he could now cast 32 million fireballs per second, from releasing 10 attacks per second to releasing 32 million of them every second. This was what such a number meant when one actually actualized it into reality. This was how we could understand it realistically. This was also why Noah had been able to move at such crazy speeds that would put speedsters to shame. It was because some dowlines increased his movement speed by millions of times that he couldn't help but see everyone else as if they were moving in slow motion. This same numerical concept could be applied to the damage he could deal and his health regeneration. He could effectively heal all of his health after the passing of a mere second, even if he lost 99% of it, unless he met an enemy that could land deadly attacks filled with true annihilatory damage within less than a second multiple times until his health ran out. They would not be able to kill him, as they would find it all regenerated in the next second. This was what all of these crazy percentages in the millions meant. One must keep in mind that the previous 480 million percentage boosts he had stacked varied depending on the Tao he boosted, with some Taos increasing him in the damage he could deal along with cast and attack speed and regeneration like the primordial Tao, others enhancing him on the AoE damage percentage or movement speed in many More parameters, so it wasn't 480 million% on everything but on specific parameters of the DAS enhanced by the resplendent runic dowline enhancers. Now, 320 million in boosts were being added from the runic primordial dowline alone, as we could add these two numbers and say Noah currently had 800 million percentage boosts spread out over different parameters. And even this didn't seem enough for him, as in the next second, the runic dowline of ruination, his attention turned towards his right eye that shone crimson and had circular lines moving mysteriously, the resplendent runic dowline enhancers beginning to wrap their concentric gold rings on the circles of his eye of ruination, tinging this eye with gold as well. 50. 100. 150, BZZZT, with a glorious illumination of light, his right eye released might just as intense as his left, yet another 320 million in percentage points coming to light. Uniquely, ruination also granted the parameters of cast and attack speed with health and mana regeneration, the only exception being instead of increased primordial damage it was increased ruination damage for the parameters that gained the 320 million%. Now we went from 800 million% boosts to 1,120 million% in the total number of boosts allocated to different parameters among Noah's different Dow lines. The billion percentage barrier was breached just with the addition of enhancers to the Dow lines of the primordial Dow and ruination, the first billion in percentage points that Noah had reached, and it made him wonder just what waited in the future. Noah took a deep breath as he took in this number, his consciousness continuing to feel the endless waves of surging power in his body that would make anyone think they were the most powerful existence across the countless light years. But I am not, WAA, his primordial eye and eye of ruination flashed sharply. Reminding himself that there were champions of realities with unknown systems and primordials that might have already had these same eyes he just obtained a long time ago, the only thing he had that they might not have being the resplendent runic dowline enhancers that required multiple conditions to be obtained. He shot down the rising arrogance and conceit as he continued on the search for where the river of primordial essence would lead, his consciousness continuing to understand his newly gained eyes as he also familiarized himself with all of his boosted parameters and what dowline had the specific parameters he wanted to boost with the remaining 80 resplendent runic dowline enhancer he still had left. As he thought about all of this, the monotonous view around him changed as his eyes flashed, finding another primordial essence river a few light years away that led towards the same direction of the one that connected to his infinite cosmos. It indicated the connection of another cosmos, as it also told Noah he was close to what he was looking for. His body continuing forward as in the next few seconds, he continued to see other rivers of primordial essence appearing as they converged towards the same location he was going to. All of these pristine white rivers that one could only see with the primordial eye represented different cosmos, such a reality causing Noah's heart to shake as it opened up many possibilities for him. As he followed the river connecting to his infinite cosmos, he could now see to hit left, right, top, and bottom. Multiple other rivers continued to converge towards the same location. The further he went, the more careful and apprehensive he became as his destiny churned, and after another second, he came to a stop. His body stopped being a blur as it stopped instantly, the sheer force breaking the ruination sea around him as it released waves of deadly chaotic storms that caught the attention of the thing that had caused Noah to stop to begin with. There, just a few thousand light years away, Noah could see the glorious figure of a lesser primordial beast in all of its splendor. On his way towards what he believed to be the source of the primordial essence for the cosmos within this reality, he actually found a primordial beast for the first time by himself, a primordial beast floating serenely in space as currently, its eyes had landed on him as they began to blaze with a light of bloodlust and destruction. Such a development caused Noah's mind to blaze as he began to have some ideas on just what shocking truth he was about to come across if he continued going forward. Chapter 1247, a fantastical finding. A primordial beast. As clear as anything, such a beast stood before Noah in a dominating fashion as after seeing him appear and break the ruination sea around him when he did so. This beast roared out madly with no reservations and thundered forward. To Noah's eyes though, the lesser primordial beast was so incredibly slow. His body began to emanate colorful light as he turned into a multicolored blur, instantly appearing above the lesser primordial beast as he came to sit upon its vibrant pair of wings that seemed to be made of the primordial essence itself. Noah used his primordial eye as he gazed on this beast, looking at its astounding physiology as it saw a unique rotation of primordial essence and life force throughout its body and origin, much of it coursing through its vibrant heart and even coalescing on the wings he now nonchalantly stood on. He had actually grown to such a stupendous level of strength that against a lesser primordial beast, it was actually too slow for him, as he could climb atop its body and study it without any worries. His vast spatial acuity then saw the eyes of this beast tremble, having seemingly found out or felt that its target had moved at such speeds that it now stood above him. As Noah saw a change in the regulation of the dense essence within its body, he curiously watched something that he wouldn't even be able to watch before without the primordial eye, seeing this beast command more than a half of its essence to rush into its legs and wings as he saw its movement speed rapidly increasing. Its body actually swooping down as it increased the aspect of its movement to try and keep up with Noah's, but it is not enough. Noah enjoyed the new things he could see with the primordial eye as he gave a light nod to this beast. Gazing down upon it, his essence began to flood into his right eye, into his eye of ruination, as he called out lightly, "True annihilatory flames of ruination." The circular rings of his right eye turned in a show of glorious splendor as a crimson light flashed from it, and then the scene of the lesser primordial beast becoming bathed in crimson black flames bloomed in the next second. A baleful roar of utter pain ruptured the nearby space as Noah watched curiously. His origin also beginning to churn as 100 splendiferous universes began to burn, the cosmic Tao of loot becoming activated as Noah obtained a 1000% increased loot quantity and a 100% increased loot rarity. The effects of the true annihilatory flames of ruination were terrifying as they gnawed on the defenses of the lesser primordial beast as if they were paper, eating up over half of its body in but an instant, as within half a second, its origin was ripped apart in a fiery blaze as its body released a burst of light that shot towards Noah, a prompt popping up right before his eyes. One lesser primordial heart obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied. 10 resplendent lesser primordial hearts obtained. Noah's eyes released a light of brilliance at this juncture as a myriad of emotions coursed through him, his right eye first focusing on the scene before him as he wiped out a lesser primordial beasts in less than half a second, but the raging true annihilatory flames of ruination continued to burn and even spread across the ruination sea madly as he gave the command for them to disappear. The burning of his splendiferous universes also came to a stop within his origin as the light of the cosmic Tao of loot faded. Thereafter, his brilliant eyes glanced at the single primordial heart turned into 10 with the addition of the tag, resplendent, and he was both happy and sad at this, as his dream of seeing a lesser primordial heart turned into 10 grand primordial hearts did not occur. He expected it to be like this after he received the resplendent universal filament cores from the Tao Lords and antiquities and not cosmic core, and it made him think of just what he had to do in order to skip the ranks of treasures for his cosmic Tao of loot. Would a 200% or 300% increased loot rarity be enough for him to obtain a grand primordial heart from a lesser primordial beast, or an even higher number? He didn't know the answer, but he would work on it in the future to bring his dream into a reality. He came out of his lamentations as he looked at just what changes the addition of resplendent would have to the lesser primordial heart as its details unfolded before his eyes. Resplendent lesser primordial heart, a unique culmination of the essence of a lesser primordial beast. It has undergone changes as its absorption allows one to choose the rapid proliferation of normal galaxies or the change of normal galaxies into Tao galaxies, with enough essence existing to birth 800 splendiferous universes. Other uses of the primordial heart have become available after the change in their nature, as a heart can now be utilized to allow for a Tao induction, where 1/4 of the essence of a resplendent lesser primordial heart is enough to allow one to gain initial comprehension in any lesser, grand, or cosmic Tao they come across the essence of. Half of the essence of a single heart can also grant one complete comprehension, with the other half allowing them complete assimilation in any Tao. Current resplendent lesser primordial hearts 10, a pristine loot elevated to another level as a single one absorbed would grant 800 splendiferous universes. Noah had obtained 10 of them from a single kill, as it equated to 8,000 splendiferous universes, nearly the same as all the universes he had forged so far, and all of it was from a single mere lesser primordial beast. Chapter 1248, a fantastical finding. 2. Apart from the large number of universes one could forge with a resplendent lesser primordial heart, there were also the features of Tao induction, where one could forcefully gain initial comprehension in any Tao, and Noah saw one of the biggest uses being granting his subordinates initial comprehension of ruination and the primordial Das, as they could choose to step on the path of Tao Lords or try to fuse Das and laws into edicts thereafter. This was a thought for the future as Noah left the resplendent lesser primordial hearts in his expansive space for now, his gaze continuing towards where a myriad of rivers of primordial essence were converging towards. His eyes shone with care as before he moved any further, he had to prepare. One of the many features of the primordial eye was being capable of not only being able to see the source and origin of the things around them, but also to alter what others saw when they looked at the holder of the primordial eye. This was something Noah utilized right now, as he simply had too many secrets, beginning to alter what others saw when they looked at him or his clones at this moment. He falsified the number of his universes, downlines, even up until the aura he released. Everything he could change to make others underestimate him or look at him as average or even slightly above average was altered. Oh. Noah came to a stop as he was about to mask his nomological edict of cessation, as he felt a prickly feeling the moment he was about to do so. A feeling of danger that foretold of an unfavorable outcome if he did this. It could only mean one thing: that someone powerful had already seen that he could utilize this edict, and him being able to hide it fully now would actually bring attention to himself and cause an outcome that would not be the best for him right now. He knew the only place he had displayed it while masking it with the Tao of subterfuge, as he already had an idea, more than likely Aegon. Noah's eyes turned sharp as he finished masking everything else but the edict of cessation. If it was already found out and the great conqueror did not make any moves, it more than likely meant that he considered him nothing even with an edict and didn't bother to make a move, and Noah liked such conceited existences the most as it actually made things easier for him. Give me time to grow. You can then re-evaluate your mistakes in the future. His eyes shone with brilliance as after he did this, his figure continued to shoot forward carefully towards the direction where many rivers of primordial essence were converging towards. If a primordial beast, primordial, or even a common existence like himself were to look at Noah now, they would see a Tao Lord that had forged a few thousand universes and had glimpsed an edict, with those being more perceptive being allowed to notice that he actually had an already fused edict. They wouldn't see his physiology and how crazy it was, nor would they see that he had the primordial eye and the eye of ruination. With his bases covered, Noah continued to tear through the ruination. See in a blur of light as he increasingly found more and more rivers of cosmos, and ideas had already formed in his mind on what else he could do, as he now knew the location of hidden cosmos apart from those that Aegon had collected into the primordial empire. He could be proactive and not just remain targeting the cosmos in the primordial empire, and he could expand his influence over new and untouched cosmos that even Aegon had yet to touch. This idea and many more lingered in his mind as he played with it, his body continuing forward silently. Another hour passed, and he fantastically came across a second lesser primordial beast, SHA. This time, he continued to move at his ridiculous speed as his origin moved to silently cover his body in the nomological edict of cessation, his right hand outstretched as he used it like a mere knife to slice through the body of the lesser primordial beast as if it were butter, before it even knew what was going on. Noah had moved all over its body and cut it apart throughout, finishing it all by waving his hand to cut off the head of the primordial beast as a golden light of loot was released thereafter, one lesser primordial heart obtained. Ding! The effects of the cosmic Tao of loot are applied, 10 resplendent lesser primordial hearts obtained. He had already subconsciously activated and deactivated the cosmic Tao of loot, yet another 10 resplendent lesser primordial hearts landing in his hands as his loot collection continued to expand, but he didn't pay attention to this currently as he silently went forward, his destiny and fortune churning wildly at this moment as he approached further in towards the direction he was following. The area before him had stopped being utterly crimson as he saw the many rivers of primordial essence shooting into a vast and endless whiteness that lay up ahead, a whiteness that took over everything and looked like a behemoth swallowing all of the rivers of primordial essence. This was more of what he saw with the primordial eye, as the light years before him were still the crimson sea, but he could see the outline of what lay up ahead. Ruination and primordial essence had begun to move and intertwine freely at this point as Noah's eyes flashed, the composition of his body beginning to change instantly. His body turned into pure primordial essence as this was how he proceeded forward slowly. His primordial eye incorporeally shining as it would show others nothing but a primordial essence. His mind continued to buzz as the further in he went thereafter. He finally began to see clusters of primordial beasts moving around as they actually weren't too far away from each other. Clusters of primordial beasts. He saw 2 grand primordial beasts on one side leading 5 lesser ones, and just a few million light years away, he saw another similar cluster, clusters that if Noah made a move on a single one, all the other nearby ones would follow. As at this moment, Noah held himself back and chose to simply observe before making grand movements. A few million light years was a negligible distance as primordial beasts could cross it in seconds. And Noah's destiny churned as it told him he would be swarmed the moment he made a move, as he was currently in an extremely dangerous environment. He steeled himself as he flowed forward undetected, his horizons being expanded as he began to sense the auras of more and more primordial beasts, the area around him fully shifting into becoming a gorgeous white sea that glimmered in the crimson darkness. Deep within this vast white sea, he saw countless primordial beasts that swam freely in the primordial sea that was providing the essence for all cosmos to thrive. Chapter 1249, Boundless Opportunities. I'll rip that bitch apart the next time I see her. The expression of Springforge was filled with anger as she looked at Halcyon's healed figure beside her. The two of them currently watching the battle that was initiated under her commands as 40 cosmos were on the line. One side had Forefather Akainu with dozens of Dowlords and thousands of antiquities, and another side had Forefather Robert with a similar lineup. These powerful beings were currently engaged in a stellar show of combat as the trillions of powerful experts watching it in the edges of the cosmic battlefield were watching with rapt attention, but Springforge herself watched the illusory screen that showed the battle while her eyes still flashed with anger. Her own daughter? Is she serious? Her need to break into the cosmic realm is so strong that it makes her forget how to act like a human being? She spoke of the cold Havenbreaker as the figure of Halcyon beside her smiled sadly, pulling herself back to get into her usual calm demeanor as she spoke out. Beings will always go for what is important to them no matter what stands in their way. The problem is that the price that she will have to pay for what they want, it is just too much, reality itself. Springforge sighed as she spoke absent-mindedly, seemingly in the process of believing and disbelieving at this moment. Not if I can help it. This move will be among the first. Her verdant hair shone as she looked at the screen that showed the dominance Forefather Akainu was putting in with the Dowlords under him. The battle was one that the inhabitants of the Primordial Empire were used to seeing. And it didn't end in a single minute or mere seconds like the battles of a certain someone as the Dowlords fought brutally for their lives and honor. All sorts of stellar skills flew across the center of the cosmic battlefield as Forefather Akainu acted like a commander. Everyone else following his lead, as within both of his hands were two glimmering quasi-cosmic treasures that flowed with an intense minute of laws and Daos, a glimpse of edicts that he was using along with these treasures to dominate Forefather Robert and gradually wind down his forces. The battle reminded the many Dowlords, antiquities, and paragons among many of those in the cosmic battlefield of how the writs of challenges went. But even they and the masses of quintillions that were watching the match in their own cosmos like Springforge and Halcyon had similar thoughts as they watched on. It feels nothing like the previous two challenges. It feels a bit boring. In a certain cosmos, a hegemony was as a huge stadium within a certain universe that showed an illusory screen of the battle, and she spoke out what many beings were feeling as they found this battle not to have the flair that they just witnessed from the two writs of challenges prior. No shocking actions or battle power, no nominate in the battlefield that gave others shock. It was just what they had come to expect from such battles as they actually found themselves thinking of Dowlord Osmont and how his writs of challenges were much more vibrant. Oh, they didn't have to wait too long for this current battle though, or after an hour Forefather Akainu's body released one final attack with waves of power that tore apart and heavily wounded Forefather Robert. The forces from the House of Stormdust could stand no longer as within seconds. All those that didn't want death submitted in defeat. The result that Stormdust himself had predicted actually playing out as a primordial light of authority that held 80 cosmos flew towards Akainu. Seamlessly, that is one of many. Springforge's eyes shone with victory after watching this scene, but Halcyon beside her shook her head as her seriousness returned and she spoke out slowly. It is just the beginning. Yes. It was just the beginning of a snowball effect of events as while the House of Springforge celebrated their victory, the family head beside Halcyon soon had her smile fading as she received a communication from a forefather in her faction. She gritted her teeth as her eyes flashed, her regality reigning in her eyes as she spoke coldly. We just received 2 more writs of challenges. The total number of cosmos amounts to 100, and both challenges are from the House of Havenbreaker. They made their moves, and others made theirs. And it was in a stellar fashion at that, as it wasn't the recently losing House of Stormdust that counterattacked, but it was the House of Havenbreaker that sent these challenges. This alone was enough to say many things for those paying attention. Halcyon listened to such a development as she knew the tumultuous era of war had arrived for the Primordial Empire, and what would be left behind were shattered pieces with no winners to be found, just chaos and death running rampant as a specific feast sought more and more power. They would be reducing and fracturing their power as enemies closed in around them, the results of it being horrendous if not rectified in time. Unless he moves to change it. Unless I move. She thought of the vibrant Dowlord Osmont while her eyes pierced into the veils of the future, wanting to see just what was in store for them. She thought of the Dowlord Osmont that under nobody's knowledge he was currently sneaking into the vibrant primordial sea and watching the cluster of countless primordial beasts. Noah became more and more careful the further in he went, his body in the form of primordial essence silently passingly between the wings of terrifying grand primordial beasts that were swimmingly freely, going deeper into this primordial sea as he was currently just at the edges of it. The further in he went, the more somber and excited he became as the number of grand primordial beasts just increased, and he could begin to sense an overwhelming aura even deeper into this sea that could even be felt from this far distance, somber and excited. This was what he felt. The reason for this was because with such a vast number of primordial beasts all around him, there were many possibilities lying before Noah. He could observe and gather information while leaving everything untouched, or he could poke the hornet's nest and do something wild. Chapter 1250, Analyze and Copy. Something wild that would involve him silently teleporting his main body away and bringing in his clones. And then spamming and utilizing his crazy percentages to collect an astounding amount of loot that would make the strongest of beings shocked. All of these were possibilities. As for what Noah would do, his liquid form of primordial essence nearly formed into a devilish smile as the moment he came across the first clusters of primordial beasts. He already knew what he would be doing. Further ahead in the primordial sea as Noah weaved across the bodies and auras of too many lesser and grand primordial beasts, he could feel a singular overpowering aura waving out maddeningly as it was uniquely different from any of the lesser of grand primordial beasts. This aura caused Noah's consciousness to churn as a terrifying thought crossed through them. Has one already risen? An ender of reality, WAA, a cosmic primordial beast. Ender of reality. This was one of the few things Noah could attribute to the vastly terrifying aura he had begun to sense as he went deeper into the primordial sea while being surrounded by countless primordial beasts all around him. When such creatures arose, the fall of a reality wasn't far away as Noah could not truly confirm that this aura was one of these creatures, or if it was simply a grand primordial beast that was about to become a cosmic one, or something even more unique. There were too many things he didn't know, so he would continue to go deeper as he found out more information first before he did anything. And he did not have to wait long as he came across something fantastical. A few billion light years to his right, across a cluster of countless primordial beasts, his awareness actually found an area of the primordial sea that was utterly clear. The primordial beast seemingly making a path as 5 enormous grand primordial beasts billions of light years in size had white chains erupting from either side of their mouths, each of the chains clasping onto the barriers of a glimmering universe as it was being dragged behind them. A universe separated from its cosmos as it was 100 billion light years in size, and yet 5 grand primordial beasts that looked different and released auras more terrifying than all other grand primordial beasts were dragging this universe in a solemn manner, the action even seeming sacred before Noah's eyes as he saw it wasn't just a single universe being pulled forward. He shockingly saw that it was like a procession of universes, each one having 5 grand primordial beasts with pristine white chains attaching to their boundaries and dragging these universes along towards a single location, a location that Noah couldn't help but now gaze towards as his primordial essence form moved rapidly to appear in the surroundings where other primordial beasts were watching this sacred procession in solemn silence. The procession of universes were seemingly like glimmering circles plucked off a cosmos, Noah sensing quintillions of life forms within it as he found his currently non-existent heart shaking as he knew even if he made a move, the ensuing destruction would shatter all of these universes. He counted 12 of them as he made his heart firmer while following them, spending a whole hour as the procession went to the depths of the primordial sea, Noah actually finding that fewer and fewer primordial beasts could be found as they went deeper in. As for the reason why there were fewer primordial beasts, it was due to the fact that the terrifying aura he had felt this whole time was becoming more and more prominent. And Noah was finally able to see what it was as the process of 12 universes pulled by primordial beast finally arrived before a vast open space within the primordial sea, this space having a single existence within it as this existence caused Noah's heart to turn cold. Whoa, how could he even describe it? Floating to be 10 times as large as any of the universes being dragged towards it, a beast of utter regality that had golden white scales could be seen. 5 pairs of multicolored wings erupted on its back, and it had 4 ginormous scaled limbs shining in gold as uniquely. This beast was floating upright as it showed mannerisms reminiscent of humans, yet it was anything but that as on its face. Scaled draconic eyes dripping with majesty and power could be seen along with 2 pairs of pristinely white tusks and a trunk that made Noah think of a war elephant. Its head truly seemed like a terrifying mixture of the oldest dragons and ancient war elephants. Something that caused Noah's consciousness to vibrate was that when he looked at all the primordial beasts he came across in this primordial sea, he was able to see them and their wondrous composition as well as the movement of essence within their bodies, but he could not see the same sight for the terrific beast before him. He couldn't see any of its inner essence movements nor find out what type of origin it had, such a thing leading to a terrifying conclusion that one could easily affirm when they looked at the slit on the forehead of the creature that showed a hidden third eye that was currently closed. An eye that even while closed was releasing bright rays of pristine white light, none of the secrets of this existence being revealed to Noah as in the next second, its trunk lifted up to reveal a bottomless abyss that was its mouth as it was directed to a universe that was brought before it, the 5 primordial beasts pulling it flashed away with haste as below the raised golden trunk where an endless void could be seen, an accumulation of Tao essences gathered in a unique fashion as Noah in his primordial essence form felt his left eye throbbing. It was throbbing as shockingly. It observed the activation of a skill from this magisterial existence, a skill that was so profound that Noah was forced to pay attention and watch as after the trunk of this creature opened and its abyssal jaws were seen. The universe directly before it was instantly fractured as it turned into a mass of light that was directly absorbed into the mouth of this creature, as if its mouth was a quasar or black hole capable of swallowing everything. It was a devastating sight, but Noah's consciousness was buzzing as after seeing the utilization of Daos to enact a stupendous skill. Something fantastical was arranged in Noah's mind as the mere words for it floated before his eyes seconds later. Assyrian true. Devouring.